Before we begin, I thought it would be fun if everyone lets me know in the comments where they're watching this video from. And while you're down there, don't forget to subscribe. Now, let's start today's episode. Kyllikki Sari. Kyllikki Sari was born on December 6, 1935, in Isojoki, Finland, and was the youngest of 6 siblings. She was only 17 years old when she vanished in 1953, and her disappearance remains one of the most well-known and enduring unsolved cases in Finnish history. On Sunday, May 17, 1953, Kyllikki rode her bicycle 8 miles to attend church. Deeply devout, she worked in her parish's administrative office. That day, after returning from church, Kyllikki told her parents she felt unusually tired and went to her room to rest, something they found odd, but not alarming. Later that evening, around 6 p.m., she left again on her bicycle, this time heading to an evening prayer meeting. Friends of Kyllikki reported that she had seemed anxious and uneasy throughout the day. While the exact cause of her fear is unknown, she expressed concern about making the journey home alone that night. On her way back, Kyllikki traveled part of the route with a friend, but the two parted ways near a milk processing plant around 10:30 p.m. About 10 minutes later, a witness reported seeing her roughly a mile beyond the crossroads where she and her friend had separated. That would be the last confirmed sighting of the 17-year-old. Her parents were not initially concerned by her absence, as Kyllikki sometimes stayed overnight with friends. But when she still hadn't returned after several days, the police launched a search on May 20th. 30 local residents joined the effort, but no sign of Kyllikki or her bicycle was found. Word quickly began to spread about her disappearance, and the following day, the witness who saw her on May 17th came forward. On May 21st, a specialist detective from Vesa was brought in to handle the investigation. The search for the 17-year-old was widened to include marshy areas and forest land with over 100 people volunteering to help the search. The following day, May 22nd, a farmer and his son who were out transporting milk on the same road on which Kyllikki was last seen saw some odd clues. They saw bike tracks, footprints, car tracks, and even some shattered glass. It appeared to the pair as if there had been a struggle. While they alerted police as quickly as possible, by the time authorities arrived at the scene, much of the evidence had been disturbed or destroyed by other traffic on the road. There was no trace of the shattered glass either. In the initial weeks following Kyllikki's disappearance, the case was far from cold. Just a week after the 17-year-old went missing, several witnesses came forward to report a cream-colored car which had been driving along the road Kyllikki had used to get home, the same one on which she was last seen. One 12-year-old eyewitness told law enforcement that they had seen a blond man driving the car with a bike in the trunk on the night of May 17th. They added that there were 2 other men in the car, one of average build, the other one large. The car was driving fast with the lights off despite the fact that it was late at night. This same car was seen by a mother and a daughter who were sitting on their porch in the village of Euro. The car drove past and had a tire sticking out of the trunk. Half an hour later, the car returned. However, despite the amount of eyewitnesses who recalled seeing the car, it could not be located, nor could the driver who was last seen inside of it. A month later, on July 22nd, 2 people who were out picking berries deep in a forest saw a bike tire in the nearby marshland. Upon closer inspection, they found a bike in the low water. Both tires had been deflated, likely in the hopes that it would sink more easily, and it was located hundreds of meters from the main road. There were traces of rust on the bike but no other damage to it, prompting the belief that Kyllikki had been purposefully abducted and had not perished in some sort of tragic accident. Due to the isolated location in which the bike was hidden, authorities determined that the perpetrator must have known the area well. When that same area had been searched in May, the water levels had been high. And although metal detectors were utilized, nothing was found. This led police to believe that the bike had been dumped there at a later time. However, the bike was quickly returned to Kyllikki's parents and was not thoroughly examined, which possibly led to a loss of evidence. In October, the road on which Kyllikki had last been seen was searched again. On October 10th, something finally was found. It was the 17-year-old shoe wrapped in her own scarf along with one sock belonging to a man. The items had been tied together with a black woolen thread, and teeth marks observed on the scarf suggested to authorities that it had been used as a gag. The owner of the sock has never been identified. Like the bike, police believe that the shoe had been placed there later, as it was not seen during initial searches. Just one day later, on October 11th, a searcher noticed a dry pine stick pointing out of a nearby tussock. The shoe had been found close by. The searcher pulled on the stick, noticing that the end was sharpened. A foul smell began to emanate from the area, and so the authorities were alerted. Underneath the grass and soil about 200 meters from the road was the body of the 17-year-old Kyllikki. The body was naked from the waist down, Kyllikki's head wrapped up with her own coat. She had a torn brow and suffered a broken nose and cheekbone. Because of the advanced decomposition of her body, it was difficult to determine what other injuries Kyllikki may have sustained before her death. However, the official cause was identified as blunt force trauma to the head, likely inflicted with a stick or stone. There were no signs of strangulation, gunshot wounds, or sexual assault, though investigators did not rule out the possibility that the crime had a sexual motive. The meticulous nature of the grave led authorities to suspect that the perpetrator may have had training in military engineering. A specialist from the University of Helsinki analyzed the stick that had been driven through Kyllikki's body after death. It was determined to have been cut no earlier than August and had been sharpened using a Finnish knife known as a puukko, likely by someone who was left-handed. Interestingly, there were no pine trees in the immediate area, and although investigators searched for the exact tree the stick came from, it was never found. On October 14th, Kyllikki's other shoe turned up. However, it offered no further information. Her watch, red purse, and hymn book, all three of which she was carrying when she went missing, have never been located either. Law enforcement was not short of leads in Kyllikki's case. One of their prime suspects was a parish priest that remained a suspect for many years. He moved to Marikavia just weeks before the disappearance. The 17-year-old girl had written him a letter in the days prior to her vanishing in regards to some religious issues she was having. Despite this, the priest claimed that he didn't know Kyllikki that well. However, this priest had a strong alibi. He had taken part in a party that evening, then spent time in the clergy house. The following morning at 8 a.m., he had a class to attend. In total, the police couldn't account for around 20 minutes of his time, but he also didn't have a car or driver's license. So police felt that he simply couldn't have made it to the crime scene and back and had the time to attack Kyllikki. Despite this, many online sleuths consider him a strong suspect even today for several reasons. The priest was later found to have had improper relations during the war and was expelled from his African missionary work due to his relationship with a local nurse. He was known to flirt with young women and in 1955 had a relationship with an underage girl. He was later prosecuted for raping her and for getting engaged while being married to someone else. There are also rumors that he was either harassing or sexually abusing Kyllikki, but these whisperings appear to be unsubstantiated. The priest was mentioned in Kyllikki's diary, but it's not publicly known what she said about him. It's noted that one of his relatives had a car that looked similar to the one connected with the case. A local man whose identity was hidden told a Finnish magazine that he believed the priest was responsible, but that he did not execute Kyllikki by his own hand. Instead, he hired someone else to carry out the job. A German immigrant named Hans Assmann was also linked to the case, as well as being suspected of being involved in other murder cases. According to his wife, he and his driver were near the location at the time of the disappearance. He owned a light brown car similar but not the same as the one seen by eyewitnesses at the time. In 1997, he allegedly confessed on his deathbed to a former police officer claiming that he and his driver had accidentally hit Kyllikki on the night of May 17th. And to avoid responsibility, they decided to stage the scene to make it look like a homicide. He said that the accident was unavoidable. Assmann's wife added that when he returned home after that night, his shoes were wet and he was missing one sock. There were also dents in the car. She claimed that a few days later, her husband and driver went out again, but this time, they took a shovel with them. Assmann is also known to be left-handed like the perpetrator in Kyllikki's case. Another man suspected of being involved in the slaying of Kyllikki was a 38-year-old ditch digger who lived in a 1 to 2 kilometer radius of the crime scene. He reportedly suffered several mental illnesses and spent much of his time in and out of mental hospitals. In 1940, the man was found guilty for a sexual offense. The man in question was known to be a peeping Tom, and authorities believed he may have had assistance from his brother-in-law, who had a criminal record. However, the suspect's mother and sister claimed he had been in bed from 7 p.m. that evening after a day of heavy drinking. During police interrogation, the man stated that Kyllikki was no longer alive and that her body would never be found, a statement he later retracted, insisting he had been misunderstood. He was questioned twice in connection with the case, with one of those interrogations taking place in a mental hospital. His doctor eventually ordered the police to stop as the man's behavior grew increasingly erratic and disoriented. Following this, the brother-in-law relocated, further raising suspicions. Investigators focused on the pair, especially since they both worked in a field just 50 meters from where Kyllikki's body was eventually discovered. A shovel found at the site had been used to dig the grave. In February 2002, investigators confirmed that while there was compelling circumstantial evidence linking the two men to the crime, both had died by 1972 without ever being formally charged. Kyllikki's funeral took place on October 25, 1953. It was attended by 25,000 people. Despite the numerous leads and suspects in Kyllikki's case, almost 9 decades later, her brutal murder continues to go unsolved. Moving on to the next case. Jessica Renee Johnson. Jessica Renee Johnson was a 37-year-old single mother living with her 2 children and her parents in Horn Lake, Mississippi. Her parents, David and Linda, cherished having their daughter and grandchildren under one roof. Jessica was devoted to her children, a 19-year-old son and an 8-year-old daughter from previous relationships, who meant everything to her. Her family described her as a loving and attentive mother, especially when she was doing well. Jessica had faced challenges with drug addiction in the past, but her loved ones believed she was making real progress toward recovery. That's why they grew concerned when she began a relationship with Garland Hart. Garland had a troubling reputation, known for drug dealing and for mistreating women. Friends and family described the relationship as toxic and believed that Garland was abusive. Jessica herself once chillingly remarked, "This guy is going to kill me." Although most of her loved ones did not approve of the man in her life, Jessica could not bring herself to break up. Friends say they tried to convince her to call it off, but anytime Jessica did get away, she'd go right back. She believed that being with Garland had helped her stay away from her addictions. On May 31-37, Jessica left her home and told her family that she was going to stay with her boyfriend. The next day, on June 1, 2017, Jessica called her daughter and let her know that she would be home later in the evening than normal. However, Jessica never arrived back home. Jessica's parents became concerned when she did not return home. They tried calling her phone, but she never picked up. On June 2nd, Jessica's mother Linda received a disturbing phone call from the town coroner. Jessica was found dead, and the police claimed it was a suicide. Linda could not believe what she had just heard. It was found that between 9:30 and 10:30 a.m. on June 2nd, a mail carrier found Jessica's body. She was on her knees resting against the mailbox. Shoelaces were tied around her neck, which further looped around the mailbox post, which was only a few feet tall. Even though the shoestrings were around her neck, one side was pressed against her cheekbone. Her purse was open on the ground, placed between her legs. Police claimed that she had hung her, but committing suicide on something this small has been considered impossible by experts and the public alike. Police also found an unlaced shoe splattered with blood a few steps away from the body. However, it was never forensically tested. Jessica's body was taken for forensic examination, and the coroner found numerous marks on Jessica's hand along with a footprint that hinted at the victim being beaten before her death. However, the cause of death was determined to be asphyxiation due to ligature strangulation. Due to her history with addiction, some have suggested that the marks on her arms look like the marks some users get when meth splatters. Jessica's body was found outside the home of Garland's friend's house. Jessica would go to this house sometimes when Garland would stay there. The house was less than 5 miles from her parents' home, and according to locals, the house was notorious for its illegal activity. According to the homeowner, Garland's friend, there were several people at his house between June 31st and June 2nd. He claimed that he had not seen Jessica and Garland together for a few months. He stated that the two were acting strange, particularly Jessica claiming that she seemed out of her normal self. At some point, Jessica got into a fight with Garland and wanted to leave but later decided to stay. However, the homeowner does not know why the couple were fighting. Jessica had apparently called a friend. She was hysterical and had locked herself in the bathroom and begged her friend to pick her up. The friend showed up but Jessica did not leave with them. Garland denied ever being violent towards Jessica. Although it's worth noting, sometime after Jessica's death, Garland was arrested on DV charges filed by a woman he started dating after Jessica's death. According to the homeowner, the night before Jessica's death, she had reportedly been walking around his house holding her shoelaces and making threats to harm herself. He recounted, "One of my roommates and I were told she was out in the driveway, pulled the shoelaces from her shoes, and was threatening it. He basically just shrugged it off and told her, 'Get out of here with that, I don't want to hear it,' and then shut the door on her." Later that night, the homeowner claimed Jessica sent him a text message expressing emotional distress, saying she didn't want to feel the pain anymore. He stated that this was the last time he heard from her. To some investigators, this account supported the theory that Jessica may have taken her own life, viewing the message as a possible final goodbye. However, her family strongly rejected the idea of suicide. They pointed out several inconsistencies. Jessica was not wearing her own clothes when she was found, and she had no makeup on, something entirely out of character for her. Her family insisted that Jessica never left the house without being fully dressed and made up, as it was part of how she maintained her confidence. To them, the scenario surrounding her death felt staged and entirely at odds with who Jessica was. The whole thing looked like a staged crime scene. The family then decided to hire a forensic scientist because they did not believe that Jessica was capable of committing suicide. They hired Dr. Maurice Goodwin to take a look at the case. Although a complete autopsy wasn't conducted on Jessica's remains, a partial one was performed. According to this partial autopsy, traces of methamphetamine and Xanax was detected in Jessica's system at the time of her death. Nonetheless, the quantities found were insufficient to constitute an overdose. The reports also specified Jessica's time of death as approximately 3:30 a.m. on June 2nd. Furthermore, her son recalled receiving a text message from his mother's phone around this time suggesting that she was either alive at the time of her death or that someone else had used her phone to send this message. In the text, she said she would be spending the day with G. G is how she referred to Garland in text. Dr. Goodwin wanted to do an autopsy on Jessica's body, but her body had been cremated along with the clothes. In their grief and confusion, Jessica's parents chose to cremate her because of financial constraints. They also trusted that the police possessed sufficient evidence to conduct an investigation. Dr. Goodwin was of the opinion that Jessica's death was not a suicide and would have warranted a further investigation by the law enforcement. The general consensus is that police horribly mishandled her case, with her family citing the fact that they did not create a crime scene and failed to look for further evidence. There was also a CCTV camera pointing straight at the mailbox, but the police never asked for the footage. One later questioned the homeowner. Garland's friend had several different excuses regarding what happened to the footage. This has led many to believe that they were helping Garland with a cover-up. Police did question Garland and the homeowner, but they were never charged. Police never named Garland as a person of interest in Jessica's death. To make matters worse, Garland reportedly changed the passcode on Jessica's phone before giving it to her family, then refused to share the new code, effectively blocking them from accessing messages, photos, or other potentially crucial information. Despite the family's efforts, Apple was also unable to help them unlock the device. Though Jessica had struggled with addiction in the past and was facing difficulties in her relationship, those closest to her firmly rejected the idea that she would take her own life. She was working hard to rebuild her life, and, above all, she adored her children, something her loved ones say would have kept her going. Jessica had even warned her mother in the past, saying that if anything ever happened to her, Garland would be involved. She told me, "Mama, if anything happens to me, go find him. You know I'm not going to say his name, but go find him," her mother Linda recalled. To this day, Jessica's case remains open and under investigation. Moving on to the next case. Lisa Lynn Stone. In February 2010, 51-year-old Lisa Lynn Stone was living in Dallas, Texas. A graduate of Mesquite High School, she had worked in the advertising department at the Dallas Morning News from 1991 until February 2005. Lisa struggled with financial issues and dealt with depression and anxiety. She shared an apartment with her partner of 15 years, Sherry Henry. The couple cared for 2 dogs and 26 cats. Lisa was passionate about rescuing stray animals. She was last seen on June 4, 2010, by a neighbor who later reported her missing on June 20th. This happened after Lisa failed to show up for a planned dinner and didn't pick up a friend from the airport as expected. Police responded by visiting the apartment Lisa shared with Sherry. Sherry told them that nothing was wrong and was not unusual for Lisa to drop out of sight. The police could not find any evidence that Lisa was in danger or that a crime occurred, so they closed the case. Lisa's friends, on the other hand, believed that something was very wrong and kept calling Lisa's home, but Sherry told him that Lisa was not available. On June 29th, one of Lisa's friends again asked the police to check on her welfare, as she had still not been seen. When investigators checked again at her apartment, they found the couple's 2 dogs and 26 cats living in awful conditions. They were flea-infested and covered with feces. Animal control officials seized all of the animals. Lisa's friends said that since Lisa was such an animal lover, she would not have allowed this to happen. On July 2nd, almost 4 weeks since Lisa was last seen, a friend of hers noticed Sherry driving Lisa's Cadillac to a dumpster behind a nearby store. Sherry then emptied a few trash bags into the dumpster. After Sherry moved out, one of Lisa's friends searched the dumpster near their apartment and discovered many of Lisa's personal items, including family photos and treasured heirlooms. Lisa's friends promptly informed the police about the discovery. Following this, investigators obtained a warrant to search the apartment Lisa and Sherry had shared, although the findings of that search have never been publicly disclosed. While Sherry Henry was never officially named a suspect, authorities noted her apparent lack of interest in locating Lisa. Lisa Stone is described as a Caucasian woman with brown hair, often dyed blonde, brown eyes, standing 5 feet 7 inches tall, and weighing around 125 pounds. Anyone with information about her disappearance is urged to contact the Dallas Police Department. Moving on to the next case. Marissa Shen. In July 1837, around 6 p.m., 13-year-old Marissa Shen left her home in Burnaby, British Columbia, Canada, to visit a nearby Tim Hortons. She never made it back. Her mother attempted to call her, but Marissa's phone was turned off. When she still hadn't returned by 11 p.m., her mother reported her missing. Initially, the police didn't treat the case with urgency. Believing she might be with friends or that her phone battery had died, officers were hesitant to act. However, Marissa's mother stressed that she was always home before 8 p.m. This prompted police to check her phone's GPS, which had last pinged in Central Park about an hour earlier. Authorities then began searching the park's footpaths. Before long, an officer in the park's southeast corner discovered a cartoon owl-shaped pink wallet and a phone switch near a small trail. Nearby, they also found a student ID with the name Marissa. At 1:10 a.m., less than 2 hours after she was reported missing, police discovered Marissa's body near Patterson Avenue. She was declared dead at the scene and was still wearing the same outfit from earlier that day. An autopsy later confirmed that she had been sexually assaulted and strangled. Authorities classified her death as a homicide resulting from a random attack. As investigators worked to retrace her final steps, surveillance footage showed Marissa leaving her apartment at 6:02 p.m. A few minutes later, at 6:09 p.m., she was seen entering a Tim Hortons located on the 6200 block of McKay Avenue near Central Boulevard. She was dressed in a black t-shirt and denim shorts. Marissa stayed in the restaurant for about an hour and a half, and was last seen on camera exiting at 7:37 p.m. Before she exits, she places her plastic iced coffee cup into the recycling bin and her garbage into the waste bin. Marissa was then seen heading towards the Central Park. The murder of the young girl within a large city park became the top priority case for the police. Investigators interviewed more than 2,000 people and followed several leads. Despite an extensive investigation, no one was charged. Then on September 7, 2018, police announced that they have arrested a man in connection with Marissa's murder. 28-year-old Ibrahim Ali was charged with the first-degree murder of Marissa Shen. Using the DNA found on Marissa, authorities used DNA phenotyping to determine that the girl's killer was likely a man of a Middle Eastern descent. DNA phenotyping, also known as snapshot DNA, is a technique where scientists analyze DNA samples to digitally reconstruct the facial features of a perpetrator. This includes details such as hair color, height, ethnicity, gender, and even facial structure, aiding in the identification of the suspect. Genetic phenotyping in Marissa's case suggested that the suspect was a man aged between 25 and 35, with dark hair and eyebrows, light brown skin, a slender facial structure, a long nose, and a noticeable chin groove. DNA evidence further pointed to a Middle Eastern origin, specifically from northern areas such as Syria, Lebanon, northern Turkey, and parts of Iraq. Using this profile, police requested that men of Middle Eastern descent living near Burnaby's Central Park voluntarily submit DNA samples to help narrow down potential suspects. It remains uncertain whether Ibrahim Ali submitted his DNA willingly or was identified through familial DNA tracing. At the time, Ibrahim Ali, a 28-year-old refugee from Syria, was residing in Burnaby, British Columbia. He had no criminal history and worked as an exterior wall decorator in the construction industry. Ibrahim had come to Canada due to the conflict in Syria and the ongoing refugee crisis. Refugees arriving in Canada fall into two main categories: those directly sponsored by the government, ranging from 25,000 to 30,000 people, and privately sponsored refugees, supported by relatives, church groups, or nonprofit organizations. Abraham's brother had been a government-sponsored refugee in Canada, prompting a community group on Bowen Island to initiate efforts to reunite Abraham's remaining family members. With successful fundraising, they sponsored Ibrahim and two other brothers along with their families, aiming to bring them together after being separated by the conflict. Ibrahim had arrived in Canada as a refugee in April 2017, just 3 months before the murder of Marissa. Ibrahim became a permanent resident of Canada sometime before his first court appearance on September 1438, with the trial initially set for October 1238, but the trial was subsequently pushed back to September 2022 and then again to January 2023. The trial eventually commenced in April 2023, nearly 6 years after Marissa's murder. When asked for his plea in court, Ibrahim Ali said 3 times through a Kurdish-speaking interpreter that he did not kill Marissa. The trial encountered several unexpected developments when Dr. Tracy Pickett, the forensic expert for the prosecution, was discovered dead in a wooded area near the site of Marissa's murder. Authorities eventually concluded her death as a suicide, attributing it to her enduring struggle with depression, which was exacerbated by the emotional toll of Marissa's murder. During the trial, prosecution presented evidence and told the court that Marissa had been sexually assaulted and strangled and that the semen found inside her body matched Ibrahim's DNA. Ibrahim's lawyer resorted to baseless accusations against the deceased, insinuating Marissa was a troubled teen who had bad relations with her mother. He claimed that the girl wasn't the innocent depicted in a rose-colored portrayal at the trial and may have found Ibrahim attractive, further suggesting that she had consensual sex with Ibrahim. He even claimed that after consensual sex, Ibrahim left and that someone else may have murdered Marissa. These unfounded allegations sparked outrage. Marissa's brother accused Ibrahim Ali's legal team of tarnishing her reputation during the trial. Meanwhile, the defense attorney reported receiving death threats, including a letter and a voicemail in which the caller threatened to knock out his teeth and harm his client, saying, "I'm gonna cut him." Citing these threats, the lawyer requested that the trial be relocated to a secure courtroom to protect the defense team and their families. However, the judge stated that he was unaware of any available secure courtroom, and the trial continued in its original location. On the final day of the proceedings, Marissa's father was arrested by Vancouver police for allegedly bringing a loaded Glock pistol into the courtroom with the intention of killing the defense attorney. He was later released as police continued their investigation. Ultimately, Ibrahim Ali was found guilty of first-degree murder. Sentencing has not yet occurred, but under Canadian law, a first-degree murder conviction results in a mandatory life sentence with no chance of parole for 25 years. Moving on to the next case. The Connecticut River Valley Killer. In the mid-1980s, 3 young women vanished from Claremont, New Hampshire. In 1985 and 1986, 2 sets of skeletal remains were discovered just 1,000 feet apart in the nearby village of Kellyville. The advanced decomposition of the bodies initially made it challenging to determine how the women had died, but it was later confirmed that all had suffered fatal knife wounds. Between the discoveries of those 2 bodies, a third victim was found, who also died as a result of a stabbing. These grim findings led investigators to suspect the presence of a serial killer in the area. They began reviewing unsolved homicide cases across New Hampshire, gradually uncovering a disturbing pattern. Evidence was mounting that a serial killer was at large. One such case dated back to October 24, 1978, when 27-year-old Kathy Milliken, an employee of a publishing company, went out to photograph birds at the Chandler Brook Wetlands Preserve in New London, New Hampshire. Tragically, Kathy Milliken never made it home that evening. The next day, her body was discovered just a short distance from where she had last been seen. She had been stabbed 29 times. Several years later, on July 25, 1981, 37-year-old Mary Elizabeth Critchley, a University of Vermont student, went missing near Interstate 91 at the Massachusetts-Vermont border. Her body was found weeks later, on August 9th, in a wooded area off Unity Stage Road in Unity, New Hampshire. Due to the extent of decomposition, the medical examiner was unable to determine the cause of death. Then, on May 30, 1984, 17-year-old Bernice Quartermunch, a nurse's aide, set out intending to hitchhike to visit her boyfriend in Newport. She was last seen by her boyfriend's mother in Claremont and had planned to travel along New Hampshire Route 12. However, she never arrived at her boyfriend's workplace and was later reported missing. Her remains were discovered 2 years later, in April 1986, by a fisherman. Forensic examination of Bernice's body found that she had sustained an injury to the head and multiple knife wounds to the neck. On July 20th, less than 2 months after Bernice's disappearance, 27-year-old Ellen Fried, a supervisory nurse at Valley Regional Hospital in Claremont, made a late-night stop to use a payphone in the area. She spoke with her sister for 1 hour before commenting that there was a car driving back and forth in the vicinity, something which she found odd. Ellen then stepped away from the phone for a moment to make sure that her engine would start before returning. She chatted with her sister for a few more minutes before they hung up. The following day, Ellen failed to report for work and her car was found abandoned on Jarvis Hill Road, a few miles from where she'd used the payphone. A year later, in September of 1985, her remains were found in a wooded area near the banks of the Sugar River in Kellyville. A post-mortem examination showed that she had been stabbed multiple times and sexually assaulted. On July 10, 1985, 27-year-old single mother, Eva Morse, was seen hitchhiking near the border of Claremont and Charlestown in New Hampshire on Route 12. This was the last sighting of the young woman alive. In 1986, her remains were found by loggers about 500 feet from where Mary Elizabeth Critchley's remains were uncovered in 1981. There was evidence that she had been stabbed in the neck, and still the cases continued. On April 15, 1986, 36-year-old Linda Moore was doing yard work outside her home in Sextons River, Vermont. She reportedly lived in sight of Interstate 91. In the evening, her husband returned home to find her dead due to multiple stab wounds, and the home was in disarray, showing that a struggle had taken place. Linda's attack was linked to the Connecticut River Valley killings due to the timing and the violent nature of the attack, which involved a knife, despite the fact that this murder is quite different to the others, as the 36-year-old was attacked inside her home, and her body was not dumped in the woodland afterwards. Witnesses reported seeing a slightly stocky dark-haired man with a blue knapsack loitering near the home that day. He was described as being between the ages of 20 and 25 with a somewhat round face and dark-rimmed glasses. He was also clean-shaven. A year after Linda's demise, a composite sketch of the man was made and released, although he has never been identified. On January 10, 1987, 38-year-old nurse Barbara Agnew was returning home from a skiing outing with friends in Strassen, Vermont, when she disappeared. Later that evening, a snowplow driver found her green BMW at a northbound I-91 rest stop in Hartford, Vermont. The door was ajar and there was blood on the vehicle's steering wheel. Just a few months later, in March of 1987, Barbara's body was located near an apple tree in Heartland. She had been stabbed to death. Investigators noted that there had been a heavy snowstorm on the night of the 38-year-old's disappearance, but that she was only 10 miles from home, leaving them uncertain as to why she'd have pulled over. However, online sleuths have proposed the idea that she thought it was better to wait until the storm had calmed before trying to drive home in it. Then, for about 18 months, it appeared as if the Connecticut River Valley killer had finally stopped. Then on August 6 of 1988, 22-year-old Jane Borowski, who was 7 months pregnant, stopped at a closed convenience store in West Swansea on her way home from a county fair in Keene, New Hampshire. Outside the store was a vending machine where Jane purchased a drink before returning to her vehicle. Inside the car, she noticed a Jeep parked next to her. In her rear-view mirror, she saw the driver of the Jeep walk around the back of her car. He stopped at her window and asked if the payphone outside the store worked before grabbing Jane and pulling her from the car. As the 22-year-old struggled, the man accused her of beating up his girlfriend and asked if she had Massachusetts license plates. When she told them that she didn't, she had New Hampshire plates. Despite her pleas, the man showed no mercy. He pulled out a knife and brutally stabbed Jane 27 times before leaving her for dead. Incredibly, after the savage assault, the pregnant woman managed to crawl into her car and began driving toward a friend's house along New Hampshire Route 52. As she approached the home, she was horrified to see the attacker's Jeep directly in front of her. Upon reaching the house, the residents rushed to help her. Meanwhile, the Jeep made a U-turn, passed by slowly, and then sped away. Jane was rushed to the hospital, where doctors discovered the full extent of her injuries: a severed jugular vein, 2 collapsed lungs, a lacerated kidney, and severed tendons in both her knees and 1 thumb. Miraculously, both Jane and her unborn child survived. She later assisted police in producing a composite sketch of the suspect and was also able to recall the first 3 characters of the Jeep's license plate. Although authorities were able to narrow the options down to 350 vehicles, they were never able to locate the exact car or the driver who attacked Jane. The 22-year-old also recalled that the perpetrator grew bored when she stopped struggling. After this assault, the Connecticut River Valley killings stopped. There have been several suspects in this case over the years. The first of which is a young man who confessed to the murder of a teenage girl in the mid-1980s. 16-year-old Heidi Martin left her home to go for a jog in Heartland, Vermont on May 20, 1984, but did not return home. Her body was found the following day in a swampy area behind Heartland Elementary School, and it was discovered that she had been sexually assaulted before being stabbed to death. A 21-year-old named Delbert Tolman confessed to the crime and was tried for it. However, Tolman then recanted his confession and was acquitted. Curiously, the location where Barbara Agnew's body was discovered in 1987 was just a mile from where Heidi Martin's remains had been found. Over the years, a man named Tolman had lived in several towns including Bellows Falls, Springfield, and Windsor in Vermont, as well as Claremont, New Hampshire. In 1996, nearly a decade later, he was convicted on 2 counts of lewd and lascivious conduct with a child and imprisoned at Lake County Prison in Florida for failing to comply with sex offender registration requirements. He was released in October 2010. His continued status as a suspect in Heidi Martin's murder helped fuel the theory that he might be the Connecticut River Valley Killer. However, no publicly available evidence currently links Tallman to those murders or confirms his involvement. Another potential suspect in the case was Gary Westover, a 46-year-old paraplegic from Grafton, New Hampshire. Westover allegedly made a startling confession to his uncle, Howard Menon, a retired Grafton County Sheriff's deputy. According to Westover, in 1987, a group of friends picked him up for what he believed would be a night of partying. They loaded his wheelchair into their van and drove to Vermont, where Westover claimed they abducted and murdered Barbara Agnew, the final known victim of the Connecticut River Valley Killer, before dumping her body. Westover documented the names of the individuals involved, and Menon relayed the information to law enforcement, though he felt that the authorities showed little interest in pursuing the lead. Westover died in March of 1998, while Menon died in February 2006. Although he told his wife and daughter about his nephew's confession before his death. In February, one of Westover's aunts wrote a letter to Anne Agnew, Barbara's sister, with the information given by the 46-year-old before he died, and forwarded this letter to a private investigator named Lynn Marie Carty, who suspected that Westover had met a man named Michael Nicolau at a Vermont hospital and that Nicolau was possibly the Connecticut River Valley Killer. It has never been confirmed, however, that the two did meet. Carty had originally been hired to investigate the disappearance of Nicolau's first wife, Michelle, who disappeared from Massachusetts in December of 1988 and whose family suspected that Nicolau had killed her. Over time, Carty began to feel that there was more to the ex-soldier than what appeared on the surface. Nicolau reportedly had an unstable childhood and grew up in several rough neighborhoods. After serving as a helicopter pilot in the Vietnam War, he was returned to the U.S. with severe post-traumatic stress disorder and was treated at hospital for it. In the 1980s, he opened a pornography shop, but was soon charged with selling indecent material, and 2 weeks later, his store was robbed. It wasn't long before the business collapsed. In 1988, he was working as a drywaller. His friends and associates claimed that he made his living by working odd jobs and selling cocaine on the side. Some of them also noted that they felt Nicolau had a thirst for blood and stated that he had killed up to 30 civilians during the war. Additionally, he was known to have lived in the Connecticut River Valley area during all but 3 of the attacks during which he was living in Virginia. Eventually, Nicolau tracked down his second wife in Florida, where he murdered her and her daughter before taking his own life. Reports indicate that he chose to spare his stepson. Following the killings, investigators requested a comparison between Nicolau's DNA and evidence from the Connecticut River Valley Killer crime scenes. However, few updates followed, with at least one report stating that the results were inconclusive. Many online investigators remained skeptical of Nicolau's involvement, viewing him more as a volatile individual who eventually snapped rather than a calculated predator who carefully planned and executed a series of murders. There is also skepticism surrounding private investigator Carty, with some believing she may be using the case to gain publicity or promote her business. Others have suggested that more than one killer could have been responsible for the crimes. For instance, the murder of Linda Moore stands out as inconsistent with the other attacks, and some theorize that Jane Borowski may have been the victim of mistaken identity. Despite these differing opinions, law enforcement continues to treat the cases as being connected. Anyone with information related to the Connecticut River Valley Killer or their victims is urged to contact the New Hampshire State Police Major Crime Unit's Cold Case Division at 603-271-2663. Moving on to the next case. Wanda Jean Mays. Wanda Jean Mays was born in 1959 in Panama City, Panama, while her father was stationed there with the military. She spent her childhood in Arkansas, Alabama, and Texas. After completing her education at Wallace State College, she began working in 1986 as a secretary at Redstone Arsenal, a U.S. Army post. Around this time, she began to exhibit symptoms of emotional distress, believed to be caused by a chemical imbalance. Her condition worsened when she started dieting. On the evening of May 11, 1986, Wanda had dinner with her parents before visiting her aunt and uncle, who lived on Georgia Mountain in Marshall County, Alabama. Instead of returning to her own apartment, she chose to spend the night at her Aunt Vera's house. She went to bed shortly after 10 p.m., and that was the last confirmed sighting of her alive. At 5 a.m. the following morning, her aunt and uncle went to wake her for work, only to find the guest bedroom door locked. After gaining entry, they discovered the bedroom window had been broken from the inside, and there was blood on the glass. No one in the house reported hearing the window break during the night. It seemed the bed had not been used, and all of Wanda's belongings remained on the nightstand. Their home was located next to a lake, and her nightgown, stained with blood, was later found on a boat dock nearby. That same day, a local resident reported seeing a young woman resembling Wanda walking along Alabama State Road 62 near Guntersville. The witness noted that her hair appeared wet, as though she had been swimming. The next day, a female witness from Huntersville, Alabama claimed to have seen a woman matching Wanda's description sitting in the back of a car with two unidentified men at a convenience store. According to the witness, the woman appeared to be afraid. It turned out that the two people had claimed to have seen Wanda were both lying and made a story up. Marshall County rescuers believed that Wanda drowned in a lake. The entire lake was searched. They could not find Wanda, but they did find an empty canoe that was drifting in the water. Blood was discovered in the canoe. After lab testing, it was confirmed that the blood found in the canoe matched Wanda's blood type. In October 2004, a hiker searching for ginseng plants discovered human bones at the bottom of a cliff about 2 miles from the house that belonged to Wanda's aunt and uncle. In February 2008, her remains were sent to a FBI DNA lab in Virginia for testing. The FBI later confirmed that the remains found were those of Wanda. According to the Marshall County Police Department, there was no indication of foul play, and the incident was ruled an accident. Investigators believe she experienced an intense panic attack, prompting her to break the window and injure herself while escaping. She is thought to have used a canoe briefly before abandoning it and fleeing into the woods. In the darkness, she likely did not see a cliff and fell. Her family supported the police's conclusion, explaining that Wanda frequently suffered from panic attacks and was often overwhelmed by fear. Moving on to the next case. Wilma Montesi. The mysterious and unresolved death of Wilma Montesi is shrouded in confusion, scandal, and unanswered questions. Her case became entangled in a web of controversy involving drug use, elite sex parties, powerful political figures, and members of Rome's high society. Though initially ruled an accident by authorities, many continue to question the official version of events, and it's widely believed that something far more sinister occurred. At approximately 7 p.m. on April 9, 1953, 21-year-old Wilma Montesi was seen leaving the modest 3-room apartment she shared with her family in a suburb of Rome. Known as a quiet and reserved woman, Wilma was engaged to a police officer from Potenza and led a relatively simple life, though she harbored dreams of breaking into the film industry. She had even secured a small, uncredited role in the 1952 movie Ergastolo, translated as prison. After leaving her home, she was reportedly spotted on a train headed toward Ostia, a coastal town about 20 kilometers from Rome. Although her family insisted she was unfamiliar with public transportation, police concluded she had boarded the train voluntarily. From there, Wilma is believed to have made her way to Torvajanica Beach, where a kiosk owner selling postcards claimed to have seen and spoken with a young woman matching Wilma's description. The woman reportedly purchased an illustrated postcard she intended to send to her fiancé in Potenza. After that moment, Wilma's whereabouts became unknown. 2 days later, on April 11th, a laborer eating breakfast at the beach discovered the body of a young woman lying face down on the shoreline, her head submerged in water. She was only partially clothed, missing her handbag, shoes, stockings, and garter belt. Although many reports claimed she wasn't wearing a skirt, crime scene photos suggest that she was. What may have been missing was her underslip. News of the unidentified woman spread quickly. Despite police prohibiting journalists from entering the morgue, one reporter managed to sneak in by pretending to be a lawyer. His published article included detailed observations that enabled Wilma's father to recognize the deceased woman as his daughter. Although investigators were able to piece together more of Wilma's final movements, this reconstruction yielded few concrete leads. Reportedly, her mother and sister had spent the afternoon at the cinema watching The Golden Coach. And although they'd asked Wilma to accompany them, she had declined. She told them that she'd rather go for a walk instead. When Wilma's mother and sister returned later on, she wasn't there. They found it odd that she'd left behind her ID and the jewelry she'd been gifted by her boyfriend, which she always wore when she went out. The police found that the building's caretaker had seen the young woman leave, but he hadn't seen her return. Wilma's body was taken to the Institute of Forensic Medicine in Rome for examination, and the death was quickly ruled as accidental. Medical experts concluded that she had gone to the beach to soak her feet in the seawater as they were sore from her new pair of shoes, but that she ultimately fainted and drowned. Wilma apparently couldn't swim, and they argued that her sudden illness was due to her period, which had been present at the time of her death. There were reportedly no traces of drugs or alcohol in her system, and the distance between where she was last seen and where she was found was explained away by investigators as being due to the sea currents. There are conflicting reports about whether or not the 21-year-old was sexually assaulted. The first autopsy showed that she had not, as they determined that Wilma was still a virgin, but later examinations noted the presence of sand inside of her, which led to the speculation that there had been an attempted sexual assault but that it had failed. While the police were satisfied with the autopsy outcome and closed Wilma's case just 5 days after her body was found, the general public and the press were not so easily swayed. After the case was closed, theories began to circulate. She could have taken her own life, but her family argued that she showed no signs of depression and noted how excited she was about her upcoming wedding. Journalists wondered if her parents were so quick to dismiss the idea of suicide because they were a Christian family and they wanted her to have a proper burial. Others have questioned why Wilma would take such a long journey just to either take her own life or dip her feet in the water. And since she was expected home for dinner, why make the journey at 5:30 in the evening? It's also been asked numerous times, why did Wilma remove her suspender belt when she was simply dipping her feet in the water? Another theory about Wilma's demise was that her uncle was involved. Apparently, the young man had encouraged her to break off her engagements. He was also seen as somebody who lived outside of societal norms by consorting with society's undesirables and those of a dubious nature, which meant that the general public found him to be an unsavory character, and they took this theory very seriously. While he at first refused to give an alibi, he later relented, telling investigators that he'd been with his girlfriend's sister. He later had 2 children with this woman. What no one could have expected was for the case to devolve in the way it did over the next few years. Prominent figures in cultural, political, and judicial systems were called out for reportedly taking part in drug-fueled sex parties, and many were said to have been involved in consorting with sex workers and known criminals. It's at this point in Wilma's case that things start to become unclear. As journalists began to investigate, several proposed the idea that the theory of death being accidental was a cover-up to protect high-powered politicians and the elites and wealthy in Roman society. According to reports, the aforementioned sex parties took place in an estate near where Wilma's body was found and was managed by a man named Marquez Ugo Mantegna. This man was friends with the son of Italy's foreign minister, who later resigned due to the scandal exploding around his son. Newspapers received letters from all across the country, with one claiming to have observed a man in a car with a woman who resembled Wilma driving through the estate. The driver was later resembled Wilma driving through the estates. The driver was later identified as the nephew of the last king of Italy, and was at one point charged in Venice for being involved in crime. Marquez and Piero, the son of Italy's foreign minister, were also sent to Venice in 1957 to stand trial, where they'd been charged with being accessories in Wilma's death. A police chief was also tried for being involved with the cover-up. He was the same man who'd opted to close the case 5 days after the body was found. During the trial, Piero's actress girlfriend confirmed that the couple had spent the days leading up to the incident together in Ravello. He returned home on the 9th but had an alibi thanks to the doctors and nurses who attended to him while he was home sick. Ultimately, all 3 men were acquitted when judicial authorities concluded that there could not be a cover-up and they could not be accessories to the crime as far as they were concerned, no crime had been committed. Wilma's death was an accident. Much of these alleged revelations about the estate came to light because of an ex-girlfriend of Marquez, a woman who often went by Ana Maria. She claimed that he was running a drug ring and accused him of being involved with the disappearances of several women. She also said that Marquez used Piero as an assassin and that she'd heard the two discussing getting rid of Wilma, who for a short time had apparently been a lover of Marquez. These accusations were enough for an investigation to be opened, but as we mentioned earlier, it saw no results. Around about this time, a journalist named Silvano Muto proposed the theory that Wilma had been a drug runner and that she had overdosed at the estate during one of its infamous sex parties. The key testimony in the case came from another aspiring actress, Adriana Bisaccia, who claimed she had attended an orgy alongside Wilma. According to Adriana, Wilma had consumed excessive amounts of alcohol and drugs, resulting in an overdose. In a panic, those present allegedly moved her body and left it on the beach. Despite the gravity of this allegation, authorities dismissed the claims and instead prosecuted journalist Silvano for spreading false and inflammatory information that could disrupt public order. During the subsequent trial of those believed to be connected to Wilma's death, Adriana's account was largely discredited, and her statements were mocked. Silvano received a 2-year prison sentence, while Adriana was handed a 10-month suspended sentence. Ana Maria, who also came forward with testimony, was later prosecuted as well. In 1966, she was sentenced to 2 years in prison. Throughout the investigation and public discourse, the media portrayed Wilma as a virtuous young woman whose life had ended in an unfortunate accident. She was laid to rest in her wedding gown. Though the case officially remains unsolved, a criminologist and journalist revisited long-forgotten case files in 2015. After reviewing the documents, he concluded that Wilma's death was likely linked to aspects of her private life and that a critical line of inquiry had been ignored during the original investigation. Unfortunately, with the amount of time that's passed and the lack of forensic evidence, it seems very unlikely that we'll ever know what truly unfolded in the final hours of Wilma's life. Moving on to the next case. Amanda Gallion. In September 1997, 14-year-old Amanda Dawn Gallion reluctantly moved with her family from Kansas City, Missouri to Gillette, Wyoming. The relocation was initially made by her mother, Sissy, who wanted to be near her terminally ill mother, but the rest of the family soon followed. Amanda was unhappy about leaving behind her close friends and familiar surroundings. Near the end of the month, she tried to run away but returned home the next day, an early sign of the difficulties the family would soon face. Just 6 weeks after settling in, Amanda disappeared. On the morning of October 13th, she left home on her bicycle to go to school but never arrived. Her family remained unaware of her absence until 6 p.m., when the school finally called to inform them, having failed to notify the family earlier in the day that Amanda hadn't shown up. Amanda's bicycle was discovered abandoned by the roadside near Interstate 90. Initially, authorities believed she had run away and quickly focused their attention on a 20-year-old man named Patrick Lee Goring. Although not much is publicly known about Goring, it was evident that he had an inappropriate interest in Amanda and wanted to pursue a relationship with her. Her parents, Sissy and Don, were strongly opposed to this and were aware that Amanda occasionally snuck out at night to see him. When questioned by police, Goring claimed the last time he saw Amanda was at 7:15 a.m. on the day she vanished. Investigators suspected he might be hiding her but lacked the evidence needed to pursue charges. Consequently, Goring was released after the interview. However, less than a week later, on October 19th, Goring himself went missing. His red pickup truck was later found abandoned, parked improperly and facing the wrong direction. His father had come across it and brought it back home before contacting law enforcement. Few clues were gathered from the truck. Gering's father noted that the driver's seat had been pulled close to the wheel, closer than how it would have been had the 20-year-old been driving. Before I continue, I want to remind you that only a small percentage of people who watch my videos are actually subscribed. So if you enjoy my content, consider subscribing. It's free and you can always change your mind later. Now let's move on with the video. Additionally, investigators recovered 2 watches and a handwritten letter. The letter, according to Sissy Gallion, was filled to the brim with teenage angst. It had been penned by her daughter and noted the anger she felt towards her parents and the distress of losing her friends and having to start over in a new city. Sissy also recognized one of the watches as belonging to her mother, who'd gifted it to Amanda. Sissy's mother, who was affectionately referred to as Nanny, had passed away in the months leading up to the disappearance. Very little progress was made in the case after this point. Many tips and leads came to the police, but all were explored and none panned out. Amanda's father, Don, recalled getting suspicious phone calls at the house shortly after she went missing and told investigators that a family friend had reported seeing her back in Kansas City. Sightings also came in from Florida and Montana. Reports of her being seen in Kansas City often associated her with a blue car with Wyoming license plates. However, none of these sightings have ever been confirmed and the car has never been traced. Don and Sissy believed that Patrick Gering was involved in the 14-year-old's initial disappearance. In the weeks following Amanda's disappearance, her father Don grew increasingly frustrated with the lack of progress in the investigation. In one tense incident, he confronted a group of teenagers he suspected might know something about Amanda and even fired a shot at one of their car tires. Although he was arrested for the act, the charges were later dropped. Despite his efforts, no new information surfaced, and the Gallion family was left in painful uncertainty. A breakthrough came in February when Amanda's case was re-examined after police in Montana reached out to Gillette authorities. They had a potential suspect, Nathaniel Barjona, born David P. Brown, who had just been arrested in connection with the abduction and presumed murder of 10-year-old Zachary Ramsey. Zachary had vanished on his way to school on June 2, 1996, in Great Falls, Montana. Barjona was no stranger to law enforcement. His criminal history was extensive, marked by charges of child sexual abuse and attempted murder. He mostly preyed on young boys, but not exclusively, and he once admitted to a psychiatrist that he had fantasies of kidnapping, murdering, and cannibalizing children. His violent behavior reportedly began as early as age 7, when he lured a 5-year-old girl into his basement and tried to strangle her. Despite his very brazen crimes, Barjona was never appropriately punished and often avoided lengthy prison sentences. Furthermore, he is suspected of being involved with the disappearances of several other children. During a search of Barjona's property, human bone fragments were found. They were tested against Zachary Ramsey's DNA and Amanda Gallion's DNA, but neither of them matched. Reportedly, the day before Amanda's disappearance, Barjona, who would have been 40 at the time, made a 450 miles trip from Great Falls to Gillette. He checked into a motel at 8 o'clock that night and was seen again the next day at 2 p.m. in an antiques mall in Billings, Montana. He then returned to Great Falls later that night. The trip has never been explained and it is unclear what exactly Barjona was doing in Gillette. The charges against Barjona for the murder of Zachary Ramsey were eventually dropped in February 2002 due to a lack of evidence. However, he remained in jail after being sentenced to 130 years for several kidnapping, aggravated assault and sexual assault convictions. It is unknown if Barjona is involved in Amanda's disappearance. He died aged 51 of a blood clot in February 2008, while still serving his prison sentence. In February 2007, James Strahl, an accused murderer from South Dakota, became the new suspect in the case after he allegedly confessed to killing Amanda on the day she went missing. He was in jail awaiting trial in connection with the 1998 death of a man named William O'Hare when another inmate named Aloysius Black Crow came forward to claim that Strahl bragged about the crime. Additionally, Strahl said that he picked up a hitchhiker whom he identified as Amanda after she ran away from home. He then raped and killed her after she refused his sexual advances. He claimed to be under the influence of drugs at the time, and it's unclear what became of Amanda's remains afterwards. Strahl's employment records somewhat back up his story by showing that he was absent from work around the time of the 14-year-old's disappearance. However, they can't prove anything more than that. Strahl, for his part, told investigators that he was not involved in the case and never claimed to me. Black Crow, who told the police about Strahl, testified at his trial for the murder of William O'Hare, though he was not allowed to mention Amanda or her case. In February, Strahl was convicted of O'Hare's murder and sentenced to life in prison. But shortly thereafter, the conviction was overturned when it was discovered that Black Crow had given false testimony in another case. Strahl has continued to maintain his innocence when it comes to Amanda. In 2010, he reached an agreement with the prosecution in regards to the murder of William O'Hare, where he pledged no contest to grand theft and manslaughter. He was sentenced to 35 years in prison. He also agreed to take a polygraph test about his alleged involvement in Amanda's disappearance. It is unclear what the outcome of the test was, but polygraph tests are famously unreliable regardless. Amanda has never been located in the years since she disappeared. As a teenager, she enjoyed singing country music and played the violin. Some agencies continue to classify her case as a runaway, but investigators believe other factors were at play at the time of her disappearance. Similarly, Patrick Goring has never been found. Foul play is suspected in his case. Neither Amanda's nor Goring's social security number has been used since the pair vanished, indicating that neither of them has applied for a job, obtained a driver's license, or gotten a credit card since 1997. There are numerous theories in the case, ranging from Amanda and Goring running away together to Goring killing the teen and hiding her body to their disappearances being completely unrelated and nothing more than mere coincidence. Their families are still searching for the truth. Amanda Gallion was only 14 years old when she disappeared on the morning of October 13, 1997, while on her way to school in Gillette, Wyoming. At the time, she was 5 feet 2 inches tall, weighed around 100 pounds, and had blonde hair and blue eyes, although she had dyed her hair black shortly before she went missing. If she is still alive today, Amanda would be 38 years old. If you have any information about Amanda's disappearance, please contact the Gillette Police Department at 307-682-5155. Patrick Lee Goring, who was 20 years old when he also went missing 6 days after Amanda, vanished from the same town. He is described as a white male with brown hair and brown eyes. Notably, his right ear is underdeveloped, and he has a 1-inch scar on his right temple. He stood 5 feet 5 inches tall, weighed 160 pounds, and wore his hair in a crew cut at the time of his disappearance. If he is still alive, he will be 44 years old. If you have any information about his disappearance, you can call the Campbell County Sheriff's Office at 307-682-7271. Moving on to the next case. Archibald Hall. Archibald Thompson Hall was born on June 26, 1924, in Glasgow, Scotland, into a poor family. As a teenager, he turned to crime as a means of survival, beginning with petty theft at age 15 and quickly progressing to housebreaking. Using the proceeds from his crimes, he relocated to London and became involved in the gay social scene, identifying as bisexual. At 17, Hall received his first prison sentence after being caught trying to sell stolen jewelry taken while he was still in Scotland. During his time behind bars, he immersed himself in the study of antiquities and refined his understanding of aristocratic customs. He even took elocution lessons, which allowed him to completely shed his Glaswegian accent. Reinventing himself, he chose a new identity, adopting the name Roy Fontaine, drawing inspiration from Hollywood actress Joan Fontaine, a prominent figure in the golden age of cinema. Using his charm and refined social skills, Hall swiftly built relationships with members of the aristocracy, as well as with playwrights and individuals in the entertainment industry. Before long, he secured multiple positions as a butler. However, these roles were often short-lived, as Hall repeatedly stole from his employers and faced several jail sentences as a result. During this time, He also went through a marriage and subsequent divorce. In 1975, following yet another prison term, Hall returned to Scotland and took a position with Lady Margaret Hudson at Curdleton House in Dumfriesshire. Initially, he intended to revert to his old habits by stealing valuable jewels to sell, but he unexpectedly found genuine satisfaction in both the work and his employer, leading him to consider abandoning his criminal ways. Unfortunately, this resolution was short-lived. In 1977, David Wright, a man Hall had met during his previous incarceration, was hired as a gamekeeper. Tension quickly escalated when Wright stole jewelry from Lady Hudson. When Hall confronted him, Wright retaliated by threatening to reveal Hall's criminal history. Although Hall initially agreed to stay silent, he later lured Wright on a rabbit hunting trip, where he fatally shot him and buried the body on the estate grounds. Hall's efforts to hide his past from Lady Hudson were in vain, however, as she was soon informed by police of his true nature, and he was subsequently let go from his position. From here, Hall returned to London where he became the butler for another wealthy couple, Walter Scott Elliot, 82, and his wife Dorothy, who was 60. Walter was from a wealthy aristocratic Scottish family, and had previously worked as a Labour MP. Hall fit in well with the couple, still hadn't shaken off the criminal life. He intended on robbing the couple of their most valuable possessions, and selling them on so he could make enough money to retire early. At some point, a few years before this, Hall had met an Irish woman named Mary Cogle who was, according to some reports, a sex worker. Although she is also noted to have been a housekeeper for the Scots Elliots. Through Mary, Hall met a man named Michael Kitto and the two struck it off instantly. It was with Kitto that Hall planned to rob the older couple. However, things quickly escalated when one day while the two were discussing their plans in the couple's home, Dorothy walked in on them. Startled and confused because Hall had brought an unknown man into her home, the pair panicked and grabbed the 60-year-old woman, suffocating her with a pillow. After this, Hall and Kitto sedated Walter and dressed Mary Cogle in a fur coat and wig so she could pretend to be Dorothy and empty the couple's bank accounts. But the trio still had a body to dispose of. They kept Walter sedated and moved him into the back of a car with Mary, who was still dressed as Dorothy. Dorothy's body was placed in the trunk and Kitto and Hall got into the front seats and drove towards Brecco, Perthshire, where they buried Dorothy's body. In a wooded area of Inverness Higher, Hall and Kitto attempted to kill Walter by strangulation, but when he resisted, Hall struck the elderly man over the head with a shovel, ultimately killing him before burying his body. Their third victim was Mary, who had become enamored with the luxurious lifestyle and began flaunting the stolen fur coats and jewelry taken from Dorothy. Her reckless behavior worried Hall and Kitto, who feared she might expose them. To silence her, they bludgeoned her to death with a poker. Her remains were discarded in a stream near Middleby, Dumfriesshire, and were discovered by a shepherd on Christmas Day in 1977. The duo's final victim was Hall's half-brother, Donald, a convicted pedophile who had recently been released from prison and had taken up residence at Hall's holiday home in Cumbria. Hall and Kitto told Donald they needed him for a practice session. Moving on to the next case. Béla Kiss. Béla Kiss was born on July 28, 1877, in Isak, Austria-Hungary, to János Kiss and Verona Varga. Not much is known about his early life, though some have speculated, based on circumstantial evidence and the nature of his later crimes, that he may have had an incestuous relationship with his mother. However, this remains purely speculative and unproven. In 1900, Kiss relocated to a town near Budapest called Szentkoda, which has since become part of the capital. There, he worked as a tinsmith and was regarded as skilled and dependable in his trade. By most accounts, he was well liked by neighbors and described as a handsome man, with blonde hair, blue eyes, and an interest in astrology. Less known to those around him was his fascination with the occult. Much of his life before his crimes remains poorly documented. There are conflicting accounts regarding Kiss's marital history and whether he had any children. Some reports state that despite being known for his womanizing, he remained childless, prompting speculation that he may have been infertile. Other accounts suggest he had 2 children and was married twice. One of these alleged marriages was to a much younger woman named Marie, with whom he moved into a new house in February 1912, at the age of 37. Some sources say the marriage ended quickly after Marie left him for another man, though this claim is not firmly verified. It is commonly reported that Marie and a man named Paul were Kiss's first known victims, with Paul allegedly being the only male whose body was later recovered, though this, too, remains uncertain. Most news sources suggest all of Kiss's victims were women. In 1912, he hired a housekeeper, Mrs. Jacobek, to help maintain the home. She was described as a dedicated and trustworthy worker who held Kiss in high regard, praising his kindness and generosity as an employer. She reportedly only ever saw him spread generosity to his neighbors, even once watching him tend to a sickly dog. Mrs. Jacobek also noted that her boss was extremely social. As a bachelor, he often corresponded with women and invited them to his house. Kiss met these single women by placing ads in the local newspaper, describing himself as a widower who was seeking female companionship. The housekeeper, however, made herself scarce whenever Kiss had visitors, so she never really paid attention to who exactly was coming and going. One strange thing that neighbors noticed about Kiss was that he had several large metal drums on his property. He apparently claimed that he was using them to store gasoline, although neighbors suspected that he was instead storing alcohol. In 1914, Kiss was conscripted into the army to fight in World War I. He entrusted his home to his housekeeper while he was away. Then in 1916, authorities in Budapest got a phone call from a frenzied landlord who'd found metal barrels from which a foul odor emanated. He was the landlord of the property Kiss had been living in. When police arrived on the scene, they opened up one of the barrels and were met with a horrific sight. Inside was a naked woman dead from strangulation with a rope around her neck. She had been preserved in wood alcohol. Additional drums discovered on the property also contained human remains. 7 were unearthed in the garden, and another 17 were found scattered throughout the nearby countryside. Shocked by the gruesome discovery, authorities contacted the military and requested that they detain Kiss. However, their efforts were thwarted by the fact that Béla Kiss was an extremely common name, making it nearly impossible to identify the correct individual. To prevent him from learning he was a suspect, investigators intercepted all telegrams and letters that might reach him. At first, Mrs. Jacobek fell under suspicion, with police considering the possibility that she had been complicit in the murders, or at least aware of them, especially after discovering that Kiss had left her money in his will. She adamantly denied any involvement or knowledge of the crimes. However, she did inform the authorities about a locked room in the house that she had been explicitly instructed never to enter. Inside, police found large bookcases packed with literature on strangulation and poisoning, along with a desk drawer containing letters from 74 different women, the oldest dating back to 1903. From this evidence, police determined that Kiss was defrauding middle-aged women who were mostly widows and looking for love again. He'd specifically selected women with no living relatives at all, or at least no nearby relatives. Using the name of Hoffman rather than Kiss, he would meet with the women, seduce them and convince them to send him money. 2 of his victims had even initiated court proceedings because he'd taken money off them. However, the cases had been dismissed because the women failed to appear in court. Reportedly, Kiss had received 174 proposals and accepted 74. Each victim was strangled. Their bodies were then placed in the metal airtight drums where they were pickled in alcohol. According to some reports, there were puncture wounds on the necks of some victims, possibly linking back to Kiss's alleged interest in the occult. Kiss could have been practicing vampirism. On October 4th of 1916, the Budapest police received a letter that Kiss was recuperating in a Serbian hospital, but they arrived at the scene too late. The man they were after, if it really was Kiss, had already fled the scene. He'd left a dead soldier in his bed to fool passing medical staff. The Hungarian police were then alerted and made aware of the situation. There were many sightings of Kiss in the years following, but most proved to be dead ends and authorities were no closer to catching the depraved serial killer. There has been ongoing speculation that Kiss may have faked his death during the war by assuming the identity of a deceased soldier. Rumors circulated that he had been imprisoned in Romania for burglary or had succumbed to yellow fever in Turkey. In 1920, a soldier in the French Foreign Legion reported another man known as Hoffman, who not only matched Kiss's physical description but also boasted about his skill with a garrote. Some of his correspondence even included the name Kiss. However, this individual vanished before authorities had the chance to question him. The final reported sighting of Kiss occurred in New York City in 1932, when a seasoned detective recognized for his exceptional memory for faces claimed to have seen him emerging from the Times Square subway. Rumors soon spread that Kiss was living in the city and working as a janitor. But by the time police investigated, the man had disappeared. Béla Kiss has since become a figure of macabre fascination in popular culture, inspiring songs, a play, a movie, and a book based on his horrific crimes. To this day, his ultimate fate remains a mystery. It seems unlikely that we will ever truly know what became of him, or how many lives he took. Moving on to the next case. Christy Krebs. Christy Krebs was a 22-year-old woman living in Fort Bragg, California, with her parents, Bob and Susan Krebs, and her two younger brothers. Known for her cheerful and positive nature, Christy had dreams of becoming a chef. After graduating from Fort Bragg High School in 1989, she began working full-time at a local round-table pizza restaurant. During her time there, she developed an intense infatuation with a married coworker, leading her to fantasize about an imaginary life with him, including a wedding and children. On August 30, 1990, Christy was driving her car while in a euphoric mental state when she became disoriented and lost her way. Her vehicle eventually got stuck in the mud deep in the redwood forest. In a desperate attempt to free it, she repeatedly revved the engine until it overheated and caught fire. Although Christy escaped the burning car, the incident triggered a severe psychological breakdown. Disoriented and panicked, she fled into the surrounding forest. She was found the next day by railroad workers. The railroad workers who found Christy described her as dazed and disoriented, wandering along the skunk train tracks. One of them recognized her and quickly contacted her parents. When her father, Bob Krebs, picked her up and drove her home, he noticed that Christy was behaving oddly, chanting and patting herself repeatedly. Concerned for her well-being, her parents decided to take her to the hospital for evaluation. Doctors conducted a series of drug tests to determine whether substances might have caused her behavior, but the results came back clean. It was concluded that Christy had suffered a psychotic episode. Over the next 6 months, she was in and out of the hospital. At one point, she lost all memory of herself and those around her. Gradually, however, her condition improved. After 6 months, her memories began to return, and her behavior steadily returned to normal. Her therapist approved her return to work, recommending that she start part-time working only 20 hours per week. Christy went back to working at the Round Table Pizza restaurant. She was doing really well and would decide to get a second job at Burger King. However, as demands grew at both workplaces, she found herself clocking in 5 to 6 hours daily at each job. As a result, she would work 10 to 12 hours a day and would also frequently visit the gym to exercise and manage her weight. All of this leading to a reduced sleep. 3 years would go by, and despite her family's concerns about her potentially spiraling into a manic state again, she insisted that she was okay. On August 9, 1993, Christy left her work around 10 p.m. Her manager at the Round Table Pizza restaurant later said that Christy was extremely hyper and happy, much happier than she had been in a long time. At one point, he even inquired about the reason behind her elevated mood, to which she cryptically responded, "It's not what you think." After finishing her shift, Christy walked across the parking lot of Round Table Pizza restaurant towards her red 1990 Toyota Tercel. Co-workers saw her climb into her car and drive out of the parking lot. This was the last time that Christy Krebs was seen alive. When Christy did not come home, her parents reported her missing and a full-scale search was launched. The next day, her car was found abandoned in a remote corner of Mendocino Woodlands State Park. However, Christy was nowhere to be seen. Examining the car, Police found that the car's radio had been ripped out, and faint traces of blood were evident on both the dashboard and the front seat. Additionally, torn identification papers and photographs were strewn across the front seat and outside the vehicle respectively. Christy's work clothes were found in the back seat folded up and wet. Her gym bag with her gym clothes, a fluorescent pink shorts and a white t-shirt featuring coordinating colors was missing. It wasn't immediately clear if Christy had driven her car into Mendocino Woodlands State Park or if some type of foul play was involved. Police issued a public plea urging anyone who had encountered Christy on August 9th to come forward. Soon, the police received a call from a park ranger at McCreature State Park, 20 miles north of Mendocino Woodlands State Park. The park ranger said he saw Christy sitting in her car in the parking lot of a nearby public beach in McCreature State Park on August 9th around 10:30 p.m. The ranger told Christy that the state park's lot closed half an hour earlier and that she needed to leave. Christy told the ranger that she was relaxing after work and asked him if she could stay. But the ranger insisted she couldn't, leading Christy to agree to leave. The park ranger said the interaction was friendly and that he did not notice anything unusual about her. Police believes that when Christy left the parking lot, she drove straight to Mendocino Woodlands State Park. While driving, her car got stuck in the mud. Christy then reportedly revved her car's engine until both rear tires blew out. Her father, Bob Krebs, believes this behavior was triggered by a flashback to the traumatic car fire she experienced in 1990, possibly prompting another psychotic episode. In a state of apparent confusion and distress, she smashed the hood of her car with a rock and tore up personal photos and identification documents. Her parents believe that afterward, Christy abandoned the vehicle and walked into the surrounding woods. It's thought that she may have fallen into a nearby creek and later returned to the car to change into her gym clothes. She was last believed to be wearing fluorescent pink shorts and a white t-shirt with matching colors. The Mendocino County Sheriff's Department, along with volunteers and search dogs, launched an intensive search of Mendocino Woodlands State Park and the nearby area where Christy's car had been located. A potential sighting came from a witness who reported seeing a woman matching Christy's description hitchhiking along Highway 20 on the same day her car was discovered. According to the witness, there were several people hitchhiking near the road leading to the harvest market, and she appeared to be among them. Initially mistaking her for his niece, he slowed down as he approached the group of hitchhikers. He had a good look at the woman, and he believes it was Christy Krebs. He also accurately described Christy's gym clothes. By the time authorities got there, Christy was no longer there. Despite extensive searches, Christy remained missing. There would be several sightings of Christy in the following few months. The most credible sighting came 9 months after Christy vanished when a woman named Alicia Larson saw her missing poster in a Salt Lake City gas station and recognized her as a hitchhiker she had picked up on August 11, 1993. The woman said that she picked up Christy near Interstate 80 in Salt Lake City, Utah. As she got into Alicia's car, she stated, "You are looking at the happiest girl in the world," a phrase Susan confirmed was one that her daughter used often. During the ride, the woman introduced herself as Chris, which was Christy's nickname. She told Alicia that she had fallen in love with a trucker that she had recently met and was traveling to Amarillo, Texas to marry him. However, Alicia said that the woman seemed paranoid, claiming that she was afraid of the police and could not go back home because it would put her parents at risk. Alicia wanted to believe her story, but it was clear to her that the woman was in a world of her own. Alicia dropped her off near a McDonald's in Park City, Utah. As the young woman got out of the car, she remarked, quote, "Burger King is better," end quote. Since Christy worked at Burger King at the time of her disappearance, her parents confirmed that this was also something Christy likely would have said. Alicia accurately described the pink shorts and distinctive t-shirt that Christy had been wearing. Alicia visited the Krebs at their home while on a trip in San Francisco, staying with them in Fort Bragg for a week, and shared information about the half hour she spent with their daughter. Everything from the way the girl smiled and sometimes licked her teeth when her mouth was dry to the way Alicia described her running up to the car when she stopped to the side of the highway felt familiar to the Krebs. Christy's parents were convinced that Alicia had indeed picked up their daughter. Susan later said she told us about conversations and mannerisms that were completely credible that anyone who knew Christy would recognize. This is the only positive sighting we have had of Christy, but we know she hitchhiked out of Fort Bragg and made it to Salt Lake City in a very happy though delusional state. She felt she couldn't come home because her family would be in danger. There would be several other witnesses who reported seeing Christy. However, they have not been confirmed. In March 1994, a woman whose daughter attended the same class as Christy claimed to have spotted her near Highway 101 in Humboldt County. The woman was walking 10 feet away in the rain. When the witness called out Christy's name, she glanced towards her before disappearing into the nearby woods. She said it seemed like she was in a daze and had been walking for quite a while. She just kept on going like she was in a trance, one witness later recalled. Then, on June 30, 1994, several months after Christy's disappearance, and roughly 300 miles south of where her abandoned car had been found, an off-duty highway worker named Mike Case encountered a female hitchhiker near Visalia, California. At first, Mike assumed the woman might have been under the influence of drugs, but as they spoke, he realized she appeared to be lost in her own world, detached from reality. He also noticed 2 slash marks on her wrist. When he asked about them, she explained that she had suffered a breakdown and alluded to a boyfriend who hadn't treated her well. During the roughly 90-minute drive, the woman shared personal details. She spoke about an unkind boyfriend, mentioned having relatives in San Jose, and expressed a deep love for the ocean. All of these remarks struck a chord with Christy's parents, who were familiar with her history of romantic delusions, her past family ties to San Jose, and her fondness for the coast. Mike dropped the woman off near an intersection in Hanford, California, and didn't give the encounter much further thought until he later saw Christy's photo in a trucking magazine. Recognizing her, he contacted the authorities. After her parents sent him additional photos of Christy, Mike became convinced that the woman he had given a ride to was indeed Christy Krebs. Over time, Christy's case gradually disappeared from public attention, but her parents have never given up hope or stopped searching for her. Despite the years that have passed, Christy Krebs remains missing. If she is still alive today, she would be 53 years old. Moving on to the next case. Llaya Wadi. Llaya Britain and Baganala Moses Law were the co-owners of a 5-acre ranch in West Palm Beach, Florida, and June 5, 1944, was expected to be just another ordinary day for them. Known as a quiet and private duo, they gained local recognition for breeding exotic birds, an endeavor that initially began in a rented warehouse in Queens, New York. Llaya primarily cared for the birds, while Moses, her nephew, managed the business operations. Despite not holding a license from the Florida Game and Freshwater Fish Commission, which was required to legally breed and sell birds in the U.S., they insisted their breeding was purely for enjoyment. Nonetheless, the estimated value of their bird collection was a staggering $750,000. Their extended family in Guyana, South America, also ran a bird importing enterprise, and when U.S. laws on animal imports tightened in 1993, Llaya and Moses shifted their focus to domestic breeding. Supporting their operations were 2 ranch hands, Daljeet Gabon and Roland Iam, who had both been with them since the ranch's opening in 1992. Roland, a former reptile dealer, had met Moses during a trip to Africa, while Daljeet, like Moses, was originally from Guyana. Up until the summer of 1994, everything at the ranch seemed to be running smoothly with no apparent financial or operational issues. However, this changed dramatically on June 5th. That day, a delivery driver from Bird Haven Feed Company made a scheduled stop at the ranch. Since Llaya and Moses didn't keep a regular stockpile of bird feed, deliveries were made frequently. Normally, one of the 4 ranch workers would be there to greet the driver, but on this occasion, no one came out. Assuming the workers were busy, the driver left the boxes of feed at the gate and continued his route. When he returned the next day and saw the boxes still untouched, concern set in. Aware that the birds depended on consistent feeding, he alerted local authorities. Unfortunately, it took 10 days before anyone investigated the situation. Jurisdictional confusion led to a standoff between the Palm Beach County Sheriff's Department, Animal Control, and the Florida Game and Freshwater Fish Commission over who was responsible for the case. By the time officers finally arrived, many of the birds had already perished from starvation and dehydration. A thorough search of the property revealed something even more disturbing. There was no trace of any of the ranch workers or its owners. Ranch hand Roland was located in New York City a few days later on June 18th. He claimed that he had quit working at the ranch 2 weeks before Llaya and Moses went missing on June 5th. He also shared an interesting story that he'd been told by the other employee. According to Daljeet, 2 unidentified men forced Llaya and Moses into a white van at gunpoint, and they also took some of the birds with them. Digging further, detectives working on the case discovered that Moses wants to begin importing reptiles from Africa and had allegedly borrowed money from some shady figures connected to the criminal underworld. However, a separate newspaper article from the Palm Beach Post states that a reptile deal went wrong and Moses, in a bid to repay Roland back with the money he owed him, paid him in birds. Roland attempted to sell the birds shortly before Llaya and Moses vanished. It is unclear which version of events is correct. Meanwhile, the other ranch hand, Daljeet, had actually been apprehended on June 7th in Georgia on traffic violations. He was using Moses's driver license and van, which contains several wild birds and tortoises. A videotape was also recovered from the vehicle which explained how to change one's identity. However, Daljeet was released on a $318 bail and subsequently fled the area. It wasn't until after he'd been released that authorities in Georgia discovered that he was not the man he'd said he was and that Moses was actually a missing person. Initially, law enforcement did not believe that Daljeet was involved in the disappearances, but wanted him to come in for further questioning. However, as time has gone by and he has continued to remain in hiding, he is now considered a suspect in the case. Investigators also discovered that in October of 1993, Moses had told his mother that Daljeet had stolen $29,000 from the ranch. Moses had filed charges, but dropped them when his employee agreed to return the funds. Daljeet was allowed to keep his job and continued working at the ranch. In the years since their disappearance, neither Llaya nor Moses has ever been seen or heard from again. Their surviving birds were publicly auctioned off in Florida toward the end of 1994. The pair's family attempted to buy the birds but were unable to pay the $180,000 bill attached to the purchase by Animal Control. The family believed that neither Llaya nor Moses would abandon the animals willingly. In March of 2011, law enforcement tracked Daljeet down to Jersey City, where he was living and working under the name Roy Smith. However, by the time they arrived to apprehend him, he'd already fled. It is now believed he may be somewhere in Philadelphia. He is identified as an Asian male, standing between 5 feet 5 inches and 5 feet 7 inches, with black hair and brown eyes. He may go by the names Harry Gobbin or Black Gobbin and originally hails from Guyana. At the time of his disappearance in 1994, he was 38 years old, which would make him 66 today. Llaya, who disappeared from the Florida ranch around June 5, 1994, was 36 years old at the time. She is described as an Asian woman, approximately 5 feet 5 inches tall and weighing around 115 pounds, with black hair, brown eyes, and pierced ears. Her nephew, Moses, was 31 years old in 1994 and is described as an Asian male, 5 feet 7 inches tall, weighing about 165 pounds, with black hair and brown eyes. He may also be known by the name Bhagwan in addition to Moses. Both Llaya and Moses are originally from Guyana. If they are still alive today, Llaya would be 63, and Moses would be 59. If you have any information about their disappearances or the whereabouts of Daljeet, you can call the Palm Beach County Sheriff's Office at 561-688-3000. Moving on to the next case. Suzanne Lindholm. Suzanne Lindholm, born on December 9, 1950, was 25 years old and employed at the Finnair service desk at Helsinki Airport at the time of her death in 1976. On Saturday, August 7th, after completing her shift, she decided to go out for the evening. Although she invited several of her coworkers to join her, all of them declined. Instead, she contacted a male friend who picked her up and drove her to western Helsinki. There, in the Hager district, Suzanne met up with her sister Camila. The two spent some time at a hotel bar, and by then it was already past 10 p.m. Afterward, they headed to a nightclub in central Helsinki to continue their night out. While enjoying drinks and spending time with Camila, Suzanne met a Norwegian man who was in town for business. The two quickly formed a connection. Around 1:20 a.m., Camila decided to head home, catching the last bus, while Suzanne and the man continued their night by going to the bar at Hotel Hesperia. It's believed they later went to the man's hotel room to share a nightcap. By approximately 3 a.m., Suzanne decided it was time to head home since she had work the next day. She declined the man's offer to accompany her and instead exchanged phone numbers with him, planning to meet again later. She was last seen outside the hotel between 3 o'clock and 3:10 a.m., appearing to look around, possibly for a taxi or direction. Investigators later concluded she likely walked down Mannerheimintie, the street outside the hotel, and that she did not attempt to hitchhike. With public transportation no longer running, her sister had caught the final bus at 1:20 a.m. Suzanne had no easy way to get home. She reportedly carried no cash on her either, and investigators failed to find any taxi driver who admitted to driving her home. Because of this, Suzanne's last movements are unknown to law enforcement. Hotel Hesperia was around 2.5 miles away from Suzanne's home, which she shared with her siblings and her parents. The family had lived in the home in Capilla since 1960. The building had a basement which was largely used to store bikes, and it was here while retrieving a tire pump for his own bicycle that a neighbor found Suzanne's body on August 8th at 1:15 p.m. Suzanne's end had been a violent one. She had been sexually assaulted and strangled with her work scarf. Skin found beneath her fingernails among other evidence showed that the 25-year-old had fought back viciously, but that she had ultimately been overpowered. Her clothes were disheveled and there were mixed reports about items left with Suzanne's body. Some claimed that a ski pole and a child's plastic shovel were placed over the corpse, while a Finnish magazine reported that her body had been covered with her jacket. Immediately, authorities suspected that the crime was sexually motivated. While canvassing the neighbors, they uncovered a potentially important piece of information. A neighbor reported hearing crying at around 4 o'clock in the morning but claimed that they thought nothing of it and went back to sleep. The landlord of the building had been away for several days, so knew nothing of what happened, while the caretaker reported hearing nothing unusual. Police believe Suzanne met her end within an hour of leaving the hotel between 3 and 4 a.m. As police retraced Suzanne's steps from the night before, they were perplexed at how she had gotten home. According to them, it was simply too long a walk for her to get home alone in the dark. The area in which Suzanne lived was poorly lit and quiet in 1976 and had several small dense forests nearby. They wondered if she had accepted a ride with her killer or if he had barged into the building later on when she arrived at home. Her sister Camila disputes the idea that she got into a car with a stranger, claiming that just months prior to her passing, Suzanne had told Camila that she would never do such a thing. As part of their investigation, police interviewed everyone Suzanne had interacted with the night she vanished, as well as her neighbors. A few individuals, including a taxi driver and the Norwegian man she had met, were briefly considered persons of interest, but both provided solid alibis and were eventually ruled out. Authorities conducted hundreds of interviews and kept a close watch for suspicious activity near Hotel Hesperia. The case attracted widespread media coverage, and when it was revealed that skin had been found under Suzanne's fingernails, law enforcement received a flood of tips about individuals with facial scars, most of which proved to be dead ends and ultimately slowed progress. One man with noticeable scratches on his face was brought in for questioning, but little is known about him, and he was later released. Although police could never confirm Suzanne's precise route home, they concluded she was most likely picked up by car, possibly by someone she knew. Her family doubted she would have walked alone, as she generally avoided drawing attention and preferred safer, more familiar options like public transport. Investigators proposed several scenarios. She may have been followed, surprised by someone at her building entrance, or driven home by her attacker. They also believed the perpetrator was young and physically fit at the time, and that the crime was likely impulsive rather than pre-planned. They profiled the culprit as someone who was abnormal, lonely, mentally disturbed, someone who avoided relationships of any kind, and someone who displayed sexually problematic behavior. One clue that has many scratching their heads is that when Suzanne's body was found, it was noted that she had 2 gold rings which were missing. For a short while, authorities wondered if robbery had been the motive all along, but this was quickly dismissed. Online sleuths have proposed the idea that she attempted to use the rings for her cab fare since she had no money, whilst others have speculated that the killer took them as a trophy. Police and Suzanne's parents believe that she was forced into the basement that night. Her parents noted that if their daughter had brought someone home, she would take them to her room. Others who knew her said she was easily annoyed and did not tolerate harassment. They believe that if it was not consensual, Suzanne would have kicked up a fuss and let everyone know. There were no signs of forced entry to the basement, and Suzanne's keys were found in her pocket, suggesting that she had possibly let the perpetrator into the cellar with her. The case has been reinvestigated numerous times in recent years, including February 2004 and February 2014. In 2014, a TV report garnered new clues, but the 2 suspects in the case had watertight alibis. Although Suzanne's case has grown cold in recent years, law enforcement had numerous theories about her slaying in the 70s and 80s. Police thought that there may have been an unidentified serial killer stalking the streets of Helsinki in the 80s when a 41-year-old woman turned up dead in 1980 and a 42-year-old met the same fate a year later in 1981. Both of these women's cases were similar to Suzanne's. They had been raped and executed in their apartment building's basement, and both had been out drinking and partying before heading home. In 1995, the lead investigator stated that police believed they knew the identity of Suzanne's killer, but lacked the evidence necessary to make an arrest. Earlier, in 1982, attention turned to a bus driver from Espoo named Jallo Seppänen. He had raped and murdered an 18-year-old woman in Hager just 5 months after the discovery of the final basement victim. Seppänen and the victim had crossed paths on their way home, and he took trophies from her body. He later claimed his actions were fueled by a desire for revenge against women who had rejected him. Investigators noted that his marriage had ended shortly before Suzanne's death, which added to their suspicions. Despite this, Seppänen was never charged in connection with Suzanne's case. In 1979, authorities briefly considered a possible link between Suzanne's murder and that of 28-year-old travel agent Helena Korlin, who was reported to be a friend of Suzanne's. Korlin had gone missing and was later found to have been strangled and dismembered by a known sex offender, Karl Erik Djokovic. However, any suspected connection between the 2 cases was eventually ruled out. Today, 44 years later, the disturbing case of Suzanne Lindholm remains unsolved. Moving on to the next case. The Batman Rapist. The name Batman Rapist is certainly unusual and, at first glance, might even seem like a joke. However, there's nothing humorous about this dangerous serial offender. An opportunistic attacker, he has primarily targeted women in the city of Bath, England, and is known to have assaulted at least 17 victims. Authorities suspect there may be additional victims who have not yet come forward. This case has become the longest-running serial rape investigation in British history, with the perpetrator remaining at large since 1991. Dubbed Operation Eagle, the investigation was led by Detective Inspector Paul James of the Avon and Somerset Police until his retirement in 2012. James described the case as one of the most complex and prolonged investigations the force had ever encountered. The earliest known attack occurred on May 21, 1991, when a 36-year-old woman was assaulted while attempting to park her car on Coronation Avenue in Bath. One of his final known assaults occurred on January 26, 1999, when he attempted to attack a 39-year-old woman on Forester Lane. The attempt was thwarted when the woman screamed for help, prompting him to flee. In his rush to escape, he dropped a worn gray baseball cap featuring a green Batman Forever logo, an item that ultimately led to his nickname. Not long after this failed attempt, he abducted another young woman on a nearby street. His most recent known incident took place in February, during an attempted carjacking involving a 26-year-old woman whose 7-year-old daughter was asleep in the back seat. Fortunately, the attack was unsuccessful. Based on current police reports, nearly all of his attacks have occurred in Bath, with one exception. In September 1996, he abducted and sexually assaulted a 19-year-old woman in Kingswood, near Bristol. While his identity remains unknown, the Avon and Somerset police have developed a fairly comprehensive profile of the offender. Authorities believe that the offender has a detailed geographical knowledge of Bath and operates in a specific hunting ground. His attacks often take place during the winter months when it's dark most of the day between 6 and 8 p.m., but also sometimes between 1 and 3 in the morning. He targets lone women who've just returned to their car or are idling in their vehicle. From here, he abducts the women at knife points and, using their own car, drives them to a secluded area in the south of the city before sexually assaulting them. He is also known to use a pink elasticated hairband as a blindfold and additionally has a fetish for tights to the point that if his victim is not wearing any, he will make them put on a fresh pair he has brought to the scene. He will remove his victim's underwear but have them put their tights back on or put on the pair he has supplied so he can rip them during the assault. Afterwards, the offender drives the women back to the area they were taken from before fleeing. Unlike many other serial offenders, the Batman rapist does not target any particular age group, nor does he exclusively assault women with a certain look. He has attacked girls as young as 16. Law enforcement have added that they believe the perpetrator is in unskilled or semi-skilled employment, may have connections with Oldfield Park in 1991, may live towards the south of Bath or Claverton, and sometimes carries a condom. The attacker is consistently described as wearing all black and a baseball cap. The woman he attempted to carjack in February recalled that he was clean-shaven, had a scar beneath his lower lip, and striking blue eyes. Authorities believe he may have a history of car-related offenses due to how easily he gains access to vehicles. Notably, this offender is also known for taking extended breaks between attacks. He was inactive between October 1991 and November 1994, and again from November 1994 to June 1996. Investigators have speculated that there may have been additional assaults during these gaps that either went unreported or have yet to be connected to him. One police spokesperson suggested that his infrequent presence in the area, possibly due to work or being in a relationship, might explain these pauses. Another theory is that he may have spent time in prison or was away serving in the military. In an effort to advance the case, Avon and Somerset Constabulary carried out a massive public appeal in February, distributing leaflets to 25,000 homes across Bath, the largest leaflet campaign in British criminal investigation history. These leaflets asked women to review a checklist and consider whether any friends, colleagues, neighbors, or relatives matched the suspect's profile. White male, slim or medium build between the ages of 30 and 50, knows Bath well, has a connection to Bristol, in particular Kingswood, is able to drive, has a tights fetish where he might ask sexual partners to wear tights and enjoys ripping tights, sometimes wears baseball caps and has aroused suspicions with absences from his home during the evening and early hours of the morning. Although this does not appear to have turned up any successful leads, around the same time BBC's Crime Watch program also featured a segment on the case where law enforcement appealed to the public for information. After the show aired, authorities received calls from 6 women who were victims of the Batman rapist and who had not previously come forward. Investigators also received the names of several potential suspects, including a British diplomat's son. Neither the diplomat's name nor the name of his son have ever been made public, but the dates of the offenders and activity coincide with the dates the son was out of the country with his father. Detectives traveled to the country where the suspect's father was located to investigate whether similar attacks occurred during the time both he and his son were there. However, no confirmation has been made either way, and there have been no media reports linking the diplomat or his son to the Batman rapist case. In February, forensic experts in the UK employed low copy number, LCN, DNA profiling to extract a genetic fingerprint from the offender. To aid the investigation, swabs were collected from approximately 2,000 men identified during the inquiry. Despite this effort, it does not appear to have advanced the case significantly. Authorities probing the 1996 abduction and murder of 25-year-old Melanie Hall have not ruled out the possibility that the Batman rapist could be connected. Melanie disappeared after a night out in Bath, and it is known that the rapist attempted to carjack a woman at knife point in the same part of the city just hours before her disappearance. As of August 2021, there have been no major developments. The case remains open and under investigation, but the perpetrator has yet to be identified or apprehended. Investigators believe that there are additional victims who have not come forward and are puzzled by this silence. They have not ruled out the possibility that he is now deceased. If you have any information about the Batman rapist, you can call Crime Stoppers anonymously on 080051. Moving on to the next case. Vera Holland. Vera Holland was born on April 8, 1949, in London, England. She married Edward Bennett in 1967, and the couple had 2 children before divorcing. In 1978, she wed Richard Stevens, with whom she had another child, but that marriage also ended in divorce. By 1991, she was married to Brian Holland, and the couple lived together on St. Barnabas Road in Reading, England. On the evening of November 14, 1996, the 47-year-old Vera left her home to pick up dinner from a nearby KFC. The restaurant was only about a 6-minute walk from her house, and she departed around 6:10 p.m. By then, it was already dark outside. Vera failed to make it back home, and her husband Brian called the police at 10:45 p.m. Investigators looked at CCTV footage taken outside a KFC, but they saw no sign of her, so it is now believed that she never made it to the restaurant. Vera had been wearing a pink coat, green skirt, black jumper, and black shoes. 2 days after Vera was last seen, fire services were called as there was a fire on a side of a road about 4 miles away from Vera's home. When the fire had been extinguished, a woman's body was found inside of a carpet. She was quickly identified to be 47-year-old Vera Holland. An autopsy revealed that she had been strangled. No DNA from the attacker was found at a crime scene. 80 police officers from Thames Valley Police were involved in investigation. Close to 2,000 people were interviewed and 800 statements were taken. There were also over 100,000 pamphlets sent out to local people asking for any information regarding the case. Investigators canvassed area at Vera would have had to walk to the KFC, but no evidence was found. A female police officer dressed in clothing like Vera's on a night she disappeared reenacted a walk she would have made, hoping would jog someone's memory. Some witnesses came forward with suspicious scars or people they saw in the area, but none of his leads ever led anywhere. Investigators also tried to get more information about a carpet, hoping it would lead them to the attacker, but it did not. The carpet was a section of bedroom-quality carpet and was beige. It had 2 furniture-size indentations and 2 radiator pipe holes on opposite side. Soil and weeds had started to grow out of the carpet, so it was believed that the carpet had been stored outside for quite a while. Investigators also believed that Vera's body had been left inside a carpet for more than a day before she was found. On December 17, 1996, about 4 weeks after Vera's life was taken, her second husband, Richard, and his wife were arrested in connection to the case. The individuals initially arrested were held for several hours before being released, and in January 1997, Vera's husband Brian was also taken into custody but let go shortly afterward. The reasons behind these arrests remain unclear. On June 20, 1997, Vera Holland's funeral was held at Caversham Crematorium in Reading, England. Since then, there have been few significant developments in the case. In November 2016, Vera's children publicly appealed to investigators for renewed efforts in solving the case. Then, in January 2017, authorities revealed that new witnesses had come forward and emphasized that the investigation remained active. However, no further updates have been released. Moving on to the next case. Ambrose Small. Peter Ambrose Joseph Small, known simply as Ambrose, was born on January 11, 1866, in Newmarket, Ontario, to 20-year-old innkeepers Daniel and Helen Small. Just 10 days after his birth, he was baptized into the Roman Catholic faith. In 1880, the family relocated to Toronto, where Daniel took a job managing the Grand Hotel. 4 years later, at age 18, Ambrose began working at the bar of the neighboring Grand Opera House. By 1889, he had transitioned to the Toronto Opera House, steadily climbing the ranks until he became manager. During this time, he was also secretly involved in illegal bookmaking, taking bets on horse races. Following the death of his mother, Helen, his father remarried a woman named Josephine Corman. Ambrose, driven and business savvy, eventually saved enough money to purchase the mortgage on the Grand Opera House. This marked the beginning of his rise to immense wealth and influence, securing his status as a prominent figure in Canada's theatre industry. By the time Ambrose disappeared in 1919, he had become a theatrical powerhouse, owning theatres in 7 Canadian cities, including Toronto, London, and Peterborough, and overseeing bookings for an additional 62 venues. In 1902, he married Teresa Corman, the younger sister of his stepmother. Teresa, a well-educated Toronto socialite fluent in several languages, was also a shrewd and formidable businesswoman. Though united by their shared pursuit of wealth, the couple had little else in common. Ambrose was known for his gambling habits and infidelities, while Teresa focused her energy on the arts and charitable endeavors. The couple remained childless. On December 1, 1919, recognizing the growing dominance of motion pictures over traditional theater, Ambrose struck a deal to sell his chain to TransCanada Theatres Limited of Montreal for $1,700,000, equivalent to roughly $25 million today. The next day, he met with his lawyer F.W. M. Flock in his office in the Grand Opera House. Flock left around 5:30 p.m. and was reportedly the last person to see Ambrose live and well. That night, Ambrose went missing from his office. No one had seen him leave and no one had seen him outside the building in the Adelaide and Yonge Street area. The problem was that Ambrose had a habit of leaving without notice and going traveling for some time. So when he initially wasn't heard from, those who knew him just assumed he was up to his old tricks, gallivanting around in another town and engaging in affairs. When Ambrose didn't come home on December 2, 1919, his wife, Teresa, called his friends who hadn't seen him. One warned her off making a big deal of it, so she decided to wait it out for a few weeks. Then on December 16th, the manager of the Grand Opera House contacted the local authorities and an extensive investigation was launched into the disappearance of Ambrose Small. It's unknown if the manager called on his own behalf or on Teresa's. Ambrose took no money with him when he disappeared. His bank accounts bursting at the seams was still full of his riches. No ransom note came. There was no evidence of a scuffle or kidnapping in his office. It seemed that the 53-year-old had simply vanished into thin air. Police analyzed the plots and themes of plays showing at his theaters but found no leads from this. He had not left any cryptic clues behind. Teresa believed that Ambrose had succumbed to another woman, but nonetheless, she offered a $500 reward for information about her husband's whereabouts, later increasing this reward to $50,000. Inside Ambrose's office, investigators discovered a hidden room he had reportedly used to settle gambling debts and host discreet meetings with actresses and performers from his theater. Despite the intrigue, a thorough search of the space turned up nothing useful, leaving detectives back at square one. A handful of witness sightings emerged, though their credibility varied. One hotel owner adjacent to the Grand Opera House claimed Ambrose visited the evening he vanished, staying until around 7 p.m. Another man, a newsstand operator, alleged he had an altercation with Ambrose that night, though authorities dismissed the account, suspecting the man sought publicity. On January 3, 1920, the Toronto Daily Star broke the story, capturing public attention with headlines about the vanishing millionaire. The case became a media sensation. Ambrose Small, renowned theater mogul and self-made tycoon, was now the central figure in a real-life mystery worthy of one of his own dramatic productions. As public fascination intensified, a curious twist emerged. Around the same time of Ambrose's disappearance, his former secretary, Jack Dowdy, also vanished. Jack had worked for Ambrose for about 18 years before being transferred to Montreal. He was last seen on December 2nd as well, removing bonds worth $100,000 from a safety deposit box at the bank. Eventually, Jack was traced down in America and was extradited back to Canada. He explained that his plan was not to cash in the bonds but to hold them ransom until Ambrose agreed to pay him some of the money from his recent sale and to make up for all the hard work that Jack had carried out for him. Jack believed that he'd been underpaid and underappreciated during his career as the secretary of a multimillionaire. Upon hearing of Ambrose's disappearance, he opted to flee the country fearing that he would be blamed for his former boss going missing. Ultimately, Jack could not be charged with the murder of Ambrose as there was no evidence that he was even dead or that Jack was involved in any way. His sister also gave him an alibi for the night that the theater magnate went missing. He was, however, charged and convicted for stealing the bonds and sentenced to 6 years in Portsmouth Penitentiary where he served 4. Jack died in 1949. A potential break in the case came in 1921 when several newspapers reported the story of a man in Iowa who resembled the missing 50-year-old Ambrose Small. A private investigator named John Brophy described the man suspected of being Ambrose as, quote, a half-crazed cripple. But this didn't stop John from thinking that this really was the disappearing businessman. Reportedly, the unidentified man had been dropped off in Iowa by an unknown motorist who said he'd accidentally struck the man with his car. He dropped him off hoping he would receive good medical treatments. The unidentified man thought to be Ambrose had suffered brutally. He had a gunshot wound to the neck, a serious concussion, and both of his legs had been severed from the knee down. For 3 weeks, the man remained silent, not speaking to anyone. Then finally he said, quote, I am Jack Dowdy. I came here from Omaha, that's all I remember. At the time of this supposed sighting, Jack Dowdy was already in custody, having been apprehended and imprisoned, so the mysterious individual encountered by the private investigator could not have been him. According to the investigator, when shown a photograph of Ambrose, the unidentified man pointed to it and claimed, Yes, that is me. Although the man shared similar facial features with Ambrose, he was significantly heavier than Ambrose had been at the time of his disappearance. Despite the physical discrepancy, the man was detained by the private investigator and his associates. Curiously, the local police later reported that they had never been contacted about the matter and had no involvement in the incident. Little else is known about this lead, and to this day, the identity of the man remains a mystery, with no confirmation as to whether he was ever definitively ruled out. Following this episode, the case lost momentum and was eventually closed. However, in 1936, the investigation was revived under the direction of Edward Hammond. Hammond reviewed the original case files, consulted members of the initial investigative team, and re-interviewed key witnesses. His findings led him to believe that Ambrose had been murdered as part of a conspiracy orchestrated by his wife, Teresa. Hammond also suggested that Austin Mitchell, the first investigator assigned to the case, may have deliberately overlooked or suppressed evidence that pointed to Teresa's possible involvement. Notably, Hammond wasn't alone in suspecting her. Gertrude and Florence Small, sisters of Ambrose, also believed that their brother's wife was in some way, shape, or form connected to the case. Since their father remarried, the two sisters had been financially dependent on Ambrose and they ended up ensnared in a lengthy court dispute with Teresa over their brother's wealth. They also hired a private investigator to look into their sister-in-law and discover any connection between her and the disappearance of Ambrose, but nothing was ever found. Teresa passed away on October 14, 1935, bequeathing the majority of her holdings worth tens of millions of dollars today to the Roman Catholic Church. According to the Portsmouth Evening News, a year later in 1936, Florence Small presented a letter of confession from someone called Reuter which states as follows, Per Ambrose was killed on December 2, 1919. And I know that part of his body, The trunk was buried in the Rosedale Ravine dump and other parts of the body were burned in the Grand Opera House furnace. You will be surprised, my dear Florence and Gertrude, to learn that I am more responsible for your brother's death. God forgive me, Reuter. It's unknown if police investigated this lead or cleared it as some sort of sick hoax. It's also uncertain where the letter came from exactly. The letter was published worldwide, including in the New York Daily News and the Portsmouth Evening News in the United Kingdom. Since the mysterious disappearance in December of 1919, the case of Ambrose Small has continually attracted attention. While the case may be called and Ambrose was declared dead in 1924, there have been sightings of him all across the globe. A caretaker claimed to have seen 4 men burying something heavy in a dump in Rosedale Ravine on the night of December 2nd. An engineer swore he saw Ambrose being held in a speeding car heading north that very night. A magician believed he had seen Ambrose playing roulette in Mexico on April 8, 1920. Rumor has it he was kidnapped by New York gangsters, while others reported seeing him in Boston and Minneapolis. From what's available online, none of these sightings were ever verified. During a trip to New York, Sir Arthur Conan Doyle, the famous writer behind the Sherlock Holmes novels, was told about the case of Ambrose Small. He showed interest in it, and consequently headlines across the country declared he was going to take the case. In the end, though, no action was taken. Despite the passage of time, the mystery surrounding Ambrose Small has remained a subject of fascination. Many continue to question why, if he had taken his own life, he would have done so without leaving any clues or making provisions for his beloved sisters. The idea that a wealthy, well-known man could disappear without a trace, or go unrecognized due to amnesia, strikes many as implausible. Some amateur sleuths suggest he may have been murdered by a jealous husband of one of his lovers, while others believe he may have died during a failed kidnapping attempt. Over the years, the case continued to stir public curiosity. In 1965, police investigated a potential burial site, and in 1970, rumors circulated that his spirit haunted the Grand Opera House. 4 years later, in 1974, the Toronto Sun ran a 6-page feature revisiting the baffling case. The bizarre nature of his disappearance earned it the label, "The Crime of the Century." More than a century has passed since Ambrose Small vanished without a trace on December 2, 1919, and the truth behind that night remains a mystery. Moving on to the next case. Camila Lyman. Camila, later known as Cam Lyman, was born on September 4, 1932, in Westwood, Massachusetts, to Arthur T. Lyman and his wife. The Lymans were part of Boston's old money elite, having amassed significant wealth through the cotton industry, and Arthur himself had a long history of public service. Cam, who eventually began identifying as male, shared a strong bond with his father, particularly through their mutual passion for show dogs. Known for being self-reliant, Cam never married or dated, but was widely regarded as intelligent and highly skilled in his field. He devoted his life to breeding champion show dogs, especially favoring Clumber Spaniels and Bernese Mountain Dogs. Following his father's death from lung cancer in 1968 and his mother's passing in 1973, Cam became increasingly isolated and eccentric. Sometime after his mother's death, he relocated to Rhode Island, and by 1978 had begun living as a man, shortening his name from Camila to Cam. By 1985, Cam had transformed his appearance using steroids and a revamped wardrobe, adopting the stereotypical look of a man, complete with a mustache. Around this time, he formed a close relationship with George O'Neill, a dog handler he came to trust deeply. George took over the care of Cam's 40-acre estate and the nearly 60 dogs he lived with. He not only ensured they were fed and cared for but also represented them at shows. Yet Cam's eccentricities extended beyond his isolation and minimal contact with family. He was known to carry a briefcase filled with expensive jewelry valued in the thousands and routinely brought large sums of cash, sometimes thousands of dollars, on simple shopping trips. In December 1987, Cam's family noticed something unusual. For the first time, they didn't receive a Christmas card from him. Concerned, they began to investigate and realized they hadn't heard from Cam in several months. More alarmingly, checks made out to Cam were now being deposited into a Rhode Island bank account using a different endorsement rather than his signature. The family notified authorities of Cam's disappearance. They also contacted the law firm in charge of his trust, and a private investigator named Charles Allen was hired and sent to investigate the matter. Charles uncovered that Cam's caretaker and sole confidant George O'Neill had been depositing the 54-year-old's trust fund checks into his own accounts, and also that he held Cam's power of attorney and stood to inherit $2,500,000 from Cam's estate. Authorities questioned O'Neill in regards to Cam's disappearance, and were told that earlier that summer, the pair had fought over the phone about the dogs and that O'Neill's employer had hung up on him. The next day, when O'Neill went over to the home, he found the phone ripped out of the wall and the doors wide open. O'Neill claimed that he believed Cam had gone to Europe to get sexual reassignment surgery. However, he could not provide any proof of this. He also couldn't explain why for 6 months he had failed to report Cam as a missing person. Not only this, but O'Neill then refused to allow law enforcement to search the property. He continued to show Cam's dogs as his own, and he somehow continued to keep cashing Cam's checks. Reportedly, much of Cam's cash had dwindled. Between $3 and $5 million of it was gone. Meanwhile, P.I. Charles Allen did not believe that Cam had gone for the operation because the 54-year-old man was afraid of going to the dentists and doctors. His sister Mary added that she didn't believe he would leave his faithful beloved dogs behind. Cam was declared dead in absentia in 1995. Then in 1997, a decade after his disappearance, Cam's body was found in the septic tank of his property in Hopkinton, Rhode Island. The new owners of the house had found the remains when they noticed a strange smell emanating from the sewer. In 1998, the medical examiner confirmed that the remains were Cam's by using his dental records. It was determined that he'd been killed around the time that he went missing. In February 2003, George O'Neill was indicted for embezzling $15,000 from Cam's estates. He was sentenced to 1 year of probation and ordered to pay $450 in court costs. George O'Neill passed away in 2011 without ever revealing any further details about Cam's death. The Lyman family legally contested O'Neill's claim to Cam's estate, and ultimately, he was awarded only the house, valued at $40,000, while the remainder of the estate was returned to the family. Many have long suspected O'Neill's involvement in Cam's disappearance, though others have speculated that a stranger, perhaps someone who knew Cam lived alone and carried large sums of cash and jewelry, may have attempted a robbery that turned deadly. Still, if that theory were true, it raises the question, why would the perpetrator go to the trouble of hiding the body? In June 1999, Cam's story was featured in an episode of Unsolved Mysteries, which led to a surge of new tips. At the time, investigator Charles Allen stated that some of the leads could be a break in the case, though he did not disclose the details. Despite renewed interest and promising information, no one has ever been charged in connection with Cam Lyman's death. Moving on to the next case. Dorene Picard. In 1982, 22-year-old Dorene Picard and 27-year-old Susan Laferte lived in the same apartment building in Woonsocket, Rhode Island. Dorene, a university student studying child development, resided alone in an upstairs unit. Susan, a housewife and active member of the Neighborhood Watch, lived downstairs with her husband Ernie, who co-owned the building, and their 2 children. On February 19, 1982, Dorene was in the process of packing her things as she prepared to move out. That same afternoon, Susan had her sister Carol over for lunch. Around 1:30 p.m., 2 of Susan's friends arrived at the door. While Carol recognized one of the men, the other was unfamiliar to her. Susan explained that the men had come by to look at some puppies she had for sale. Susan spoke with the men briefly before they left, and at around 1:45 p.m., her sister Carol also departed the apartment. Sometime later, both Dorene and Susan were in the basement doing laundry when an unknown man entered and brutally assaulted them with a 28-inch lead pipe. At approximately 3:20 p.m., another tenant noticed Susan's 3-year-old daughter, Nicole, wandering alone in the hallway. She had been locked out of the apartment. When asked where her mother was, Nicole replied that she was in the basement. The tenant went to investigate and discovered the two women lying unconscious. Tragically, Dorene Picard had succumbed to her injuries. She had been strangled with her own sweatshirt, leading many to suspect that she was the intended target of the attack. Susan had suffered a massive head injury and was rushed into a 2-hour surgery. Afterward, she slipped into a coma. Susan spoke with the men briefly before they left, and at around 1:45 p.m., her sister Carol also departed the apartment. Sometime later, both Dorene and Susan were in the basement doing laundry when an unknown man entered and brutally assaulted them with a 28-inch lead pipe. At approximately 3:20 p.m., another tenant noticed Susan's 3-year-old daughter, Nicole, wandering alone in the hallway. She had been locked out of the apartment. When asked where her mother was, Nicole replied that she was in the basement. The tenant went to investigate and discovered the two women lying unconscious. Tragically, Dorene Picard had succumbed to her injuries. She had been strangled with her own sweatshirt, leading many to suspect that she was the intended target of the attack. Susan had suffered a massive head injury and was rushed into a 2-hour surgery. Afterward, she slipped into a coma. The lead pipe was found in the building 4 days later. Law enforcement believed that the perpetrator had chosen his victim based on newspaper ads. Possibly he saw that Dorene's apartment was for rent, or that Susan was selling puppies, but they could not determine whether or not the women knew their attacker or whether he was a stranger. While the police hunted for clues, Dorene's parents conducted their own informal investigation. They received several anonymous calls during the course of their inquiry telling them to stop digging for information. The caller threatened to hurt the Picard's family and to burn down Mr. Picard's repair shop. Nonetheless, the family continued to search for answers, although in the end, answers eluded them. Almost a decade later, in June of 1991, 38-year-old Raymond D. Tempest Jr. was arrested and charged with the slaying of Dorene Picard. He could not be charged with the attack on Susan since the statute of limitations had run out. Tempest was the son of the chief inspector of the Woonsocket Police Department, and also had a brother who was a lieutenant in the force. Investigators learned that Tempest had been having an affair with Susan around the time of the attack. He was one of the two men who had visited her apartment earlier that day in regards to the puppies being sold. According to the detectives on the case, Tempest had been a suspect from the start, but they didn't have any evidence to back up their suspicions. However, an episode of Unsolved Mysteries in May of 1988, which featured the case, had brought forward several witnesses. These 4 witnesses claimed that Tempest had bragged about and confessed to the crime. It was also reported that Tempest had threatened several individuals, warning them to stay silent or face harm. He allegedly boasted that his connections within law enforcement would ensure he was never held accountable. A vehicle matching the description of one seen near the crime scene was linked to Tempest's brother-in-law. Witnesses for the prosecution claimed that shortly after the attack, Tempest had visible bite and scratch marks on his wrists, and that he had been actively seeking alibis for the time of the murder. Investigators theorized that a confrontation between Tempest and Susan escalated, and when Dorene intervened, she became the fatal victim. Authorities also suspected that Tempest's brother, Gordon, played a role in covering up the crime. In April 1992, Tempest was found guilty of second-degree murder and sentenced to 85 years in prison, while Gordon was convicted of perjury. Prosecutors further alleged that the Tempest family had engaged in witness intimidation to prevent people from testifying. In 2014, the Innocence Project took interest in the case after Tempest contacted them, hoping to prove his innocence. The Innocence Project believed that he had been arrested and convicted as a result of coercion of witnesses by corrupt policemen and overzealous prosecutors. Tempest believed that the Woonsocket Police Department knew who was really behind the crimes, but had covered it up and set him as the foreman. According to Tempest, the real perpetrator was a man named Donald DeJesse who died in 2011. He's not the only one who thinks so. Susan's daughter, Nicole, pointed out DeJesse as her mother's attacker when they attended Dorene's funeral. Reportedly, after Susan woke from her coma, she identified DeJesse. but later said she couldn't remember who her attacker was. That same year, Tempest's 2014 request for help clearing his name via DNA testing was not accepted by the courts. The testing was to be carried out on the hairs found on Dorene's hands. They have since been confirmed as not coming from Tempest. However, investigators have argued that they could have come from the laundry room floor. In 2015, Tempest's conviction was vacated by a judge based on the alleged misconduct and unreliability of witnesses brought forward. Today, many people believe that Tempest was set up. It's been pointed out that Nicole had told her family about Donald, but that she had not reacted in any way to seeing Tempest despite the fact that she saw him several times after her mother's attack. It's also been said that DeGisi had made several incriminating statements to Susan's sister-in-law and that a woman who'd received a phone call in which an anonymous person confessed to the case identified the man's voice as DeGisi's. Also in 1987, Gordon Tempest was involved in a bust and arrested a known criminal named Stanley Isra. Coincidentally, Isra, believed by some to be the true informant, was the brother of one of the lead investigators on Susan and Dorene's case, raising suspicions that framing Raymond Tempest could have been an act of retaliation. The investigator maintained that it was his informant who directed him to Tempest, but there is significant speculation that the informant was actually Isra. Another major inconsistency in the prosecution's case came from a key witness who repeatedly contradicted herself. At one point, she claimed that Tempest brought a puppy home to his children, who were thrilled, despite not actually knowing the family. Furthermore, the puppy had not even stayed with Tempest. It was given to a friend who had visited Susan with him. This same witness also claimed that Gordon Tempest hid the murder weapon to protect his brother, though she had earlier stated that Gordon knew nothing about the crime. All four prosecution witnesses were considered vulnerable due to their ties to drugs, trafficking, or sex work, casting doubt on the reliability of their testimonies. In 2017, the state prepared to retry Tempest, but in December, he entered an Alford plea, asserting his innocence while acknowledging that the evidence could lead to a conviction. He was subsequently released, effectively closing the case. Still, many believe justice was never truly served and that Dorene Picard's real killer remains free. Moving on to the next case. Jennifer Bastian. Jennifer Bastian lived in Tacoma, Washington, and was preparing for a YMCA bicycle tour of Lopez Island. On August 4, 1986, shortly after 2 p.m., she set out on her bike toward Point Defiance Park with plans to return home afterward. Several people later reported seeing her in the park that afternoon. When she didn't return that evening, her family contacted the police. It wasn't until 28 days later that her body was discovered by a group of joggers near 5 Mile Drive. She had been assaulted and strangled. Investigators recovered DNA evidence near her body, which they believed belonged to the person responsible for her death. At one point, David Harold Fisher was considered a possible suspect. David had taken the life of Laura Lee Burbank in the Tacoma area in 1970 and received a 20-year prison sentence for the crime. However, on September 1, 1974, he escaped from prison. His absence wasn't discovered until the evening prisoner count. Investigators suspected he may have returned to the Tacoma area and possibly encountered Jennifer. On December 6, 1989, Jennifer's case was highlighted on Unsolved Mysteries, generating a few leads that ultimately went nowhere. Then, on January 4, 1990, the program aired an episode about David Fisher. Remarkably, he watched the broadcast himself. The day after it aired, authorities arrested him in Alberta, Canada. He was not surprised. David had been living by the name Michael Raymond Porter and worked as a door-to-door salesman. An absolutely disturbing fact is that he performed magic shows in elementary and nursery schools. David was also married and had children. His new family knew nothing about his past. In January of 1990, David was taken back to the United States to continue serving his sentence after 15 years on the run. David was investigated for possible involvement in Jennifer Bastian's case, but investigators were able to rule him out as a suspect. Michelle Welsh is another girl whose life was taken in Tacoma, Washington just a few months before Jennifer's. The two cases have always been linked. Investigators believe that the same man was responsible for ending her two girls' lives. In 2016, however, DNA testing proved that two different men were responsible. A composite sketch was then made for the suspect in Jennifer's case, a white male with blonde hair and blue eyes. On May 10, 60-year-old Robert D. Washburn was arrested in Eureka, Illinois in connection of Jennifer's case. He had inserted himself in investigation. Robert told investigators that he was in the park when Michelle had disappeared and Jennifer. He had been living less than 5 miles from Point Defiance Park and only a few miles from Jennifer's home. Investigators arrested him after his DNA matched the evidence found on Jennifer's body and clothing. In January 2019, he pleaded guilty and admitted to abducting Jennifer while she was riding her bike in the park. He dragged her into the woods, where he assaulted and strangled her. He received a sentence of 27 years in prison. For those interested, DNA testing also identified Gary Hartman in 2018 as the person responsible for taking Michelle's life. Moving on to the next case. Simonetta Ferrero. July 24, 1971 started off like any other day for Simonetta Ferrero, a 26-year-old woman living with her parents and two sisters in Milan. The family was getting prepared for a holiday to Corsica where they would spend 1 month soaking up the sun and splashing about in crystal clear waters. Simonetta was, as one would expect, excited about the trip. The family's flight was later on that evening, but first, the young woman had some errands to run. Just before 10 a.m. that morning, Simonetta left her home and headed out. At 10:37 a.m., she purchased a French-Italian dictionary. Simonetta was also known to exchange currencies at this point, and went on to visit a perfume shop where she bought cosmetics. Although the 26-year-old had a few other things to attend to after this, including a beautician's appointment, she did not show up. At some point after 11:30 a.m., Simonetta visited the Catholic University of the Sacred Hearts, a prestigious university in Milan and one which the young woman had recently graduated from after studying political science. Since it was a Saturday during the peak of summer, the university was largely deserted. A few students were present, along with a custodian, and 4 laborers were working noisily with jackhammers. Aside from them, the campus was empty. The reason for Simonetta's visit to the university remains unclear, and various reports offer conflicting accounts. Some suggest she intended to make photocopies for a friend, others believe she was picking up a book or a leaflet, or perhaps simply needed to use the restroom. None of these explanations have been confirmed, and the photocopies she was reportedly going to make were later found in her bedroom, suggesting she had already completed that task. Around 1 p.m. that day, Simonetta's family gathered for lunch. Initially irritated by her delay, they became increasingly worried when she had still not returned by 4 p.m. Growing anxious, they contacted the police and canceled their holiday plans as a sense of dread settled in. 2 days later, on Monday, July 26th at approximately 9 a.m., Mario Tozel, a 21-year-old seminarian at the university, was walking through the building's hallways. He was surprised to hear a tap running from inside a girl's bathroom, and feeling that this was wasteful, he made his way inside. He noted that the door handle felt sticky beneath his palm, but he was even more shocked when he stepped in and was struck by a foul smell and a horrifying sight. There, lying in the middle of the floor in a large pool of blood, was 26-year-old Simonetta Ferrero. The scene was a bloodbath. There were smears of the red substance on the bathroom stalls, on the walls, and in the sink. Police were quick to arrive at the university and were astounded by the brutality of the crime. Simonetta, who was later identified by relatives as her family had collapsed in shock and her father had taken ill upon hearing the news, had been stabbed a total of 33 times, mostly in the abdomen, chest, and neck. Only 7 of these wounds were fatal. It was clear from the get-go that Simonetta had put up an intense struggle with the perpetrator. She had numerous defensive wounds and even had skin beneath her fingernails. Unfortunately, given the limited forensic techniques in 1971, this led nowhere. A bloody handprint left behind by the culprit indicated that they were between 5'9" and 6 feet tall. It was estimated that Simonetta had been slain between 12 p.m. and 2 p.m. on the day she was last seen alive. Suspects in Simonetta's case were limited, and over the years, most theories were discarded almost as soon as they were considered. Authorities interviewed and investigated the custodian and laborers who'd been in and around the building on July 24th and seized their clothing, but eventually, all 5 of them were dismissed as suspects. Investigators believe that the jackhammers which had been used all morning and afternoon likely covered up any screaming from Simonetta. None of the men had seen anything or anyone suspicious on the university's grounds. Due to the complex structure and layout of the university, law enforcement suspected that the perpetrator must have been someone who was familiar with the grounds and the building. As a result, they narrowed their focus down to students, teachers, and regulars. Mario, the man who'd found the body, was also perceived as a suspect at first because after alerting the authorities, he'd left and gone back to his hometown. However, he arrived back in the area 2 days later with no injuries that would be consistent with those that Simonetta had inflicted upon her executioner. Police also couldn't find any blood on any of his clothing. As a result, Mario was cleared as a suspect, and it's believed that he fled in fear and shock. Another lead in the case came in the form of strange men who'd been seen harassing female students at the university. One man in particular was known to carry a knife on a train traveling from Milan to Serrano on which he threatened women passengers. In his house, police uncovered a diary that disturbingly read, quote, "I hate women and I want to kill them all." However, this man was later dismissed as a suspect when he was entered into a mental health facility. At this point, leads in the case began to dry up. Simonetta was described as a serious and hardworking woman who was very career-driven and rarely, if ever, entered into relationships. Family and friends claimed that while she'd had a few flirtations, she'd never seriously dated anyone. Thus, there were no rejected lovers in her life nor any jealous ex-boyfriends. She came from a wealthy background and worked at the same company her father did, interviewing prospective employees. In her free time, she volunteered with the Red Cross. And according to her childhood priest, she was even considering becoming a nun. Authorities wondered if the attack was sexually motivated, but tests confirmed that Simonetta had not been sexually assaulted. They then wondered if she'd been slain for financial gain, but found that her gold jewelry was all intact, as was the money in her handbag. It was then questioned whether or not she had ruffled any feathers in the workplace, but authorities found nothing here either. By the August 1971, 356 people had been interviewed by authorities, but they were left with nothing. Over the course of the following years, a few men attempted to confess to the crime, but all were proved to be hoaxes. Simone's case quickly stalled, with no clear leads emerging. It briefly returned to public attention in 1994 when a former Milan prefect involved in the original investigation received an anonymous letter. The message referenced a Venetian priest who had worked at the university in 1971 and was dismissed 3 years later for sexually harassing a student. However, this potential lead also led nowhere, and the case once again slipped from the public eye, growing ever colder. Over time, several theories have surfaced regarding Simonetta's murder. At one point, some speculated that her death was connected to a series of 11 murders of women between 1970 and 1975, attributed to an unidentified serial killer. His victims included both everyday women like Simonetta and sex workers, but this theory has since been discounted. Another possible link was proposed between her case and a separate murder that occurred in January 1987, though this idea, too, was ultimately dismissed. In the years that followed, Simonetta's case has remained shrouded in mystery, with more questions than concrete leads or explanations. The truth of what happened to her on that summer day may never be known, and it remains possible that her killer is still at large, having escaped justice for decades. Moving on to the next case. The Bender family. At first glance, the small cabin in the township of Osage, located in Labette County, Kansas, about 7 miles from present-day Cherryvale, appears to be nothing more than a humble 19th-century home belonging to a hardworking pioneer family. However, this unassuming structure was once the residence of the Bender family, better known as the Bloody Benders, a clan of serial killers whose gruesome acts shocked the nation and blurred the line between fact and folklore. Their horrific legacy has been commemorated with a plaque that informs visitors of the area's sinister past. In October 1870, John Bender Sr. and his son, John Bender Jr., arrived in Osage. They claimed 160 acres of land near the Great Osage Trail and built a modest cabin, along with a barn, corral, and well. The trail was a well-traveled route westward, attracting a steady flow of passers-by. In the fall of 1871, 2 women, believed to be Elvira Bender and her daughter Kate, joined the Bender men, completing the family unit that would go on to gain infamy. The first was Elvira, known as Ma Bender. The other was Kate, who was initially believed to have been the older couple's daughter and the brother of John Jr. The humble timber cabin consisted of one room which was divided in 2 by the canvas cover of a wagon. There was also a trap door to a stone cellar, and upon the women's arrival, a small vegetable garden and a decent-sized orchard were both set up nearby. The main area of the cabin was set up as a general goods store where the family sold dry goods such as gunpowder, liquor, and tobacco. It was also partially an inn where travelers could stop by for rest and a home-cooked meal. At the rear of the home was the private quarters. According to reports at the time, both Elvira and John Sr. spoke with heavy German accents and knew little English. They were both thought to be around the age of 60, with Elvira being a few years younger, maybe 55. Ma Bender was so unfriendly that her neighbors dubbed her the She-Devil. Meanwhile, John Jr., thought to be around 25, spoke English fluently with a German accent that wasn't quite so pronounced. He was also known to laugh aimlessly, leading many of the locals to believe that he was a, quote, half-wit. Kate appeared to be the most popular of the family. Aged around 23, she had very little accent and was described as attractive and well-spoken. Kate Bender, the younger woman of the family, was a self-proclaimed healer and psychic who actively promoted her supposed abilities. She distributed flyers claiming she could cure illnesses, conducted seances, delivered lectures on spiritualism, and was a vocal advocate for free love. Kate quickly became the inn's main attraction, drawing many male visitors who were curious about her talents or seeking her services. Soon after the Bender women arrived, travelers and passers-by began to disappear. At first, no one raised much concern. The region was notoriously treacherous, rife with natural hazards, roaming bandits, and frequent conflicts with nearby Native American tribes. Disappearances, though tragic, were not uncommon. But by 1873, so many people had gone missing that travelers began avoiding the trail altogether. As fear and suspicion grew, rumors swirled. Innocent men were wrongfully accused, detained by vigilantes, and in some cases, forced to leave the county. In the winter of 1872, the case of George Lonker raised new alarm. He had set out from Independence, Kansas with his infant daughter on a journey to Iowa, but neither he nor the child was ever seen again. A neighbor whom he was close to, Dr. William Henry York, grew concerned when George didn't contact him by the spring of 1873. So he went to look for him. He reached Fort Scott before deciding to turn back and return home. However, he never reached Independence. Fortunately for Dr. York, he had 2 well-placed brothers who knew of his travel plans and were immediately alarmed by the fact he hadn't returned home. Colonel Alexander York set up a search party of around 50 men, and they set out to look for the missing doctor. On March 28th, the men arrived at the Bender family's inn. The colonel explained the situation to them and asked if they'd seen Dr. York. The family told him that while he had stopped in one night for a meal, they hadn't seen him since. They suggested the possibility that the doctor had run into trouble with the Native Americans while leaving town. Colonel York agreed that this was a possibility and had dinner with the family before leaving. A few weeks later, on April 3rd, the colonel returned to the inn with armed men. He confronted the Benders about the rumor he'd heard that a woman had fled the inn after being threatened with knives by Elvira. John Jr. and Kate denied these claims while Elvira acted like she didn't understand what the colonel was saying. However, York continued to push the matter, and suddenly Ma Bender snapped, claiming that the woman was a witch who'd cursed her coffee. She then ordered the men to leave. The men were shocked. Clearly, the elderly woman had a better grasp of the English language than she had ever let on. Before the men left, Kate told Colonel York to return alone, and she would use her abilities to help him locate his brother. While his men believed that the Benders and their neighbors were responsible for the doctor's vanishing, the colonel believed they did not have enough evidence to do anything about it yet. Tensions among Osage and its surrounding communities grew as the township was solely blamed for the strange disappearances that were occurring in the area. As a result, the township organized a town meeting that was attended by 75 locals including Colonel York and the 2 Bender men. The group decided that the best course of action would be to conduct searches of the homes between Big Hill Creek and Drum Creek. However, due to bad weather, there was a delay in getting started. After a few days passed, a local passing by the inn noticed that the animals were roaming around and the building was oddly quiet. It was then realized that the Bender family had fled the area. Volunteer searchers arrived on the scene to find that most of the family's clothing, food, and other possessions were gone. Upon entering the building, a foul odor was immediately noted. Following the scent, the men came to a trap door in the floor which had been nailed shut. When they opened it, they found clotted blood on the stone floor of the cellar. Although several men took sledgehammers to the ground, they were unable to find any bodies. Although they noted the blood had soaked into the earth beneath. The group then headed out to the vegetable garden, an orchard where they began probing the soil with metal rods. By the end of the night, searchers had uncovered what appeared to be 9 potential grave sites and confirmed the recovery of Dr. York's body. The following morning, their suspicions were tragically validated when they unearthed 8 bodies from 7 of the identified sites, along with various dismembered body parts. All but one of the victims had suffered blunt force trauma to the head and had their throats slit. Several had also been subjected to what was described at the time as indecent mutilation. One particularly heartbreaking discovery was that of a young girl who bore no obvious fatal injuries, leading investigators to believe she may have been strangled, or even buried alive. While some of the victims were known to have carried wealth or valuables, many did not, sparking speculation that the Benders may have been driven by bloodlust rather than profit. Their method of killing is believed to have followed a chilling routine. Visitors were invited to sit in a specific chair positioned over a trapdoor, usually placed with their backs to a canvas divider. While the victim was distracted, one of the Bender men would emerge from behind the curtain and strike them in the skull with a hammer. Then, to ensure death, one of the Bender women would slit the victim's throat before the body was dropped through the trapdoor into the cellar below. The victim would then be pushed into the cellar and later stripped of their possessions before being buried in the orchard. Interestingly, several almost victims of the family came forward to say they had been verbally abused and physically threatened for refusing to sit near the canvas divider. At least a dozen bullet holes were found in the roof and sides of the cabin. Discoveries spread quickly. Around 3,000 people from all across the country came to see the grave sites and the cabin for themselves. Souvenir hunters practically dismantled the building brick by brick. State officials offered a combined reward of $3,000 for the capture of the entire Bender family, which is the equivalent to around $60,000 today. 12 men in the county were arrested and charged as accessories for helping the family to dispose of stolen goods. Detectives did their best to hunt down the Benders. They followed wagon tracks to the family's carts along with their starved horses. It was located just outside the city limits of Thayer, 12 miles north of the inn. In Thayer, it was confirmed that the family had bought rail tickets for Humboldt and Allen County, Kansas. Reportedly, John Jr. and Kate departed from the train at Chanute and got another service to Red River County near Denison, Texas. From here, the pair traveled to an outlaw colony that was thought to border the region between Texas and New Mexico. However, authorities declined to pursue the siblings any further as it was known that lawmen who entered the territory often never returned. But according to one detective who reportedly followed the trail, John Jr. had passed away from internal bleeding. Meanwhile, the older Benders continued to Kansas City, where it's believed they bought tickets for St. Louis, Missouri. Over the years, many vigilante groups claimed to have caught and killed the Bender family. Some say they were each executed by gunshots while Kate was burned alive. Others said they were lynched, while one group claimed they were killed in a gunfight. However, no evidence has ever been brought forward to prove any of these claims, and nobody ever claimed the $3,000 reward. The search for the family continued on and off for around 50 years. They are thought to have been responsible for the murders of over 20 people. There has been much speculation about the real identities of the family. Not one member had the surname Bender, and only 2 of them were actually thought to be related. Some believe that John Sr. was a man named John Flickinger, who reportedly took his own life at Lake Michigan in 1884. That same year, a man resembling Pa Bender was arrested in Montana for a murder carried out in Idaho, where the victim was killed by a blow to the head using a hammer. However, before he could be identified by Cherryvale authorities, the man hacked off his own foot so that he could escape his shackles and swiftly bled to death. By the time investigators arrived, the body couldn't be identified due to decomposition. Elvira's real name is believed to be Almira Hillmark, although it is frequently misspelled as Meik, M-E-I-K. She allegedly had numerous husbands, and according to rumor, she killed several of them. She also had 12 children, one of whom is thought to have been Kate Bender, whose real name was reportedly Eliza Griffith. John Jr.'s real name was John Jebbert, and he is actually thought to have been Kate's husband, not her brother. In 1889, a woman named Almira and her daughter, Sarah Elizabeth, were arrested for larceny in Michigan. They were accused of being Elvira and Kate, but their identity was never confirmed. However, due to a lack of definitive evidence confirming the women's identities, they were ultimately released. What became of them remains a mystery. In truth, the fates of all 4 Bender family members are unknown, and no verifiable evidence has ever surfaced to clarify what happened to them after they vanished. Much of what is believed about their true identities is based on speculation, as no official documents have been found to confirm their real names or familial connections. The infamous cabin where the murders took place is long gone, but the land it once stood on was listed for sale in 2020. Intriguingly, the family who owned the property since the 1950s had never conducted any excavations on the site. This has fueled ongoing speculation that more victims may still be buried beneath the soil, their remains lying undiscovered to this day. Moving on to the next case. The Pettit family. Before their home became the scene of a horrific crime in February 2007, the Pettit residence in Cheshire, Connecticut was the picture of suburban tranquility, complete with a neatly kept lawn and nestled in a quiet, family-oriented neighborhood. It was the kind of place no one would ever expect to be touched by violence. The Pettits were, by all outward appearances, a typical, well-respected family. Dr. William Pettit, 50, worked as an endocrinologist in Plainville and served as the medical director at the Joslin Diabetes Center at Connecticut Central Hospital. He had married Jennifer Hawkpatee in 1985. Jennifer, 48, was a nurse and co-director of the health center at Cheshire Academy, a private boarding school. The couple had 2 daughters, both described as bright and accomplished. Their older daughter, 17-year-old Haley, had just graduated from Miss Porter's school, where she was an active member of the cross-country, basketball, and rowing teams. A high honors student, she was planning to attend Dartmouth College, inspired by her parents' careers and eager to pursue medicine. Haley was also deeply committed to a cause close to her heart. She led a Walk MS team called Haley's Hope, through which she raised over $55,000 for multiple sclerosis research after her mother's diagnosis. The Pettits' youngest daughter, 11-year-old Michaela, had plans to take over the team once Haley left for college, intending to rename it Michaela's Miracle. She loved cooking for her family, a task she took on regularly, and also enjoyed gardening alongside her father. But everything changed that fateful summer. On the evening of July 22nd, Jennifer and Michaela made a routine trip to their local stop and shop to pick up ingredients for dinner. While there, they caught the attention of 26-year-old Joshua Komisarjevsky, who noticed their nice car and decided to follow them home. He soon discovered they lived in a well-kept, affluent neighborhood. During his 2011 trial, prosecutors alleged that Komisarjevsky was driven by both financial motives and an unhealthy interest in Michaela. Along with his accomplice, 50-year-old Stephen Hayes, Komisarjevsky initially claimed their plan was to break into the home, steal money and valuables, and leave the family tied up but otherwise unharmed. However, that is not what happened. At around 3 a.m. on July 23rd, the pair broke into the home and found William asleep on the sofa in the sunroom. After finding a baseball bat leaning against the basement stairs, Komisarjevsky decided to use it and struck the sleeping doctor 4 to 5 times. While he bled from a head wound that was quickly making him woozy, the criminals bound William's wrists and ankles using plastic zip ties and rope. The doctor remembered hearing one say to the other, "If he moves, put 2 bullets in him." At this point, Haley, Michaela, and Jennifer were each bound to their beds, tied by their wrists and ankles in their own rooms, with pillowcases placed over their heads. Once satisfied that the victims were restrained, Komisarjevsky and Hayes began to ransack the home in search of money. Despite William previously insisting there was no safe, the two continued to search and eventually came across bank statements revealing the couple had approximately $40,000 in their accounts. This discovery led them to devise a new plan: wait until the bank opened, then force one of the family members to withdraw a substantial amount of cash. They moved William into the basement and tied him to a support beam. Later that morning, security footage captured Hayes purchasing $10 worth of gasoline, using 2 gas cans taken from the Petit home to store it. He then returned to the house, picked up Jennifer, and forced her to withdraw $15,000 from the bank for him and Komisarjevsky. While at the bank, Jennifer quickly explained the situation to the teller, telling them that she and her family were being held hostage by men who wanted money. She reportedly said that they just wanted the cash, and they were being nice. The bank manager then alerted the authorities and relayed the same information to them. The police Petit house, Komisarjevsky sexually assaulted 11-year-old Michaela. This would be discovered during her autopsy, and the 26-year-old admitted to it when he was confronted with the evidence. He also photographed the assault. He later said that he believed the young girl was 14 or 16. Forensic testing done on her clothing later showed that Komisarjevsky had tried to erase any forensic evidence by using bleach. After Hayes and Jennifer returned to the home, Hayes reportedly felt provoked by his accomplice into sexually assaulting the mother of 2 in the living room. William, barely conscious in the basement, heard the assault of his wife upstairs. He shouted up to her, "Don't worry, it's all gonna be over in a couple of minutes." Then, using a jolt of adrenaline, he broke free of his restraints and escaped out the basement exits, crawling his way to the house of a neighbor who didn't recognize him because he was so beaten and bloodied. Upon discovering that William was missing, Komisarjevsky alerted Hayes, who strangled Jennifer. The pair then poured gasoline on her body and throughout various parts of the house, including the bedrooms of Haley and Michaela. Their clothing and bodies were also doused with the substance. A fire was started and the 2 men fled in the Paddott's car. Michaela and Haley succumbed to the smoke. Hayes and Komisarjevsky did not get very far. They were seen fleeing by the police and were caught just 1 block from the home. Both men confessed to the murders, but claimed the other was the driving force. Stephen Hayes was a well-known criminal who'd been arrested nearly 30 times and had spent almost his entire life in and out of jail. He was sent to a halfway house in February 2006, which is where he met Joshua Komisarjevsky. Joshua was adopted by the son of a theatrical director after his own mother, who was only 16, gave him up. In the 90s, his sister accused him of sexually assaulting her. Komisarjevsky added that he had also been sexually abused by his foster brother when he was just 14. Komisarjevsky also spent most of his life in and out of jail, and once told authorities that he enjoyed the feeling of invading private homes and violating the security of the house's inhabitants. Both men were convicted of the murders among other charges. They were each sentenced to death, but in 2015, due to the abolition of the death penalty in Connecticut, their sentences were commuted to life in prison. Not only was this crime truly horrific, but the part played by the police department has become controversial. Many have questioned why the police didn't act sooner, especially since they were already on the scene. Some believe that earlier intervention might have saved Jennifer and the 2 girls. Law enforcement later explained that they believed they were dealing with an active hostage situation and were unsure how many suspects or weapons were inside. Reports also indicated that senior officials had instructed officers not to approach Hayes upon his return with Jennifer, and to avoid calling or entering the home. In the years since, Komisarjevsky, now 40, has tried to appeal his conviction and seek a new trial. However, earlier this year, the Connecticut Supreme Court denied his appeal. William Petit, the sole survivor of the brutal attack, found a path forward. In 2012, he remarried, tying the knot with Christine Plouffe, whom he met while volunteering with the Petit Family Foundation. The following year, they welcomed their first child together, a son named William Petit III. William no longer practices medicine. Instead, he dedicates his time to the foundation, which focuses on youth education, support for individuals with chronic illnesses, and protection for those impacted by violence. The Petit family home, marked by unimaginable loss, has since been demolished. It is now a lot containing a memorial garden for the family. Moving on to the next case. Covina Massacre. On Christmas Eve 2008, in the quiet suburb of Covina, California, a horrific mass killing took place during a family holiday celebration at 1129 East Knollcrest Drive. At around 11:30 p.m., 45-year-old Bruce Jeffrey Pardo, disguised in a Santa Claus costume, entered the home carrying a cart with 4 semi-automatic handguns and a large gift-wrapped package. The package concealed a homemade flamethrower. Upon arrival, Pardo was greeted by his excited 8-year-old niece, Katrina. In a shocking act of violence, he immediately shot her in the face. Chaos erupted as some guests tried to help Katrina while others fled. Pardo opened fire on the gathering, indiscriminately shooting at those inside. After emptying rounds from his weapons, he opened the wrapped present and used the flamethrower to douse the home in racing fuel before setting it ablaze. The fire consumed the house rapidly. A 20-year-old woman survived by leaping from a second-story window, sustaining only minor injuries. Another victim, a 16-year-old girl, was shot in the back but survived the attack. The young girl who was shot in the face miraculously survived her critical injuries, but 9 others at the Christmas Eve gathering were not as fortunate. Investigators later theorized that some of the victims were executed at close range, with Bruce Pardo standing over them as he fired. One of the survivors managed to flee the burning home and seek help from a nearby neighbor, alerting authorities. The fire itself was intense, with flames reportedly reaching heights of 40 to 50 feet, requiring the efforts of nearly 80 firefighters to bring it under control due to the massive quantity and volatility of the accelerant used. The ferocity of the blaze meant that the victims' remains could not be recovered until the fire had been fully extinguished. As a result, authorities had to rely on dental and medical records to identify the deceased. Among those killed were Bruce's ex-wife, 43-year-old Sylvia Ortega Pardo, and her mother, 70-year-old Alicia Ortega, who suffered gunshot wounds to the abdomen. Bruce also shot and killed Sylvia's father, who died from multiple gunshot wounds. In addition to those killed by gunfire, 6 others lost their lives to the fire and smoke: Charles Ortega, 49, Sherry Lynn Ortega, 45, James Ortega, 51, Teresa Ortega, 52, Alicia Ortega Ortiz, 46, and Bruce's 17-year-old nephew, Michael Andre Ortiz, who was the youngest victim of the massacre. In addition to the 9 murder victims, 2 children lost one parent, and an estimated 13 children were tragically orphaned as a result of these heinous murders. After his reign of pain and chaos, Bruce calmly got out of his Santa suit and into his street clothes, which he had packed ahead of time. He then got into his rental car, a Dodge Caliber, and drove to the house of his brother, who was not at home at the time, in Sylmar, California, about a 30-minute drive from the crime scene. It was in his brother's home that he made the cowardly decision to take his own life and died from a self-inflicted gunshot wound to the head. Because the cheap polyester fabric of the red and white Santa suit had partially melted adhering to his skin, the suit was never truly taken off, and remnants of the false holiday cheer would be found adhered to his skin long after death. His body was found with $17,000 in cash wrapped in a girdle attached to his leg. His rental car was parked 1 block away from his brother's home, and it had been seemingly booby-trapped so that anyone who attempted to Santa suit or anything else in the car would perish in a fiery blaze courtesy of black powder, a temperamental explosive. Seeing the threat for what it was, the bomb squad was able to shoot an incendiary device into the Dodge Caliber which destroyed the imminent threat, but also destroyed precious evidence that may have answered some of the investigators' questions. The 4 semi-automatic handguns that he had brought with him to the Christmas party were found near Bruce's lifeless body packed with at least 200 rounds of ammunition. While police initially thought that Bruce had plans to flee to Canada because of a ticket he had purchased from Air Canada in the days leading up to the attack, it was later discovered to be a domestic flight that would have taken him from LA to Moline, Illinois. It was discovered that Bruce had called an old friend of his from high school to tell him that he would be visiting in the next few days. He had previously visited this friend back in February, but as Bruce took the cowardly way out prior to the flight, we will never know if this supposed trip was a red herring or if his plans simply changed after his senseless killing of 9 people. Back at the residence of Bruce Pardo, officers found what they described as a virtual bomb factory. It contained, in addition to various explosive materials, as well as the empty high-octane fuel container, empty boxes of 5 semi-automatic handguns. It is unclear if the 5th handgun was ever recovered and also had a Benelli M2 tactical shotgun. A prior student of John H. Francis Polytechnic High School in Sun Valley, Los Angeles, and a graduate of Cal State Northridge, the would-be killer had worked at the Jet Propulsion Laboratory in La Canada, Flintridge. He had met his soon-to-be wife back in February 2004, 4 years prior to the massacre. After a less than 2-year-long courtship, the couple wed in February, but marital problems arose almost instantly. The marital issues described by those closest to the couple surrounded the issue of finances. Bruce refused to open a joint account with his new wife Sylvia and expected her to pay all the expenses of her 3 children from a previous marriage all on her own without the help or support of her new husband. In February, less than 2 years after the couple had married and just 6 months before the tragic Christmas killings would occur, Los Angeles County Divorce Court ruled that Bruce needed to pay Sylvia $1,785 a month as spousal support. Bruce, to his dismay, was also made to pay a one-time payment of $10,000 to cover Sylvia's building a new life separate from him. The courts, using an algorithm which took into account Bruce's current income and previous tax returns, calculated the spousal support number objectively. But unsurprisingly to those who knew him, Bruce thought that this government-ordered aid to his wife was patently unfair and morally unjust. A month after the tragic massacre, Bruce Pardo was terminated from his job under circumstances that suggested fault on his part rather than a routine layoff. Although the specific reasons remain undisclosed, sources familiar with the family reported that Bruce had grown furious over having to pay spousal support to his ex-wife, Sylvia. He allegedly believed she was misusing the money, claiming she lived rent-free with her parents while indulging in luxuries such as a high-end vehicle, spa treatments, golf lessons, and repeated gambling trips to Las Vegas, all funded, he claimed, by the financial support he provided. With limited forensic leads, investigators quickly focused on Bruce and Sylvia's divorce, which had been finalized just a week prior to the killings, on December 18th. Those close to the couple also raised the possibility that Bruce had kept a significant secret from Sylvia, the existence of a child from a previous relationship. That child had reportedly suffered a severe injury in a swimming pool accident, though little is publicly known about the incident, including whether Bruce played any role in it. Earlier in July of that year, Bruce had been dismissed from his role as an electrical engineer at ITT Electronic and Radar Systems. Despite extensive investigation, no definitive motive emerged beyond the fractured divorce and personal grievances, leaving the horrific events carried out by Bruce, infamously dubbed the Santa Shooter, etched into memory, with many survivors and families still grappling with the trauma he left behind. Moving on to the next case. Julianne Gonzalez. In February 2010, 21-year-old Julianne Gonzalez lived in Dripping Springs, Texas. She was married to George de la Cruz, but they were estranged and in the process of getting a divorce. The couple had a 2-year-old daughter, Layla, whom they shared custody of. Julie was busy balancing her job as a pharmacy technician, her studies, and spending time with her daughter. Julie was described as a hardworking and kind-hearted person who fully embraced her role as a mother and worked to raise her daughter independently. In February, Julie was last seen by George, who said she came by to drop off their daughter. Julie's aunt Dora expected to hear from her that day but never did. When Julie didn't respond to calls and texts, Dora began to worry. Julie's family, her aunt, mother Sandra, and sister Samantha, spoke to George, who claimed that Julie had told him she was going on a trip for a few days. However, the family found this explanation hard to believe, knowing Julie would never leave without informing someone and would never abandon her daughter. Julie's family emphasized that her daughter was her entire world, and they believed there was no way she would ever leave her behind. Julie was known to be reliable and in constant contact with her loved ones. By 11 p.m. that night, her aunt and mother filed a missing person report with the Austin, Texas police. The police, however, found no evidence suggesting Julie hadn't left voluntarily, noting that as an adult, she had the right to go wherever she chose. Julie's mother and aunt also pointed out that her new car was missing. The following day, in February, Julie's family and her new boyfriend, Aaron, began receiving text messages from her. Julie's sister believed the messages were from her, as they included her nickname, but Julie's aunt, mom, and Aaron were skeptical. Aaron had just received a message from Julie saying she was breaking up with him, which shocked her mother because Julie was deeply in love with him. Additionally, Julie, or someone using her phone, had posted messages on Facebook stating she was depressed and had left messages on her MySpace page. On MySpace, Julie wrote that she had met a man named James in Colorado and couldn't wait to start her life there. Julie's aunt and mom were certain that these messages weren't from her, as they knew Julie would never leave her daughter and it didn't align with how she would normally communicate. Aaron asked Julie to tell him what his middle name was. The person on the other end said they don't have time for games and never sent any other messages to Julie's family members. Investigators still weren't sure if she left on her own or if foul play was involved. But they did speak to George as he was the last person who saw Julie alive. George only told them that Julie dropped off their daughter and then she left abruptly. Julie's family began their own investigation. Her aunt went driving around South Austin and spotted Julie's new car in the parking lot of a Walgreens. Her aunt ran inside, looked all over the store for Julie, but she was nowhere to be found. Concerned about what she could find, Julie's aunt contacted Julie's mother. Together, they checked Julie's trunk but didn't find her. They did spot a paper bag in the back seat which had asthma medication inside for Julie's daughter. It wasn't like Julie to not give George such an important medication for their own daughter. Julie's family asked one of the employees inside Walgreens if Julie had been there. They showed him a picture, and he said she looked familiar. They also asked him if he knew anything about the car outside. He said that a girl had entered the store, and she said she was having car issues. The police obtained the surveillance footage from Walgreens. There were several women that matched the description of Julie, but Julie herself had not entered the store. Julie's family then plastered the city with a billboard, posters, and handed out T-shirts with Julie's picture on them. The police looked at Julie's phone records and social media accounts. Her phone and social media had gone quiet. It hadn't been used since February, the day after she was last seen. George's mom, Victoria de la Cruz, made a frantic phone call to the police. She asked them to come to her house. Victoria called them because she had found a large hole in the storage shed of the home she shared with her son. Victoria told them that she started to dig, but then she got scared and decided it's best to call the police. When detectives arrived, Victoria was covered in dirt and was clearly shaken. The hole that she had contacted them about looked eerily like a grave. George told the police that the hole was an electrical trench. Investigators decided to dig anyway, but found no sign of Julie in the hole. The police obtained Julie's bank records. They found that on the day Julie was last seen, George had used her card at Walmart and Best Buy. George had purchased an Xbox Points card at Best Buy because he had an obsession with video games. His obsession was one of the reasons he and Julie got divorced. George would have rather stayed home all day to play video games than to work and earn money. Victoria gave the police permission to search the house. Inside, they found the purchases from both stores and a receipt from Best Buy. The police obtained the surveillance footage from both stores. They saw George with his daughter at both stores. Jim Cook, a wireless expert, examined George's phone to map out his movements on February. He also compared them to Julie's phone. Julie and George's phones both moved together, which proved that George had possession of her phone. George had also accessed his MySpace page and Julia's page from the same IP address. The police also looked at George's Xbox activity. George was known to play video games for around 12 to 15 hours a day. On March 26, he hadn't played for about 20 hours. The police believed George had done something to Julie, but they did not have much evidence to even prove that she was not alive anymore. Unfortunately, the case then went cold for some time. For 3 years, Julie's family waited for answers and had to share custody with George. Julie's mom asked George constantly if Julie was going to come back. George always told her she was going to someday. Finally, on February, George de la Cruz was arrested and charged with taking Julianne Gonzalez's life. The prosecution offered George a reduced sentence of 50 years if he cooperated and told them where Julie's body was. George always denied being involved. He rejected the offer and decided to plead not guilty. George's trial began in February. George never showed remorse, but seemed nervous. The prosecution didn't have a body, but needed to convince the jury that Julie was never coming back. They said a knife, ammunition, and some clothing that appeared to have been burned was also found in the de la Cruz's backyard and shed. Yet, defense lawyer Robert McCabe and Keith Lauerman contended that prosecutors had left too many loose ends and too many unanswered questions. They attacked the state expert's analysis, raised questions about its witnesses, and said the timeline prosecutors had offered was impossible. George de la Cruz, who was described as an immature and irresponsible heavy video game player, would not have had the time or wherewithal to clean his home, dispose of his estranged wife's remains, and dig a hole in his backyard to bury her. All before he was captured on security camera footage shopping with their daughter, McCabe said. Convictions are about knowledge, the attorney argued. You convict on fact, not fantasy. You convict on logic, not emotions. When you don't, he told jurors, innocent people end up in prison. On February, George de la Cruz was found guilty. He put his head down while Julie's family celebrated. In February, 27-year-old George was sentenced to life in prison. At present, he remains incarcerated at the Jim Ferguson Unit in unincorporated Madison County, Texas. He will be eligible for parole in the year February 1943. Julie's family said that they are praying that George will someday tell them where Julie is. They hope that he will let his daughter know what really happened to her mom. In February, the house belonging to Julie's mother, Sandra Soto, burned down. Julie's family managed to escape safely after being alerted by their dog, but their house was destroyed, and they lost everything. To support them, a benefit was held at Jack's Roadhouse in San Marcos. The event featured homemade barbecue and live music, and the family was deeply moved by the outpouring of support from strangers during such a difficult time. Julie's sister, Samantha Petrie, expressed her gratitude, saying, "We have been through a lot. At first, when I got the news, I did think this was just one more thing being thrown at us. Today, it really shows that not only the love and support from our family and friends, but also from people who know the story of my sister, Julianne Gonzalez, who have not forgotten about our family and our story." Moving on to the next case. Kadijah Britain. Born on April 22, 1994, Kadijah Rose Britain was remembered by her loved ones as a bright, athletic teenager with a promising future. A member of the Round Valley Indian tribes of the Round Valley Reservation, she grew up in Covina, California. Kadijah was a high-achieving student and the star player on her high school basketball team. Friends and classmates described her as popular, confident, and quick-witted, and many believed she would leave her small town behind to pursue college and greater opportunities. Unfortunately, that future was stolen from her in the early months of 2018. On the night of February 7, 2018, Kadijah was last seen alive. 3 days passed before her family reported her missing, not out of indifference, but because Kadijah had been living a more unpredictable lifestyle in recent years. After graduating high school in 2012, she had planned to attend community college, but instead began associating with the wrong crowd. It wasn't long before she'd become involved in abusing drugs. Her community was known to be suffering from both drug and alcohol issues. Through her substance abuse, Kadijah got to know a man named Niji Tony Faleyes IV, who was around 14 years her senior. Although she didn't know it right away, Faleyes was bad news. He'd had far more than his fair share of brushes with the law and had been charged with numerous offenses ranging from manufacturing meth to endangering the health of a child to domestic violence. Faleyes had previously lost custody of his children due to keeping them in filthy, squalid conditions. Despite a stint in prison in San Joaquin County, it appeared he fathered more children afterward. When he met Kadijah, she found herself caring for his kids, doing their laundry, cooking meals, and picking them up from school. While those close to her were deeply concerned about her relationship with him, their warnings went unheeded. On January 30, 2018, a bruised, bleeding, and visibly distraught Kadijah arrived at the home of her father and stepmother. She recounted how Faleyes had attacked her with his fists, and then grabbed a hammer. The following day, with help from the tribe's domestic violence center, Kadijah filed a restraining order against him. She also received financial support to replace belongings she had left behind, including her clothes and phone. However, Faleyes ultimately convinced, or coerced, her into dropping the charges. Given his extensive criminal record, a conviction would likely have resulted in a lengthy prison sentence. However, that was not the end. After Kadijah was reported missing on February 10, 2018, a witness came forward to police with a horrific story. On the night of her disappearance, Kadijah was known to have been visiting a friend in the 23,000 block of Airport Road. The witness claimed that around midnight, Faleyes, accompanied by his new girlfriend, a woman named Antonia, turned up at the house in a black Mercedes. Armed with a small pistol, Faleyes went to the door of the house and demanded that Kadijah come out and speak with him. After this, a physical altercation ensued and Faleyes began to chase his ex-girlfriend around the car, which was being driven by Antonia. Faleyes managed to hit Kadijah and shove her into the car, and the three drove off together. The 23-year-old was never seen since. 10 days later, in mid-February, Faleyes was charged with multiple offenses in connection with the disappearance of Kadijah, including assault, kidnapping, first-degree burglary, threats to commit a crime resulting in death or great bodily injury, attempted murder, and for being a felon in possession of a firearm and ammunition. However, Faleyes pleaded not guilty and refused to cooperate with detectives who were investigating the vanishing of his ex-girlfriend. Several months later, in June of 2018, the police were forced to drop most of the charges due to a lack of evidence. Faleyes' bail was reduced, and he was released shortly afterwards, although he still faced the gun and ammunition possession charges. In August, Antonia was arrested for suspicion of harboring or concealing a wanted felon. A few months later, in October, Faleyes pled no contest to the firearm charges, while his girlfriend pled no contest to being an accessory to a felony. Faleyes, who was 37 at the time, was sentenced to 4 years in prison, while Antonia was sentenced to 18 months in prison and 18 months under supervision. She was also ordered to have no further contact with her boyfriend and was forced to spend 6 months in an inpatient drug rehabilitation program. Both detectives and Kadijah's family believe that Faleyes kills the 23-year-old on the night she was taken. The problem is they're unable to prove it without first finding her body. During the investigation, authorities questioned and arrested many of Faleyes' associates. They also set up an anonymous tip line, and missing persons posters were plastered all across the surrounding counties. Meanwhile, friends and family did their best to raise awareness for Kadijah's case on social media, including setting up a Facebook group. In 2019, a pond in Mendocino County was drained when cadaver dogs indicated that something was buried there. However, no human remains were found. Lieutenant Shannon Barney of the Mendocino County Sheriff's Office, who was also a member of the reservation, said in a 2018 article that he believed somebody knew what happened and where Kadijah was, but they were keeping quiet, telling the press Democrats, throughout the ages, tribal people have closed down among their own within their own little tribal system for protection. That's part of the culture. We know there are people who know more than they're telling us, but we have not been able to break through that tribalism. In 2018, a $50,000 reward was offered for information in Kadijah Britain's case. That amount was doubled in 2020 with support from the FBI, who continue to assist in the investigation. Kadijah's family remains determined to uncover the truth. In March 2018, her father, Jerry, and one of her brothers ventured into the snowy terrain of the Mendocino National Forest after receiving a promising tip. When their SUV became stuck, they pressed on by foot, but the search yielded nothing. Jerry has personally investigated abandoned buildings and chicken coops, always bringing a shovel to probe for shallow graves. Despite the apparent suspect in the case, Kadijah's family has yet to see justice or closure. Her body has not been recovered, and without it, authorities are unlikely to bring formal charges against Flawless. The investigation remains open and active. If you have any information on the location of Kadijah or her remains, you can contact the Mendocino Sheriff's Office tip line on 707-234-2100. Moving on to the next case. Kiara Coles. Born on September 24, 1992, to Joseph Coles and Karen Phillips, Kiara was the fourth of 5 children and grew up in what appeared to be a stable, typical household. As an adult, she remained especially close to her mother, with whom she spoke nearly every day. Kiara had long expressed her desire to start a family of her own, often saying she wanted to have a child as soon as she was financially secure. In the months leading up to her disappearance, Kiara seemed to be on track to achieving that dream. She had recently moved into her own apartment on the south side of Chicago, Illinois, and had purchased a new car. She had also just learned that she was pregnant, with her baby due in April 2019. At the time she went missing, the 26-year-old was working for the United States Postal Service. Reports vary regarding when Kiara began working for the USPS. Some suggest she started in 2017, while others claim she'd been there for about 3 years. According to her mother Karen, Kiara had taken some personal time off from work in October 2018 and was scheduled to return on the 3rd. However, she never showed up for her shift. Instead, she called in sick that day. From October 3rd to 4th, Karen repeatedly tried calling her daughter, but each call went straight to voicemail. Assuming Kiara's phone battery had died, she asked one of her other children to check Kiara's social media accounts. There had been no recent activity there either. Growing increasingly worried, Karen contacted the Chicago Police Department and requested a welfare check. Kiara's car was still parked outside her apartment block, but the young woman herself was missing. Initially, police didn't think much of Kiara's vanishing, believing it to be a non-suspicious case, but eventually they began to suspect foul play. Karen had last seen her daughter on the Sunday before she vanished, September 30th. The pair had spoken about Kiara's preparation for the baby and what milk was best to drink while she was pregnant. However, the case grew a little complicated when the 26-year-old sister claimed that she had last seen her on Monday the 1st after picking her up from work. This account contradicted Karen's earlier statement that Kiara had taken Monday, October 1st, and Tuesday, October 2nd, off from work. To date, this discrepancy has never been fully clarified in official reports. As investigators dug deeper into Kiara's disappearance, the situation became increasingly complicated, particularly surrounding the identity of her unborn child's father, Joshua Simmons. Kiara had reportedly been in a 5-year relationship with Simmons, who was revealed to already be in a long-term relationship with another woman. He also had multiple children and, according to some sources, may have had a third girlfriend, though this has only been briefly mentioned in limited reports. At the time of Kiara's disappearance, both she and Simmons' long-term girlfriend were pregnant. It's believed that both women were aware of each other's existence, and according to Karen, they did not get along. Kiara had allegedly been banned from visiting Simmons at his home. It remains unclear whether investigators ever formally interviewed Simmons. However, in early 2019, he was wanted for questioning in connection with Kiara's case. Not long after she vanished, Simmons, along with his girlfriend and their children, reportedly relocated out of state. They never participated in any searches for Kiara nor any vigils. NBC5 found Simmons living in Louisiana in 2021, but he failed to reply to any of their letters. Following her disappearance, investigators found CCTV footage from a neighbor's surveillance camera, which showed a woman resembling Kiara walking toward her car on the morning of October 3rd. The woman was possibly wearing a postal worker uniform, although this has been heavily debated. The woman appeared to spot something out of frame and walked towards it. She didn't appear fearful or hesitant as she passed by Kiara's car and disappeared from view. Her movements led some to speculate that she had seen someone she knew or a car she recognized and walked towards it. Over the years, this footage has been subject to much scrutiny. At first, the Coles believed that this was their missing loved one. Over time, however, they have changed their minds. Most notably, Karen came forward earlier this year to tell the media that she never believed the woman was Kiara, but that authorities had asked her to keep quiet about her suspicions. Karen explained that the woman's gait and the shape of her body did not match that of her daughter. She also added that she was only revealing this information now because the investigation had stalled and she felt she had nothing to lose. The USPS, for their parts, also does not believe that the woman in the footage is Kiara, but another postal worker who was on that route that day. In February of 2021, Karen also revealed that another neighbor had come forward with CCTV footage from the nights of October 2nd. The videos showed Kiara and Simmons leaving her apartment in separate vehicles. Investigators told the media that they had also recovered surveillance images of the 26-year-old withdrawing $400 from her bank accounts before handing it over to Simmons. It's unclear if Kiara's bank account has been used in the years since she vanished. After Kiara disappeared, her phone, bag, and lunchbox were recovered from her car. Meanwhile, her keys and purse were found in her apartment. Online sleuths have noted that the lunchbox being found in the car was odd given that she had supposedly called in sick. This phone call has been a controversial part of the case online. Many armchair detectives have suggested perhaps someone called in sick pretending to be the 26-year-old. Her family have been unable to confirm if the phone call was in her call log, as they have been unable to access her phone without her passcode. It's unknown why authorities haven't looked into this. The USPS worker who took Kiara's call is adamant that it was her. Authorities also searched Whistler Woods Forest Preserve in Riverdale after following some anonymous tips they'd received. While a few bones were discovered at the scene, it's unknown if they were animal or human. Many areas in and around Chicago were searched, but all to no avail. A reward of $50,000 was also set up, although it has yet to be claimed. Kiara's family are desperate to bring her home and hopefully meet her baby. Her father Joseph quit his job in Wisconsin and moved to Chicago following the disappearance. He has spoken frequently about the case online and to the media and has handed out flyers on the street. For a period of time, he lived in his car outside of Kiara's apartment block determined to find answers. The 26-year-old's friends and co-workers also continued to tirelessly spread awareness of her case. Even today, Joseph continues to hold meetings to spread awareness about his daughter's disappearance. In 2020, he said that he believed Kiara was alive, but being held captive in a vacant home. He added that he believed authorities had not done enough to help bring her back. In July of 2020, law enforcement announced that the investigation was suspended because they'd exhausted all leads. They have stated that they still suspect Kiara met with foul play, but have otherwise been tight-lipped. They told the media that they are looking for evidence to back up their theory, and that they believe 2 or 3 people were involved with the 26-year-old's disappearance. In September of 2020, the Chicago Police Department told the Chicago Tribune that they were working with the U.S. Postal Inspection Service and the FBI to continue the search. They also noted that the case was not closed and they'd be investigating any new evidence or tips they received. Although there isn't much in the way of evidence in Kiara's case, there is a lot of speculation online. The prevailing theory among the public is that Joshua Simmons played a role in Kiara's disappearance, with some even suggesting that his girlfriend may have been involved as well. This belief largely stems from the fact that both Simmons and his partner left Illinois shortly after Kiara went missing and did not participate in the investigation or public search efforts. Some speculate that jealousy may have been a motive, while others theorize that the couple wanted to avoid responsibility for Kiara's baby and took drastic action. Karen, Kiara's mother, has admitted that although she initially doubted Simmons was capable of harming her daughter, his refusal to speak out has led her to reconsider. Another theory posits that Kiara may have left voluntarily to escape the pressures of her changing life. However, her family strongly disputes this idea, insisting that she would never abandon her responsibilities or fail to contact them. There are also suggestions that she may have fallen victim to a gang-related incident or a random act of violence. While her case remains open, progress has slowed significantly in recent months. Anyone with information about Kiara Coles' disappearance is urged to contact the Area South Division of the Chicago Police Department at 312-747-8274. Moving on to the next case. Laura Berkland. In 1991, 94-year-old Laura Berkland was living in the Solbakken neighborhood with her 26-year-old grandnephew, Chytil Berkland. Chytil occupied the first floor of the home, while Laura resided on the ground floor. She allowed him to live there for a minimal rent in exchange for helping her with household tasks. Laura was known as a quiet, reserved woman, and in the time leading up to her murder, she had grown increasingly reliant on Chytil. She had stopped cooking and, for the past 9 months, had been receiving meal deliveries from the local care home. On the afternoon of December 28, 1991, at around 12:35 p.m., Chytil went downstairs to let his cat inside due to the harsh, cold weather. According to him, the following events took place. Asterisk. When I turn around in the hallway, I notice that the door leading to the basement is open and the door into my aunt's kitchen is open. The cat runs into my aunt's apartment because that's where he gets his food. I walk into the living room where she stores her valuables. I look to the right and see her corner cabinets. Asterisk. I see that it's open and there is paper lying all over the floor. I yell, "Aunt, Aunt," and run into her bedroom. There she was, dead. After discovering Laura's body, Chytil panicked and fled to a neighbor's house to call the police. When investigators arrived, they quickly saw that the home had been ransacked and many of Laura's valuables were missing. At first, there were no visible signs of violence on her body. Laura was found lying on her bed with her hands tied behind her back. The autopsy later confirmed that she had died from strangulation. Police noted there were no signs of forced entry, which raised suspicions. This suggested that Laura had willingly let her killer inside, someone she likely knew and trusted. Following an examination of the crime scene, law enforcement began going door to door speaking with around 30 of Laura's neighbors. Few of them had seen anything. One witness reported they'd seen the 94-year-old at her window at around 11 p.m., suggesting that she was murdered sometime after this point. Another reported an odd thing she'd seen while looking out of her window that morning, a stranger sitting on Laura's doorstep and petting her grandnephew's cat. This was at around 10:25 a.m., about 2 hours before the body was discovered. This stranger is described as being a man between the ages of 20 and 25 and standing between 5'5" and 5'9". He had dark, scruffy hair that covered his ears and went down his neck and wore a dark battle jacket, a sleeveless type of jacket, possibly denim that is most associated with punk, heavy metal and biker subcultures. The man also wore dark or possibly blue jeans. After he petted the cats, he went east along the street. Neither neighbors nor Laura's family, including Chytil, recognized this description. And while detectives have asked him to come forward, he never has. To this day, he is still unidentified and it's unknown if he had anything to do with the crime. The day after Laura's body was discovered, Chattel and a friend of his were arrested and charged with the murder. The pair had inconsistent alibis pertaining to their whereabouts on the evening of the murder, although both denied being involved. Reportedly, the two disagreed about what time they returned home. However, after less than a week on January 1, 1992, Chattel's friend was released due to a lack of evidence. A year later, on January 14, 1993, the charges against Chattel himself were also dropped for the same reason. According to Chattel's friend, who later spoke with the media, the two visited another companion on the night of the crime. They then returned without that companion to Chattel's home. At around 1:30 a.m., the friend left and drove home. A forensic examination of the crime scene showed that out of the 40 different fingerprints taken from Laura's home, not one of them matched her friend's. He told one local newspaper, quote, "I pray to God that the police find the culprits because I am not the right man. I did not help kill Laura Birkeland." The initial investigation into the crime concluded after 14 months. Since then, it has largely been cold. Chattel remains the primary suspect in the case, as he was at home during the time of the murder and had no alibi beyond 1:30 a.m. A week after the killing, police stated they had evidence from the crime scene linking the 26-year-old to the incident, though they never revealed what that evidence was. Investigators also expressed doubt that he could have slept through both the murder and the ransacking of the apartment. Additionally, witnesses reported that Chattel often voiced frustration and resentment about having to care for Laura. He, however, supported his friend's account of events and claimed he had locked the door after his friend both entered and left the house. In a surprising development, about a month after his arrest, Chattel confessed that he had intended to kill Laura, but claimed someone else had done it before he could. He admitted feeling overwhelmed by the responsibility of caring for her and acknowledged stealing money from her to support his marijuana use. Despite this, he consistently denied any involvement in her death. Laura's family do not believe Chattel was responsible and suspect an outsider instead. During the early stages of the investigation, Norway's National Crime Unit, Kripos, also launched their own inquiry into the case. They found several pieces of information that differed from that which had been discovered by the local authorities. The police claimed there was no sign of forced entry, but Kripos discovered evidence of a break-in. There were marks on a window in the basement, and footprints that reportedly led from the basement upstairs. They were found on a kitchen stool and in Laura's living room and bedroom. Furthermore, the rope used to tie her up came from a hook in the basement. This led Kripos to theorize that the break-in might have been staged. They also noted that there was dust on the windowsill which hadn't been moved, proving their theory further. It was also discovered that Laura's dinner delivery, the one she received from the local nursing home every evening, had been cancelled on the day of the murder. On the morning of December 28th, the nursing home received a call from an anonymous person who cancelled Laura's dinner. It's unknown if they gave a reason why or if the home asked that question at all. The delivery driver drove past her house that evening but then remembered her delivery for the night had been cancelled. It does not seem likely that the 94-year-old cancelled the dinner herself, as she didn't own a mobile phone or a landline, and neither did her grandnephew. If he had cancelled it, then he must have left the house and called using someone else's telephone. In 1999, Chattel contacted a private investigator named Tor Sandberg. Although he had been released and the charges against him dropped, he felt he was still thought of as Laura's killer. Sandberg discovered there were a few things that hadn't been followed through during the original investigation and that other things had been done wrong. He believed that evidence had been manipulated and key information had been withheld. In his reports, he noted that the cancelled delivery hadn't been followed up on and the footprints hadn't been thoroughly examined. And there were several other individuals without alibis on the night of the crime. He also stated that Chattel's sister had left a few business cards with Laura that had gone missing on the night of the crime. Reportedly, this sister was contacted by an anonymous man who asked if she'd like to see the crime resolved. While a Norwegian article mentions that Sandberg was able to track this man down, it's unclear what became of this lead and the man's involvement with the case. It was also vaguely noted in another article about the case that a woman mentioned to a hotel employee that she knew who had killed Laura but couldn't tell anyone for fear that she would wind up dead herself. While the private investigator attempted to reopen the case, his appeal was rejected. The case was examined again in 2016, but no new information was uncovered during this time. Chaitil, who has since changed his name, continues to assert his innocence. He claims the last time he saw Laura was when she shouted at him to take out the garbage after he returned home with a friend. He also stated that he smoked marijuana before going to bed and was later awakened in the night by the sound of a car door slamming. He recalled hearing the doorbell ring but chose to ignore it, saying, "I'm too tired. I'm too stoned." He said he turned over and tried to go back to sleep. Based on his account, some have theorized that the killer rang the doorbell and was let in by Laura. However, many online sleuths continue to suspect Chaitil of involvement in her death. Laura's case remains unsolved. If you have any information, please contact the Mora Ramsdorp Police District at 701-18700. Moving on to the next case. Marianne Rugos Knutson. Born around 1974, Marianne Knutson was described by her teachers as a cheerful and kind child. Her sudden disappearance during the summer of the early 1980s remains one of Norway's most puzzling and unexplained cases. On August 28, 1981, 6-year-old Marianne finished school at noon and went to a friend's house to play before heading home. At the time, her mother Torun had recently given birth to Marianne's baby sister, just 4 months earlier. Marianne's parents were divorced, with her father living approximately 40 minutes away. Marianne, her mother, and her infant sister had recently settled into a new home in the town of Risa, where they lived with Torun's boyfriend. The property featured a large garden, which Marianne adored, and they were situated near other family members. That afternoon, Torun informed her daughter that she intended to go out to shop for curtains. Marianne wanted to join her mother, and Torun agreed. She gave her daughter some money to buy ice cream from a nearby shop before they left. Marianne, a familiar face at the store, enjoyed her ice cream in the car park before heading back home. When she returned, her older cousin Nina had arrived, and Marianne chose to stay and play instead. Torun then left for the shops, leaving Nina, Marianne, and the baby at home. Before leaving, Torun gave Marianne some extra money for more sweets and ice cream later in the day. The girls played until around 2:30 p.m., when Marianne left once again to go to the store. She was barefoot, wearing a summer dress, and carrying some empty bottles. After buying a bag of sweets and 2 ice creams, the shopkeeper reminded her to hurry home before they melted. Marianne followed the advice and quickly made her way down the front steps of the store. After she left, she was never seen again. 8 witnesses saw Marianne between 12:30 p.m. and when she left the store with the ice creams. However, nobody was questioned until 4 to 5 days after she had gone missing. Although authorities were alerted about 3 hours after she disappeared, it seems that her case was not treated as a crime until September 1st, when investigators announced they were dealing with a criminal act. Prior to this, it was thought that she had gotten lost or been in some kind of accident, and on the evening of her disappearance, a large-scale search operation was carried out. This search included the use of scent dogs and a helicopter equipped with a thermal imaging device and was assisted by the Red Cross and Kripos, the National Criminal Investigation Service in Norway. Both land and sea were searched in the following days, and officers made sure to check wells and manholes. There was no trace of the 6-year-old. Even her ice cream and sweets were never located, and investigators were unable to discover the crime scene. It wasn't until August 31st that Marianne's disappearance made the national news. One of Norway's biggest papers wrote an article titled, "Where is Marianne?" Around this time, investigators received a tip that a girl resembling the year-old had been seen alone in the city of Kristiansand, but this didn't pan out. 15 detectives worked on the case, and they theorized she may have been taken by someone with a vehicle while she was at the store. She may have been abducted, transported away from the scene, and killed. Still, they could find no evidence that told them what had transpired when she left the store. The official search for Marianne ended on September. On October 16, 1981, a man in his 50s was arrested and charged with the kidnapping. However, he was released on June 22, 1982 due to a lack of evidence. Another brief suspect in the case was Marianne's father, who would much later reveal to the media that he had been monitored following her disappearance. In 1998, a man named Stuart Bergwall confessed to taking her, and this led to the reopening of the case. However, Bergwall is a known liar with a history of mental health issues who confessed to crimes he didn't commit for years. Beginning in the early 1990s, we covered Bergwall's case in a previous episode of Cold Case Detective. Marianne's case was reopened earlier between 1993 and 1994 due to several tips that came in, but they all led nowhere. In 2016, a self-proclaimed psychic claimed in a YouTube video that he had a vision of the culprits and his whereabouts. This video triggered a new search in which over 100 people participated. However, no evidence was uncovered, and the psychic later deleted the video. The following year, a private investigator claimed that the police had made several errors during the initial investigation and called for the case to be reopened. This request was ultimately denied. Due to Norwegian laws and the amount of time that has passed, even if Marianne's abductor is identified, they cannot be prosecuted and will never face legal consequences. Her mysterious disappearance left a lasting impact on her parents. In the aftermath, children were no longer allowed to go out unsupervised, and the tight-knit community of Riso began to fall apart as trust between neighbors eroded. The case has since gone cold. Marianne is described as a white girl with dark hair and thick eyeglasses. If you have any information regarding her disappearance, please contact the police in Riso at 381-36000. Moving on to the next case. The Austin Axe Murderer. Before Austin, Texas became known for its vibrant culture and growth, it was once a quiet town with fewer than 5,000 residents, a place journalist Skip Hollandsworth described as a rustic cow town. But by 1885, the city had rapidly expanded, boasting a population of 14,500 and a bustling downtown filled with hotels, restaurants, and opportunity. Amidst this progress, a terrifying figure emerged, an unidentified killer who wielded an axe and left a trail of horror in his wake. Over time, 8 innocent people would lose their lives to this unknown assailant. The first known victim was Molly Smith, a 25-year-old African-American woman. Molly and her boyfriend were employed by a prominent local family, performing domestic duties such as cooking and cleaning. The pair lived in the family's residence on West Pecan Street and led a seemingly ordinary life, until the night of December 30, 1884. That evening, chaos erupted. Molly's boyfriend, Walter, awoke in excruciating pain. When he looked into the mirror, he discovered a gash across his face. After tending to his wound, he noticed that their living quarters had been ransacked. A trail of blood led investigators from the ransacked quarters to the couple's outhouse, where they found Molly's lifeless body lying in the snow. She had endured multiple stab wounds to her face, chest, arms, and legs, and it was determined she had also been sexually assaulted. During their investigation, police discovered a blood-covered axe inside the couple's quarters, presumably the murder weapon. A few months later, on March 19, 1885, the unknown attacker struck again, this time seriously injuring 2 Swedish servant girls, Clara Strand and Christine Martinson. Though both women survived, the brutality of the attack deepened the community's growing fear. After a brief lull, the killer returned in May. The second known fatality was Eliza Shelley, a 30-year-old African-American cook employed by Dr. L. B. Johnson. She was found dead at the doctor's cottage, located between San Jacinto Boulevard and Cypress Street. Eliza lived with her 3 children in a cabin behind the home. Her murder was strikingly similar to that of Molly Smith, but the brutality had only gotten worse as her head had been split in 2. Her blood-soaked bedsheets indicated that she'd been attacked while sleeping and her body had been dragged onto the floor afterwards. Reportedly, Eliza's 8-year-old son saw a man enter the cabin in the middle of the night, but he was unable to recall any details the following morning. He only remembered waking up to find a man standing over him before he was thrown from the bed, covered with a blanket, and told to stay quiet. Later that month, on May 22nd, a third African-American servant named Irene Cross, 33, was struck while she was sleeping. Except this time the murder weapon was determined to be a knife, not an axe. The first police officers who arrived on the scene were allegedly able to speak to the young woman before she passed away, although it doesn't seem that they gathered any useful information from her. Irene's arm was so severely cut that it was almost severed from the body. She'd also been scalped, leaving her with massive head wounds. In August, a young woman named Clara Dick was seriously wounded. That same month, on the 30th, a 40-year-old cook named Rebecca Ramey was attacked in her home. She wasn't killed, but her 11-year-old daughter Mary caught the Austin axe murderer's attention and was dragged outside. She was sexually assaulted and stabbed through the ears with an iron rod. Mary died from her injuries just a few hours later. Meanwhile, her mother, Rebecca, had been violently beaten and left on the floor in a pool of her own blood, a deep wound on her temple. On September 28th, the culprit struck again, this time targeting a couple named Gracie Vance and Orange Washington. The pair lived and worked in the home of a local attorney. Much like the other victims, Gracie awoke in the middle of the night to find a stranger standing over her. She screamed in fear and panic, and Orange rushed to her defense. But the 25-year-old suffered a blow to the head with an axe, smashing his skull and leaving him to collapse on the floor. Afterwards, the unidentified man dragged 20-year-old Gracie out into the yard, assaulted her, and then bludgeoned her to death with a brick. He left his axe behind for the police to discover. The attack on Gracie Vance was so brutal that the Austin Daily Statesman described her body as having been beaten into a jelly. Investigators believe the killer had entered the cabin through a window. Around the same time, 2 other servant girls who lived in the same quarters were also assaulted but managed to survive. One of them, Lucinda Body, later recounted disturbing behavior from the intruder, most notably him yelling, "Don't look at me," after he had murdered Gracie. A peculiar detail emerged during the investigation. Gracie was found clutching a gold watch, which was not recognized as belonging to anyone residing at the property. The murderer's final 2 victims broke from his established pattern and were both killed on Christmas Eve of 1885. Unlike his previous targets, these victims were not servants. One of them, Susan Hancock, was a 41-year-old white woman and a mother of 2, described as one of the most refined ladies in Austin. She had either been sleeping in her daughter's bed or had her 16-year-old daughter beside her when the attacker seized her and dragged her outside into the garden. Strangely, her husband, asleep in the master bedroom, heard nothing during the attack. Authorities found Susan's body, her skull split open. Like the other victims, she'd been sexually assaulted. Less than 1 hour later, 17-year-old Eula Phillips, a white married mother of 1, was found dead in her back garden in a wealthy neighborhood in Austin. She had been sexually assaulted and bludgeoned to death and was discovered lying face down. Heavy timber had been placed on her, possibly to restrain her, and some articles note that the young girl had been stripped of her clothing. Her husband, 24-year-old James Phillip Jr., had also been attacked and wounded. Eula Phillips is the Austin axe murderer's final victim as far as we know anyway. All in all, he killed 8 people and injured another 5. Over the course of the investigation into these deaths, the police interviewed around 400 suspects, but none were ever charged. Boyfriends and husbands of the slain women were examined, but nothing concrete was ever found. James Phillips Jr. was at one point convicted of murdering his wife and accused of using the Austin axe murders as a cover for his crime, but he was acquitted 6 months later after a court deemed him innocent. Additionally, Walter Spencer, the boyfriend of the first victim, Molly Smith, was also charged but was acquitted after a 2-day trial. By the time additional law enforcement officers were hired, rewards were offered and citizens had formed a vigilance committee to patrol the streets at nights the murders stopped. They seemed to stop as quickly as they started. Despite the fact there were at least 5 survivors of the Austin axe murderer, none were able to give a complete description of him. Some reports stated that he was white, others that his complexion was dark. Other accounts note that he was a quote yellow man wearing a lamp black or carbon black to conceal his skin color. He has also been described as a man wearing a Mother Hubbard-style dress, a popular dress style in the Victorian era described as being a long, wide and loose-fitting with long sleeves and a high neck. He may also have been wearing a slouch hat, a wide-brimmed felt hat commonly worn as part of a military uniform, or perhaps wore a white rag covering his face. It is generally believed that one person is responsible for all of these crimes, but some theories suggest there was a group who participated in and perpetuated the slayings. Several gang theories also emerged around 1885, proposing possible financial or racial motivations, but nothing substantial ever came of these notions. The most prominent suspect in the killings is a man known only as Maurice, a Malaysian cook who spent most of his life working on ships, but eventually landed himself a job at an Austin hotel named the Pearl House in 1885. Each crime that occurred did so somewhere near to the hotel, and the slaying stopped shortly after Maurice left his job in January of 1886, opting to go to London. This has prompted speculation that the Austin axe murderer and Jack the Ripper are one and the same, especially as the Ripper crime stopped 2 weeks after Maurice left London again. The Maurice theory was first reported by the Austin American Statesman. According to their article in August 1888, a sailor named George Dodge was interviewed by Scotland Yard. He claimed that he met a Malaysian cook named Alaska, although it was possible his name was Lasker, an old Malaysian word for sailor. The pair met at the Queen's Musical Hall in Poplar, London, and Alaska showed George a double-edged knife, which he always carried with him. Alaska was described as a 35-year-old who stood at 5'7" and weighed around 140 to 153 pounds. Reportedly, Alaska had said to George that he had been, quote, robbed by a woman of bad character, and that unless he found the woman and recovered his money, he would murder and mutilate every Whitechapel woman he met. Writer Shirley Harrison put forward the theory that the individual responsible for the Austin axe murders, also known as the Servant Girl Annihilator, a nickname coined by a contemporary journalist, was actually Jack the Ripper. She believed this person to be James Maybrick, a cotton merchant from Liverpool, who happened to be in Austin when the murders took place. Maybrick died in 1889, and his personal journals allegedly contained confessions to murdering sex workers, with one entry even signed, Jack the Ripper. A more recent theory surfaced in 2014 during an episode of History Detectives on PBS. Combining historical investigation with modern psychological and geographical profiling methods, the program suggested that the killer might have been Nathan Elgin, a 19-year-old African-American cook. Elgin was known to have worked in close proximity to the murder locations and was missing a small toe, a detail that matched unusual footprints found at the crime scenes. In February 1886, he was fatally shot by police while trying to attack a woman with a knife. Yet, despite numerous theories and possible suspects, the true identity of the Austin axe murderer has never been. Moving on to the next case. Dorothy Arnold. Dorothy Harriet Camille Arnold was born on July 1, 1885, in New York City. As a socialite and heiress, she came from a prominent and affluent family. Her father, Francis Rose Arnold, was a successful importer of luxury goods, specializing in perfumes, and he and her mother, Mary Martha Parks Arnold, had 4 children together. Dorothy was their second child, with an older brother named John and 2 younger siblings, Marjorie and Dan. Dorothy attended the prestigious Velton School for Girls in New York and later graduated from college in 1905, where she studied literature and language. After finishing her education, she remained at home, focusing on launching a writing career. Writing was Dorothy's true passion, and she was determined to become a published author. Unfortunately, those closest to her, including her family and friends, did not support her artistic ambitions. Dorothy's literary ambitions were often met with ridicule from her family and peers, particularly when her work was rejected by publishers. In the spring of 1910, she received a rejection from McClure's magazine for a short story she had submitted. A few months later, another piece was turned down by the same publication. These repeated disappointments deeply affected Dorothy. Though she tried to maintain a cheerful facade, some believe that the lack of support and ongoing rejection may have played a role in her eventual disappearance later that year. On December 12, 1910, Dorothy left her home around 11 a.m., telling her mother she planned to shop for a dress for her sister Marjorie's upcoming debutante ball. Her mother, Mary, unusually offered to join her, despite often being in poor health. Dorothy politely declined, saying she'd call if she found a suitable dress. She left with approximately $25 to $30 in cash, equivalent to $700, $800 today. Dorothy was seen walking from her home on 79th Street to the Park and Tilford store at 5th Avenue and 27th Street, where she charged a half box of chocolates to her father's account. She then went to Brentano's bookstore, where she purchased a humorous book titled Engaged Girls Sketches by Emily Blake. Staff at the bookstore later stated that Dorothy behaved normally and showed no signs of distress. While not in high spirits, she was polite and pleasant, and nothing seemed amiss. When she left the bookstore, Dorothy ran into an old friend of hers, a woman named Gladys King. The pair chatted for a bit discussing the upcoming debutante party, and much like the bookstore staff, Gladys found her friend was talkative and seemed in a stable mood. They then parted ways as Gladys was meeting her mother for lunch. Dorothy mentioned that she would walk home through Central Park. She was last seen at 27th Street just before 2 p.m., waving goodbye. Dorothy's family grew suspicious when she did not return home for dinner. This was highly uncharacteristic of the 25-year-old, as she would never miss it without at least informing someone in the family first. Not wishing to draw too much attention to themselves, the family called around Dorothy's friends asking if anyone had seen her. They told her they had not. Just after midnight, a friend rang the family back asking if she had been found. Mary, who answered the call, told her that yes, Dorothy was back home. When the friend asked to speak to her, however, Mary refused, saying that her daughter had gone off to bed with a headache. Unfortunately, valuable time in Dorothy's case was lost when the family did not immediately report her disappearance. Fearing the unwanted media attention and social embarrassment, the Arnolds refused to contact authorities. Instead, the following day, Dorothy's older brother John called the family lawyer and friend John S. Keith, who came to the house to search for clues. In Dorothy's room, he found personal letters with foreign postmarks, although the nature of these letters is unknown. Keith also discovered 2 brochures for transatlantic ocean liners and remnants of burned papers in the fireplace, which were believed to be Dorothy's rejected manuscripts. Apart from these, nothing unusual was found in her room. Her clothes and personal belongings remained untouched, aside from what she had taken with her the day she vanished. Over the following weeks, Keith conducted an extensive search, visiting jails, hospitals, and morgues across New York, Philadelphia, and Boston, but found no trace of Dorothy. He later informed the press that, 2 months after her disappearance, a lawyer had tipped him off that Dorothy might be in a Pittsburgh sanatorium. He dispatched 2 agents to investigate, but the woman they located was not her. With no solid leads, Keith recommended the family hire the Pinkerton Detective Agency to continue the investigation. The Arnolds agreed, and the agency began checking hospitals and other locations Dorothy had been known to visit. They interviewed her friends and former classmates, but no one had any helpful information. Based on the ocean liner brochures found in her room, the agency speculated that Dorothy might have traveled to Europe to secretly marry someone. However, after combing through marriage records, they found no listing under her name. Agents even traveled out to Europe to check ships that had come in from New York. And although several similar-looking women were found, Dorothy herself was not. At a loose end, the agency along with John Keith suggested that the police finally be called. The family were reluctant to do so but were persuaded in the end. Law enforcement advised the family to hold a press conference to draw in publicity. By this time, 6 weeks had passed since Dorothy was last seen. On January 25, 1911, reporters gathered at the conference to watch Francis Arnold tell the world his daughter was missing. He offered a reward of $1,000, which is the equivalent today of about $17,000. During the events, the press asked if it was possible that Dorothy had run off with a man, considering Francis did not allow her to date, but he denied this and told them that he'd have been glad if she'd associated with more young, busy men, saying, quote, "I don't approve of young men who have nothing to do." This remark was reportedly a jab at a man Dorothy had been seeing for some time before her disappearance. 42-year-old George Grissom Jr., an engineer from a wealthy Pennsylvanian family, had met Dorothy while she was studying at university. Despite his age and wealth, he continued to live with his parents in Pittsburgh. The press was quick to find out all of this information. They also found out that months earlier, in September of 1910, Dorothy had lied to her parents, telling them she was going to visit an old classmate in Boston, but instead spending a week at a hotel with George. Francis and Mary discovered their daughter's lies when they found out she had pawned jewelry for $500 to fund the trip, although it was apparently worth much, much more than that. Although her parents forbade her from seeing George, Dorothy continued to stay in contact with him, with the pair frequently exchanging letters. They saw each other one final time in early November. Before reaching out to the press in January of 1911, the Arnold family had contacted George to find out if he had seen their daughter or knew anything about her whereabouts. He was holidaying in Florence, Italy, so the family sent him telegrams, but George told them he knew nothing about it and denied any involvement. Later that month, on January 16th, Mary and John Arnold took the trip out to George to personally interrogate him. However, he continued to deny knowing anything. They asked him for the letters Dorothy had sent him, but he told him they contained nothing of importance and that he'd already disposed of them. So the family left empty-handed. In the days following the announcement of Dorothy's disappearance, police widely distributed her photo, description, and information throughout America, Canada, and Mexico. The New York Times covered the story on a near-daily basis, with the frenzied publicity leading to sightings all across the United States. These leads were always thoroughly investigated but often proved to be false. At some point during this, the Arnold family received 2 ransom notes from alleged kidnappers demanding $5,000 for their daughter's safe return. The authorities proved both of these to be hoaxes. As the January approached, authorities reported that they believed Dorothy was still alive and that she would return when she was good and ready. However, the Arnolds had already begun to make peace with the idea that their daughter may never return home. Francis Arnold told the press that he believed Dorothy had been attacked and killed while walking home through Central Park and that her body had been thrown into the reservoir. He cited as proof 2 clues that he would not publicly disclose. Police refuted these claims, stating that the winter had been so cold that the reservoir had been frozen over in the days before and after the 25-year-old's disappearance. Nevertheless, the authorities did search the water when it thawed, but they found no trace of Dorothy. In February of 1911, just weeks after the conference, George returned to the United States. When questioned by the press, he simply announced to them that he had every intention of marrying Dorothy whenever she came home again. His only condition was that the couple had her mother's blessing. In response, Mary told reporters that she would never approve of the couple's relationship. Early in February, Francis received a postcard that had a New York postmark on it. It was signed by Dorothy and simply said, quote, "I am safe." While the handwriting matched his daughter's, Francis believed someone had copied it from a newspaper article which had published images of her script and that it was some sort of cruel joke. Also around this time, a jeweler in San Francisco contacted authorities to let them know a woman he thought resembled Dorothy had come in to ask him to engrave a diamond wedding ring on January 17th. The inscription read, quote, "To A. J. A. From ERB, December 10th, 1910. Nothing further seemed to come from this lead, and it's unknown if this woman was Dorothy. Later that month, the San Francisco Chronicle published an article about several hotel clerks who'd been working where George had been staying on holiday. The staff members told the paper that they'd seen a veiled female who resembled Dorothy during George's stay. The pair were spotted having an earnest talk that they couldn't hear, but they noted that the woman looked greatly agitated. In the following months, George spent thousands of dollars placing newspaper ads in which he asked Dorothy to come home. At this point, the New York Police Department announced that they would stop looking for Dorothy, stating their belief that she was dead. There had been no clues, no trace of Dorothy in 75 days. When the authorities continued to look into reported sightings of the 25-year-old, not one of those leads panned out. There is an abundance of theories surrounding Dorothy's odd disappearance. Some believe that she slipped on an icy sidewalk on her way home, struck her head, and ended up with amnesia. But both the Pinkerton Agency and John Keith searched hospitals and there was nobody in there matching Dorothy's description. Others have suggested that she was perhaps drugged and kidnapped, but it's important to note that the 25-year-old went missing in broad daylight from one of the busiest areas in New York, making the case all the more baffling. George Grissom Jr., Dorothy's lover, theorized that the young woman had killed herself due to her failed writing career. After her second short story was rejected, she wrote to him stating, quote, "Failure always stares me in the face. All I can see ahead is a long road with no turning. My mother will always think an accident has happened." While some friends and family believe she took her own life, many thought it was due to her crumbling relationship with George rather than her writing career. One of the main theories in many of these old cases is the idea of a botched abortion in which Dorothy died and her body was disposed of without any of her friends or family knowing. This was given some credibility when in April of 1916, police raided an illegal Pennsylvania clinic. The clinic was in the basement of a home named the House of Mystery due to the number of women who visited there and never returned. The clinic was run by Dr. Meredith. Another doctor by the name of Dr. Lutz told the district attorney that Dr. Meredith had told him that Dorothy had died there after complications during the procedure, and that like many other women, her body had been burned in the furnace. While the DA believed him, Frances Arnold believed the story was ridiculous and absolutely untrue. That very same month, a convicted felon named Edward Glenorris who was imprisoned in Rhode Island for attempted extortion told an extraordinary tale to the prison warden claiming he'd been paid $250 to bury the body of a young woman in December of 1910. He said an acquaintance of his who went by Little Louie had hired him to drive a woman to and from several locations. At a home in New York, Edward and Louie met two men, one who went by the name of Doc and one who was well-dressed and appeared wealthy. This man matched the description of George Jr. The men loaded the unconscious woman into the car and took her to a home in New Jersey. During the drive, Little Louis told Edward that the woman was named Dorothy Arnold. Edward claimed he recognized Dorothy and confirmed her identity by pointing out the distinctive signet ring she always wore on her left hand. After this, he was dismissed for the day but instructed to return the next morning. When he did, Doc informed him that the woman had died during surgery. Edward, along with young Louis, then transported the body back to New York, wrapped it in sheets, and buried it in the basement of an abandoned house. Although Edward voluntarily confessed this entire story to the prison warden, he later denied all knowledge when questioned by police, refusing to cooperate and feigning confusion. Authorities excavated several nearby properties, but found no evidence or remains. When told about Edward's confession, Frances reportedly dismissed it as utter nonsense. In April 1921, 11 years after Dorothy's disappearance, the case resurfaced in the media. Captain John Ayres of the Bureau of Missing Persons claimed during a New York lecture that both the Bureau and Dorothy's family had long known her fate. He did not clarify whether she was alive or deceased. After intense media backlash, Ayres backtracked the following day, stating he had been misquoted and denying any prior knowledge of her fate. Although a wealth of information surrounds Dorothy's case, the numerous competing theories make it nearly impossible to identify one definitive explanation. All reported sightings of Dorothy in the years following her disappearance were ultimately debunked. Various women wrote to the Arnold family claiming to be their missing daughter, but each was proven to be an imposter. At one point, a California lawyer alleged that Dorothy was living in Los Angeles under the name Ellen Evans, though Frances Arnold strongly rejected this claim. In the immediate aftermath of Dorothy's vanishing, Frances reportedly spent around $250,000 on efforts to locate her, equivalent to over $6 million today. Until his death on April 6, 1922, Francis remained convinced that Dorothy had either been kidnapped or killed shortly after disappearing. In his will, he left no inheritance for his missing daughter, stating plainly that he was satisfied that she is not alive. By contrast, Dorothy's mother Mary continued to hold out hope for her daughter's return, reportedly maintaining that belief until her own death on December 29, 1928. After her passing, John Key stated his belief that Dorothy had taken her own life as a result of her failed writing career. Even today, over a century later, the mystery of Dorothy Arnold remains unanswered. Moving on to the next case. Kimberly Langwell. It was the evening of July 9, 1994. Teenager Tiffany was looking forward to dinner that night. Our mother had called around 5:30 p.m. to tell her she would be home for dinner after a quick stop at her ex-boyfriend's house. Tiffany was okay with it because there was plenty of time before dinner. They were going to be joined by a guest, so there was time to prepare. Little did she know, that was the last time she would hear her mother's voice. 34-year-old single mother, Kimberly Langwell, did not show up for dinner that night. Her new boyfriend, Ken Weatherford, went out looking for her. He found something strange. Her car was abandoned at a pharmacy, yet there was no sign of Kimberly. Where did she go? Kimberly Langwell was born on Valentine's Day, February 14, 1965, in Beaumont, Texas, where she spent most of her life. From a young age, her striking appearance drew a lot of attention. At 18, she became pregnant but didn't let that stop her. Determined and resilient, she raised her daughter Tiffany on her own, taking on multiple jobs to provide for them. Eventually, she landed a steady job at a chemical plant, specifically, a mobile oil refinery, which allowed her to quit juggling 3 different jobs. Her focus was always on giving Tiffany the best life possible. Around this time, Kimberly had ended a toxic relationship. Her ex-boyfriend, Terry Rose, later admitted to regretting many aspects of their time together, including his physical abuse toward her. After living together for 7 years, the relationship ended, a decision Tiffany was relieved by, having never supported it from the beginning. But the two remained on civil terms, friends if one could call it that. There are various stories about what really happened between Terry and Kimberly. According to Kimberly's sister, Susan, he was increasingly possessive to the point where Kimberly did not feel safe with him. She even warned her family that if anything happened to her, they should suspect him, as he had threatened her life and exhibited violent behavior. Kimberly had gone as far as providing potential locations where her body might be found if she went missing. But others said Kimberly cheated on him with a friend, causing them to go their separate ways. Yet Terry showered her with expensive gifts. Lovesick, he would give her cash and presents like a $500 vacation trip to Cancun just to get her back. But the trip she said she would go on with girlfriends turned out to be a vacation with a new man. Terry was bitter, but he remained civil. Kimberly was quite openly dating someone new now. Ken Weatherford was a whole new chapter in her life. They worked together and had a much better relationship than what she had with Terry. Kimberly usually got off work at 5 p.m. Between 5:15 and 5:30, she told her daughter she would stop by Terry's house to help him. He was remodeling his house, and Kimberly was going to assist him in hanging up boards. When she left the house for work that day, she was wearing a white shirt with the words Cozumel on the front and a diver on the back. It was a shirt she got from her Cancun trip with Ken. She paired it with blue jeans and white tennis shoes. She wore a silver-toned Seiko watch with glowing numbers on it, and a silver necklace with an angel pendant. She finished her look with silver hoop earrings and a gold wedding band she wore to avoid attention from men. An hour later, Tiffany started to worry. Kimberly was not answering any calls on her cell phone. She always kept her phone nearby. When Kimberly did not arrive home on time, her worried daughter called the ex-boyfriend to inquire about her mother. He claimed Kimberly had already left, and then began angrily questioning Tiffany about why he was not invited to dinner. He showed more concern for the dinner snub than for Kimberly's absence. Tiffany notified Kimberly's current boyfriend, Ken, that her mother never showed up for dinner. Concerned, he went looking for her at local shops, bars, and regular hangouts. He found her 1994 Nissan Altima abandoned at an Eckerd's pharmacy located at the corner of Dowland Road and Flynn Boulevard. Her purse and keys were missing, but her cell phone and other personal belongings were still inside the car, a detail that immediately raised red flags. Kimberly was known to be constantly on her phone, and considering her fear of her ex-boyfriend, it seemed improbable that she would willingly leave it behind, especially if she needed to reach her daughter in an emergency. Despite thorough searches in the area surrounding the abandoned vehicle, no trace of Kimberly was found. In 1999, surveillance cameras weren't as widespread as they are today, so there was no footage available to aid in the investigation. There were no visible signs of a struggle, nor did police release any physical evidence, though they did suspect foul play. The last known person to speak with Kimberly was her daughter, Tiffany, during that final phone call. Since then, no one, family or friends, has heard from her. Her disappearance left the family heartbroken, prompting her brother Norman to take matters into his own hands. He began compiling a personal database of information and potential evidence, determined to uncover what happened to his sister. Family and friends were sure that Kimberly would never have willingly left her daughter, whom she raised on her own and was very close to. Kimberly's siblings, Susan and Norman, tirelessly put up flyers and worked to spread the word about her disappearance. Their efforts were driven by the certainty that Kimberly would not have abandoned her daughter or her life. Dee Dee Keene, a survivor of kidnapping and assault, spent years trying to help Kimberly's family. She and her husband could be seen handing out flyers for Kimberly each year dedicatedly. Penn was quickly ruled out as a suspect since he had alibis and was actively involved in the investigation. But officers focused on Terry Rose, whom she had lived with for 7 years just 6 months before her disappearance. Terry managed a wrecking yard and towing operation in Beaumont called Terry's Wrecker Service. It was easy to dispose of a body. Initially, he said Kimberly stopped by to help him hang boards. Kimberly had told a friend she would stop by Terry's house to pick up her personal items. Perhaps seeing her in a Cancun shirt reminded him of her betrayal. He had also conveniently told the officers he was home alone before he went to the corner pocket pool hall that shared a parking lot with the Eckerd pharmacy. He went around 9:45 p.m., and so he already had an explanation of why his car might be spotted there. Another suspect was Kimberly's co-worker, 49-year-old Frank McCormick. He was a supervisor at the Mobil Oil Refinery and married, yet he had an obsessive infatuation with Kimberly. He wrote her a number of love letters, and in 1999, Kimberly gave those letters to a friend for safekeeping. He offered her thousands of dollars so that she could take a trip to Europe with her daughter. Yet he was cleared as a suspect as well after years of investigation. He had receipts from 1999 where he bought chips from a grocery store for a poker night with friends. Kimberly's family, particularly her sister, strongly believed that Terry was responsible for her disappearance. Although his name never came up on websites, Susan's blog mentioned him repeatedly as the prime suspect. It all started when she called Terry to inform him of Kimberly's disappearance. His response was bitter and cold. "Good. Now you will see how I feel." Later, he called to announce he was taking a lie detector test, yelling aggressively at the family. 3 months after Kimberly went missing, Terry called the house and in an overly cheerful tone asked if they had heard from Kim lately. This call deeply disturbed the family. In November 2002, he approached Tiffany, Kimberly's daughter, and asked if she had heard from her mother. Kimberly's sister immediately called him to confront his sick behavior. During this call, he revealed that he had failed a lie detector question about whether he had taken the life of Kimberly. Terry's actions, including his insensitive remarks and tormenting behavior, only intensified the family's suspicions and their pain. Despite the lack of concrete evidence tying him to Kimberly's disappearance, they were sure he did it. Shockingly, 5 years after the disappearance of Kimberly, Terry Rose's father was fatally clubbed with a candlestick. He took his last breaths at his door. The assailant was never found. But that seemed irrelevant to detectives. They believed she could have simply been abducted from the pharmacy by a stranger or have been taken by a serial assailant. A new team of investigators started the investigation from the beginning and came across some incriminating information. Reliable information came through in February. A former employee at Terry's wrecker service said he saw Kimberly's car on July 9, 1999 at 5:50 p.m. By 6:20 p.m., her car was gone. This was an important piece of information because it placed her near Terry. That same month, a trip to the police would turn out to be the break they were waiting for. The informant, who remained anonymous, said Kimberly was buried at Terry's house. A warrant was obtained to search his wrecking yard and his residence at the 1600 block of Lindbergh Drive. The FBI assisted the police with ground-penetrating radar and cadaver dogs. The search warrant was executed on Monday, June 10, 2024. The officers found a 3-foot by 5-foot area with no steel rebar under a bedroom floor. The bedroom belonged to Terry's son. It was obviously cut out, and according to the investigators, it was a perfect size for a body to be buried in. The wire and mesh rebar had been cut out. Police found human remains on the property around 3 a.m., Thursday, June 13th. They were hastily wrapped in a blanket. There was not anything left to identify, but the remains were sent to the lab for testing. After all these years of running free while having done something so horrible, Terry Rose's luck was up. He was arrested the very same day. 25 years later, the perpetrator was finally in the grasp of the law. There was nothing to save Terry now. After years of smug remarks and snide comments about Kimberly's disappearance, his arrogance finally caught up with him. Now 67 years old, he would spend the rest of his life behind bars, exactly where he belonged. The discovery brought a measure of closure to Kimberly Langwell's family, who could at last lay her to rest properly. Her daughter Tiffany expressed deep gratitude for finally being able to bring her mother home. "I've always known, from the day she disappeared, that she was there," Tiffany said. "It's hard," she added. "It's hard to know where your mom is and not be able to do anything about it." Terry Rose is currently being held on a $1,000,000 bond. If released, he will be required to wear a GPS ankle monitor and will be restricted from leaving Jefferson County. Moving on to the next case. Russell and Rebecca Porter. From the very beginning, it was evident that Russell and Rebecca Porter hadn't just disappeared voluntarily. Their sudden absence, coupled with the fact that all their personal items were left behind, immediately raised alarms. Inside their home, things were in disarray. Clear signs of a struggle suggested that someone had attempted to cover up a violent confrontation. But the most shocking part of the story wouldn't come until later, when the harrowing truth of what happened, and who was responsible, was finally revealed. The revelations would leave many in disbelief. In February, Russell and Rebecca Porter relocated to the quiet, scenic town of Willard, Missouri after Russell inherited a large farmhouse from his grandfather. Known for its low crime rate and small-town charm, Willard seemed like an ideal place for a fresh start. But beneath its peaceful surface, darkness was looming. On April 19, 2011, concern grew when 46-year-old Rebecca failed to show up for work without any notice, something entirely out of character for her. Calls to Rebecca's phone continued to go unanswered throughout the day. Although her coworkers were concerned, they initially held off on assuming the worst, thinking there must be a reasonable explanation and expecting her to reach out soon. At approximately 9:30 a.m., a neighbor noticed that Rebecca's car was still parked outside the house, a red flag, since she usually left for work by 9 o'clock. Concerned, the neighbor knocked on the porter's door to check in, but received no reply. He brushed it off, thinking perhaps the car had broken down and that Russell had given Rebecca a ride to work. However, by 1 p.m., the situation took a more serious turn. Rebecca's daughter, Jessica, showed up after growing increasingly alarmed by her mother's silence. Unable to reach her by phone, she decided to investigate in person. Around the same time, Rebecca's son, Stephen, also arrived after leaving work early, disturbed by the complete lack of communication from both his mother and stepfather. Together, Jessica and Stephen began circling the house, anxiously peering through the windows for any sign of them. They immediately noticed a significant mess inside, and saw that the mosquito screen on one of the large windows had been cut. The window itself was open. Alarmed, They called law enforcement right away, but refrained from entering the home themselves. When police arrived and entered the house, they were hit by the strong smell of cleaning products containing chlorine. The interior was in disarray with belongings scattered across the floor. The master bedroom was in complete chaos. Signs of a violent struggle were apparent. The mattress had been shifted, a nightstand was overturned, a flower pot and a framed photo were shattered on the ground. However, there was no trace of Russell or Rebecca in the house, leaving a faint hope that they might still be alive. In the bedroom, the odor of bleach was overwhelming. The mattress and carpet had been thoroughly saturated with the chemical, and small puddles of it had collected on the floor. This appeared to be a desperate attempt to eliminate evidence, but until the scene could be properly examined and tested, no definitive conclusions could be drawn. The initial theory was that the crime stemmed from a burglary gone wrong. Investigators determined that an intruder, or possibly multiple intruders, had entered the home through an open window after cutting through the mosquito screen. The assumption was that the intruder planned to steal valuables, but was confronted by the homeowners, leading to a violent struggle. However, this theory quickly unraveled due to several inconsistencies. First, all valuable items and cash were left untouched despite being in plain sight. Second, the house showed no signs of a search. Most of the scattered objects appeared to have been knocked over during the altercation. Lastly, the biggest mystery remained. What had happened to Russell and Rebecca Porter? Rebecca's purse was found on the bedroom floor, still containing her wallet, keys, and bank cards. Her phone lay nearby, its screen shattered, as though someone had stepped on it. A prescription bottle belonging to Russell was also discovered on the floor. According to Rebecca's daughter, Jessica, Russell relied on this medication daily due to a chronic health condition and rarely left the house without it. The only noticeable item missing from the Porter home was the tower from the family's desktop computer, which had been yanked out forcefully, cables and all. Initially, investigators theorized that the thief may have targeted it for sensitive information, perhaps something that could grant access to bank accounts or be used for blackmail. But that theory quickly fell apart. According to Rebecca's children, the computer didn't hold any financial secrets. Instead, it contained something far more critical: footage from the home's elaborate surveillance system. The Porters had installed over a dozen cameras throughout the property, covering nearly every angle, leaving virtually no blind spots. It became clear that the person who broke in was well aware of this and deliberately removed the tower to destroy the evidence of their presence. This revelation raised a chilling new question: what had driven the Porters to implement such an intense level of home security? With few other leads, investigators shifted their attention toward Russell and Rebecca themselves, hoping to uncover more about their lives and what, or who, they might have feared. What they uncovered painted a picture of a relationship that was both recent and unusual. Rebecca had just celebrated her 40th birthday. She had previously been married, and had 2 adult children from that relationship. Russell, on the other hand, was nearly 12 years younger than Rebecca. He had never been married, and didn't have any children. Russell had struggled with severe issues in the past, including substance abuse. He had a long history of alcohol dependence and the use of prohibited substances, which he had relied on heavily for years. He had attended rehab several times, but had repeatedly relapsed. Despite his troubled past, Rebecca became a stabilizing force in Russell's life. She not only accepted him as he was, but actively helped him turn his life around. With her support, Russell agreed to enter a treatment program one more time, and this time, he completed it successfully. Free from his addictions, Russell proposed to Rebecca, and she happily accepted. Despite Rebecca's role in helping Russell turn his life around, his family was far from thrilled about their marriage. They were openly critical of Rebecca, largely due to the significant age difference between her and Russell, and the fact that she had children from a previous marriage. On the other hand, Rebecca's children initially found it difficult to connect with their much younger stepfather, unsure of how to relate to him. The couple was likely no longer alive. But the lingering question remained: who could have done this? Detectives proposed another theory, one that seemed improbable but still plausible enough to investigate. According to this scenario, a domestic dispute between Russell and Rebecca had escalated into a physical altercation. Things turned violent, and the confrontation might have ended in an unintentional killing. This could explain the disarray in the bedroom and the blood stains. It was suggested that Russell may have attacked Rebecca, leading her to defend herself and injure him in the process, or that Rebecca might have been the aggressor. In either case, one spouse could have attempted to cover up what had happened, disposing of the other's body, taking the surveillance system's hard drive, and possibly fleeing the area. When family members of the Porters heard this theory, they were outraged. They vehemently denied that anything of the sort could have happened, insisting that Russell and Rebecca deeply loved each other and had never fought, let alone engaged in physical aggression. Additionally, they questioned why, if one of them had fled, they hadn't taken any personal belongings, such as phones, bank cards, or Russell's essential medication. The evidence clearly suggested a break-in and foul play by a third party, but the investigation still lacked concrete leads or evidence pointing to a specific direction. 2 weeks after Russell and Rebecca's disappearance, another disturbing crime shook the quiet town of Willard. Police received a frantic call from a man who reported finding his elderly neighbors, Donald and Helena Willingham, brutally killed in their home. When officers arrived at the scene, they discovered the couple had been fatally stabbed in their bedroom. The similarities to the Porter case were immediately apparent. In both instances, the intruder had entered the home at night, catching the victims while they were asleep. In neither case were any valuable items stolen, suggesting that the crimes were driven by personal motives rather than robbery. However, in the Willingham case, the intruder had left the bodies behind and had not attempted to clean up the evidence. The unsettling parallels between the two crimes raised new questions. Could the same person or group have been involved in both cases? And if so, what was their motive? Investigators doubled their efforts, now searching for connections between the two households and any clues that could shed light on who might have been responsible for these heinous acts. Both cases stalled for nearly 3 months, with no new leads until July 2011. That was when law enforcement's attention shifted to a young man named Jose Huckleberry. Jose was an undocumented migrant who traveled between states committing various offenses. He had been caught during a burglary in Arkansas, a state neighboring Missouri. During an extended interrogation, investigators uncovered details of more disturbing crimes connected to him. As it turned out, Jose had broken into the home of Helena and Donald Willingham several months earlier, intending to rob them. However, when Helena raised the alarm, alerting neighbors, Jose panicked and attacked the elderly couple. One neighbor even chased him as he fled the Willingham residence, but was unable to catch him. Jose admitted to the crime, expressing remorse and sharing grisly details about the incident, details that only the perpetrator could know. Despite his confession regarding the Willingham case, Jose adamantly denied any involvement in the disappearance of Russell and Rebecca Porter. He claimed he had no idea who they were, had never been to their home, and had nothing to do with their case. Investigators found no evidence linking him to the Porters' disappearance, and his alibi for the night they went missing was confirmed. As a result, Jose was ruled out as a suspect. In September 2011, a prison informant provided police with a critical lead in the Porter investigation. The informant claimed to have shared a cell with a repeat offender named Tony Hicks, who was in custody for distributing prohibited substances. According to the informant, Tony boasted about killing a farmer and his wife, adding that no one would ever find their bodies. Initially, detectives were skeptical. They suspected Tony was fabricating the story to bolster his reputation in prison. However, the tip couldn't be ignored, so they brought Tony in for questioning. As expected, Tony immediately denied any involvement with the Porter's disappearance, claiming he had nothing to do with the case. Yet his behavior suggested he was uneasy, and investigators felt they might be on to something significant. A request was made to trace the location of Tony's cell phone on the night the Porters vanished. Records revealed that his phone had pinged near their home, but was turned off around 12:30 a.m. This raised further suspicions. Tony had an extensive criminal history, including convictions for burglary, robbery, possession of weapons, and trafficking prohibited substances. He also frequently carried out his crimes with his younger brother, Dusty, who had been incarcerated for several months at the time of the investigation. This new information gave investigators hope that they were finally closing in on answers about what had happened to Russell and Rebecca Porter. During a subsequent interrogation, Dusty decided to cooperate with the police and claimed he had something important to show them. He revealed that his brother, Tony, had a secret location in the woods that concealed the dark truth. Dusty led detectives to a dilapidated old cabin hidden deep in the forest. As they approached, a sickening odor became noticeable, and upon entering, the stench of decay was overwhelming. Inside the cabin, investigators found a shallow cellar beneath the wooden floorboards. Buried under dirt and debris were two heavily decomposed bodies. Detectives suspected the remains belonged to the missing couple, Russell and Rebecca Porter. Given the advanced state of decomposition, more than 4 months had passed since their disappearance. Visual identification was impossible. A DNA analysis was conducted, and it conclusively confirmed that the bodies were indeed those of the Porters. Forensic examination revealed that the couple had been killed by close-range gunshots to the head, likely from a high-caliber weapon. The amount of blood on the wooden floor and walls of the cabin suggested the crime had occurred there. Additionally, Russell had suffered a broken nose and arm, indicating he had put up a fierce struggle in a desperate attempt to protect himself and Rebecca. Tragically, their efforts were no match for their attackers, and the couple paid the ultimate price. With this discovery, the case was officially reclassified from a disappearance to a double homicide. Authorities now had their suspects in custody, but needed to determine the motive and piece together the chain of events to fully understand the crime. The fact that the couple was still in their pajamas suggested they had been ambushed while asleep. But how and why did they end up so far from their home? Dusty insisted he had no direct involvement in the murders. He claimed to have only known about his brother's cabin and heard rumors that bodies might be hidden there, but he wasn't certain. However, the investigation uncovered evidence implicating him as an accomplice. It was revealed that Tony had enlisted not only Dusty's help, but also that of his common-law wife, Wendy, and their 19-year-old son, Philip, all of whom had ties to criminal activity. Cell phone records placed all 4 suspects near the Porters' home on the night of their disappearance. Strikingly, all 4 phones were powered off almost simultaneously, further raising suspicion. Tony, who was aware of the Porters' surveillance system, cut the exterior camera cable. This triggered a security alert to the monitoring service, but for reasons still unclear, the alert was never followed up on. The group gained access to the house by slicing through the screen of an open window. They proceeded to the bedroom where Russell and Rebecca were asleep. Tony, carrying a weapon, commanded the couple to get up. When the attackers tried to restrain them using zip ties, Russell fought back, sparking a violent altercation that left him with a broken nose and arm. Despite his resistance, the intruders eventually overpowered and bound the couple, then forced them out of the house. They were transported in a pickup truck owned by the Hicks family to a secluded cabin deep in the woods. There, both were executed with single gunshots to the head, and their bodies were discarded in the cabin's shallow cellar, only loosely covered with dirt and debris. This disturbing revelation clarified what had happened to Russell and Rebecca Porter, but investigators still needed to determine the motive behind the attack and whether others were involved. After the murders, the perpetrators returned to the Porters' home to eliminate any incriminating evidence and to recover the computer tower that stored footage from the property's surveillance system. These recordings could have captured the suspects and their vehicle. The bedroom was thoroughly cleaned with bleach, which they had brought with them, and the empty bottles were taken away. When Tony was asked why they committed such a heinous crime, he revealed that there had been a client who offered him $100,000 to make the Porters disappear without a trace. Tony admitted he was eager to accept the job, but feared he couldn't handle 2 adults on his own. To ensure success, he recruited a team of family members who were all struggling financially. The mysterious client turned out to be Robert Campbell, the uncle who had long coveted the farm left to Russell by his grandfather. Robert provided detailed instructions including information about the surveillance cameras and even paid in advance of $20,000. He carefully crafted an alibi, taking his wife on a trip to another city for several days. Investigators later discovered that his wife was aware of his plan. Law enforcement arrested the client and all 4 participants, charging them with premeditated double homicide, conspiracy, evidence tampering, and perjury. Each of the accused attempted to downplay their role in the crime, but none managed to avoid punishment. In April 2013, 2 years after the horrific events, Tony and Dusty Hicks were sentenced to life in prison without the possibility of parole. Wendy Hicks, Tony's wife, received the same sentence. Their son, who admitted to his involvement and cooperated with authorities, was given a 13-year prison term. Robert Campbell continued to deny any role in the crime, and because the case against him relied largely on circumstantial evidence, his trial was repeatedly delayed. Eventually, in February, he was found guilty and sentenced to life in prison. His wife, who faced charges of aiding and abetting as well as perjury, died by suicide shortly after Robert's arrest, never making it to trial. Moving on to the next case. Wendy's mother. A holiday took a tragic turn when a mother awoke with a sense of dread, and her instincts proved right. The horrific events of that night would remain a mystery for 36 years. But back in 1984, a young girl vowed to help bring the culprit to justice, and years later, she did, working as an investigator. On Thanksgiving night in 1984, 14-year-old Wendy Jerome left a friend's house in Rochester, New York, but never made it home. Earlier that day, Wendy and her father, Wayne, had cooked Thanksgiving dinner together. It was a touching family moment. Wendy's mother, Marlene, worked long hours as a nurse at Beechwood Nursing Home. After dinner, Wendy helped her father with the dishes while her mother went upstairs to rest. The family had planned to enjoy dessert together once the dishes were done and Marlene had woken from her nap. Her little brother Bill was playing. Born on November 1, 1970, Wendy had just turned 14 years old a few days ago. She had some independence since her birthday and wanted to do things on her own. Wendy asked her father if she could walk over to her friend Susie Keller's house. It was not that far, just a few blocks away. It was her friend's birthday the following day, and Wendy wanted to give her a birthday card. Wayne allowed it since her curfew was 8 p.m. anyway, and it was 7, which meant she would be back in no time. Waking up with a sudden overwhelming urge to find her daughter, Marlene was uneasy. She had a bad feeling and ran down the stairs hastily asking, "Where is Wendy?" Wayne reassured Marlene that Wendy was visiting a friend and would be home soon, urging her not to worry. By 8:15 p.m., panic set in as Wendy was still not home. It was only 15 minutes past her curfew, but it was still worrisome as she was never late. Early maybe, but never late. They began calling the Keller family, but received no answer. Hours passed before they finally reached them. Marlene's first question was, "Is Wendy with you?" Susie's mother paused in shock before replying, "Marlene, hang up the phone and call the police right now." Soon after, Marlene's worst fears became reality. Wendy's body was discovered in an alcove near School 33. A 22-year-old man found her between schools 33 and 11. He later explained that he had been on his way to a bar when he noticed someone lying down and initially assumed the person was intoxicated. When he took a closer look and saw blood, he became frightened and went to a friend's house. He later returned to confirm what he had seen and then contacted the police. Officers arrived at the scene and determined that Wendy was already gone. She had been brutally assaulted and left to die alone. Within 5 minutes, officers were at Marlene's door delivering the devastating news. Marlene later stated that the area where Wendy was found was not along her usual path to Susie's house. Marlene believes that Wendy, nearing her curfew, may have attempted to visit another friend in the neighborhood and took a shortcut by the school. The initial investigation revealed severe blunt force trauma, including a fractured skull from a significant blow. She had been assaulted. Dr. Nicholas Forbes conducted a medical examination of Wendy's body and determined that severe blunt force trauma to her skull had finally taken her life. Wendy's autopsy further revealed that at least 2 different types of objects were used to cause her bruises and wounds. Trauma caused by something that would cut through her body. It could have been a knife or a piece of glass. The family could not overcome this tragedy. Wayne and Marlene divorced because deep down she blamed her husband for what happened. Bill Jerome, Wendy's brother, was afraid of everything after his elder sister was so brutally taken. He was afraid that the assailant was still out there running free. For the first time in his life, he was afraid of the dark. He would hardly go out to play, and when he did, he was afraid and wary of everyone around him. After the divorce, Wayne moved to Florida. Marlene was not content with what the police were doing. Nearly a decade passed, and Marlene fought hard to know more details of the night. She was not allowed to see the crime scene, visit the body in the morgue, or even look at the photos. Marlene demanded to see the crime scene photos after investigators had informed her that Wendy was unconscious and unaware of what had happened to her that day. They said she passed peacefully. Once she got a copy of the autopsy report, it turned out she was in the dark. Reading the autopsy report repeatedly mentioning defense wounds, Marlene became furious. She felt betrayed, believing they had misled her when she had directly asked them about Wendy's struggle with her assailant. She felt deeply betrayed. Once she saw the photos, she had some closure. She had imagined Wendy to be lying exposed for the world to see, undressed, indecent, in a way she would never have wanted to be seen. Marlene suffered for 9 long years before she saw the photos and found a bit of comfort. The photos also showed Marlene what investigators had known all along. Wendy had been dressed, wearing jeans and a brown sweater jacket adorned with unicorns and hearts. Her pink hoodie, which she always carried with her, was placed over her battered face. So whoever committed the heinous act allowed Wendy to get dressed before taking her life so brutally. The investigators had promised Marlene that Wendy went in peace and knew nothing of what happened to her later, including all the blows to her head. But the presence of defensive wounds told a story of absolute terror, as Wendy would have fought for her life. Completely aware of what was happening to her, contrary to what the investigators told Marlene. Each birthday, November, it was hard for the family. They would cry, and they would miss Wendy. Marlene held on to the belief that one day the person responsible would face justice. During the 1980s and 1990s, DNA technology was still in its early stages, but advancements in forensic science would eventually offer new hope. 6 days after Wendy's death, Officer Paul Boccaccino interviewed at least 30 people from the neighborhood. Investigators also made a point to carefully preserve the physical evidence. The crime scene yielded several items, including a cigarette pack, a lighter, the perpetrator's hair, and Wendy's clothing. However, not all aspects of the case received thorough investigation. One witness was interviewed but not treated as a primary suspect, despite suspicious behavior. He initially went to a friend's house before returning to the scene and contacting authorities. Adding to the concern, his hair type matched the samples found at the crime scene. He should have been investigated further. 6 years later, he took his own life. Was that an admission of guilt? Initially, investigators focused on another local man who claimed he had been assaulted that night, but was eliminated via blood typing analysis. In 1984, when Julianne was just 11 years old, she learned about the tragic slaying of Wendy Jerome, a case that would deeply impact her and eventually shape her career. Wendy's case haunted Rochester for years, becoming a significant part of the community's consciousness. This early exposure to such a haunting event instilled in Han a sense of justice and a drive to pursue a career where she could make a difference. Years later, she became a chief prosecutor in the Major Felony Bureau of the Monroe County District Attorney's Office. Her commitment to justice led her to work on Wendy's case starting in February 2011. She went through everything with a fresh perspective and was able to conduct DNA analysis. This included cross-checking the witness who took his own life's DNA. Should the DNA not match with the witness, Han had plans to analyze other items found at the scene, such as the cigarette pack and lighter, using advanced high-sensitivity DNA technology. In February 2016, Han and her team realized additional evidence could be tested. They conducted familial DNA testing in February. By July, there was a fresh list of potential suspects. There was evidence from Wendy's clothes and bodily secretions from the crime scene. In 2020, they were able to conduct a familial DNA search. It allows for screening through relatives' DNA profiles. This means anyone sharing the same blood in the family could be accessed if their relative's DNA was on the databank. It brought them to a person questioned all those years ago who was 20 years old at the time of Wendy's tragedy. His name was Timothy Williams, their next-door neighbor at the time. Police were able to collect a DNA sample from the suspect secretly while he was in Florida. The sample matched the DNA evidence from the crime scene. 36 years later, they finally had a positive match. Williams was finally arrested on September 9, 2020. Hahn was among the investigators who called Marlene. Marlene had remarried Wayne when he was diagnosed with cancer. He passed away in February 2011. 36 years after that Thanksgiving night, on a regular Thursday, she received the call she had longed for. Timothy Williams became the first person in the state to go on trial with an arrest relying on familial DNA. During the trial, Williams claimed he had consensual intimacy with Wendy and did not harm her. He expressed fear of being charged with forceful assault if he came forward. He had been questioned all those years ago. He was a neighbor back then, 20 years old, but he lied to the police. Now in custody, he told a very different story. He said he met her at a corner store and believed her to be of age and was in a relationship with her. However, the district attorney countered these claims, highlighting the brutal nature of Wendy's injuries which contradicted Williams' story. Wendy's mother had the following to say about his claims. "My daughter Wendy was the sweetest, the most caring little girl in the whole world. I just want everybody to know no matter what was said, it was not true, and she was and always will be my heart." The initial trial was derailed by a mistrial due to juror misconduct. However, in a later trial, Williams was convicted on 3 counts of second-degree murder. On April 17, 2024, New York State Supreme Court Justice Alex Renzi sentenced the 60-year-old to 25 years to life in the New York State Department of Corrections. District Attorney Dorley expressed both relief and gratitude toward the Rochester police investigators, stating that the maximum sentence was the only fitting outcome. She emphasized that despite the passage of time, Timothy Williams did not evade accountability for the horrific crime he committed against Wendy. Marlene, Wendy's mother, was present during the court proceedings. After the verdict, she spoke of experiencing a bittersweet form of closure. For 36 years, Timothy Williams believed he had gotten away with it. But through Julie Hahn's determined investigation and Marlene's unwavering pursuit of justice, he was finally identified, exposed, and imprisoned. At last, Wendy Jerome's family could begin to find peace, and the shadow that had haunted them for decades was locked away. As the sentencing concluded, Marlene quietly asked, "Will it ever be over for me?" "No. But this door is closed." Thanks for watching. I hope you enjoyed exploring these intriguing cold cases with me. If you found the video fascinating, don't forget to give it a thumbs up and subscribe to Cold Case Mystique for more deep dives into unsolved mysteries. Your support helps me bring you more compelling content. Leave a comment below with your thoughts or any cases you'd like me to cover next. See you in the next video, and remember, the search for truth never stops.